Start to the day as we digest more earnings. Yeah, ARM, not good. Downside in a pretty big way this morning. 6% nothing, though, when you look at RBLX, down more than 29. I saw at the lows there, almost, yeah, there it is, 30% now to the downside. Just took out the lows at 8:30 there. Overall market trying to get back to positive territory on that number, though, at 8:30. Basically flat here for both the NASDAQ and the S&P as we get going on a Thursday.
Yes, a lot to talk about. A lot of companies reported overnight yesterday. We had Airbnb. We also had Robinhood, a good report from them. Warner Brothers Discovery also reporting this morning, not a good look. And Tesla looking to lay some more people off, sadly, in China.
Yeah, the story continues. Higher on the continuing claims there, ever so slightly, but basically in line with expectations. On the 4-week average for that jobless claims number. So yeah, the market trying to get back to positive territory here. Dollar downside ever so slightly on that S&P moving higher. This is the big one of the morning, though. Huge volume behind this move. RBLX, you got to go all the way back to September, basically, September or October levels of last year to get any kind of significant support area for Roblox at this point. Much worse than expected right across the board here, guys. Not good for RBLX.
Yeah, well, I mean, the market likes that number because any sign of weakness in the labor market, and we seem to go up. So, I mean, you just had a little bit of that there. But, yeah, the NASDAQ's going to be flat. It's a crazy move by Roblox. I was looking back at a daily chart, and I couldn't even find a day that had a big move that bad. Look. There's no such thing as good or bad earnings. There's just what the market does with it, because I didn't even see, it wasn't all bad. The guidance was bad on the bookings. But at the end of the day, we're here to trade some price action. Down 30%, 25 is a monster level on that stock, but they're not the only ones. Robinhood with a beat, so they're actually up, looking strong. ARM with, I mean, the guidance was for ARM, but they actually beat top and bottom, but the guidance was the question for ARM, and they were under a little bit of pressure this morning. Nothing compared to Roblox, obviously. Yeah, that'll hit you out of nowhere. AMC reported, not really as interesting as many of the other names we're going to be watching today. So to the front of the volatility list goes Roblox. They're going to need some Robux to help out here. Although there's a big refresher buying the living you-know-what out of it in front of 27 right now on Roblox. So there's going to be levels that get defended on a stock like this down this much. But there's been a lot of buying in front of 27 already. 25 is the monster one.
Yeah, I'm trying to read what exactly was wrong with it and why it's down that much. So we'll figure out more about Roblox. The only idea I have right now, we don't really trade. Well, I mean, we'll trade earnings plays. I mean, we traded Reddit a little bit the other day. Yeah, I mean, there goes Tesla. I was actually thinking about shorting this name again here today, but I wanted to make sure on this job number what exactly we were doing. And yeah, the market just it's turning again. So we're getting right back up into some of these levels. That's interesting. This 18,250 or so level, we might be there at open. And I think if we are, then I think we can continue higher here and just march this NASDAQ back near its highs. So let's wait to see what happens. It's going to be a pretty exciting day, I think, like now. Nice move up. I still think we want to put our short pants on here. But yeah, that's an interesting move higher. But yeah, Roblox down, Robinhood up. Yesterday was another bad day. There wasn't too many earnings calls that were success. I mean, we've had bad ones from Rivian now, Disney now, Roblox, a few others yesterday. What was another one yesterday?
I think the only one, Airbnb's down.
Right down.
Airbnb's almost.
Oh, that's what it was.
10%.
Uber.
Well,
Uber was down 6-7% yesterday, one of its worst days. And then its worst day in the history of the stock happened yesterday as well with Shopify.
Yeah, that's
the
another bad.
The consumer is weak, man. We had Nike down, Lululemon's, I think it's down 35% or something. McDonald's down. All the consumer names starting to hit to the downside right now. Pepsi and Coke starting to warn a little bit. So yeah, not good right here.
And on top of that, you get the weakness in the job market,
right,
it just piles on top of some of those consumer names that are under.
So what was that exact
trouble.
number today?
That said, I mean, hey, there's a couple of things that are up today, not many.
So the jobless claims were 231 versus 212. So I wanted to get that right. So 231 versus 212. So more jobless claims than expected. So yeah, now maybe bad news is finally bad news, but yet the market goes up. because interest rates matter, and apparently the more data they get, the more we'll believe that they're going to have 2 or 3 cuts. I actually want to look up the Fed rate tool and see what the projections are.
Usually give it a few minutes after the number comes out,
Yeah,
but I'm
see if
sure.
that's changed.
I'm sure we asked Frank last week, and he was like, "It'll be 1 cut." After the couple of data points that we got, like I could easily see, he might change
Now,
that.
yeah, now they seem like they're going in the right direction for
so probably
3 maybe.
at least 2, and now people will probably start saying that 3 word, which is good. I mean, the market likes that at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple data points in a row here pointing in the right direction. Here's the dollar. First off, as I mentioned, a little bit of a downtick on that number. We were higher to start the morning. That's a daily chart. So a couple days back upside, trying to reverse. If you go out to long-term yields here, my chart's not working, but trust me when I say they're doing the same thing, reversing after being higher to start the morning. So that should help things out on the equity side of things as well. Yeah, I mean, it's still, I checked late yesterday, the Fed funds tool, it's still like October was around 50% chance of the first cut for October, September, a little bit lower than that. So we'll see how things play out. But overall, the market trying to get back to highs here. I started things off there looking at ARM. And then jumped over to Roblox because it's far more significant to the downside. But 6.5% here. I just saw some volume come back in here. I guess it was that 830 move, but popped up on a volume scanner here for ARM trying to get back to 100.
Look, Brendo, everything was good on this report, but the one thing that missed and sent everything to the downside was the earnings estimate. So they wanted about 3.8 billion to 4.1, or they're estimating 3.8 billion to 4.1 billion for next quarter. The street was looking to the higher end of that, more like 4 to 4.1. So it didn't really meet the range that they were looking for. It sold off aggressively. I guess we'll talk more about this on the rundown, but everything was up here. Revenue, 47% year-over-year increase. Licensing revenue, 60%. So a lot of good metrics.
I mean, we've been mentioning once they get this data center build out, down the road a little bit, what's next? This was one of the comments coming from the CEO. NVIDIA's Blackwell chip could spark accelerated ARM adoption in data centers specifically for AI applications. Again, still. We're struggling there, guys, at that last line in the sand before 100 from after the close yesterday.
Yeah, I think when we sort of been talked about ARM, like it's flying so high that the least little bit of worry or concern, especially after it lost that 120 a few weeks ago, like that was just it was gonna be difficult for them to have like a blowout. And again, valuation doesn't always matter, but it's a pretty hefty valuation. At the end of the day, if you look under the hood, you look specifically like the licensing growth was like 60-something%, which is it's the faster part of their business. And ultimately, like I really like the company. Like you cannot go anywhere without engaging in some kind of a device that uses an ARM chip. Like there was a stat a few years ago, it was like 60% of all people literally touch something with an ARM chip in it each day, which is insane. But at the end of the day, you're here to trade price action. I think this will move up in the market is going to give an opportunity because the $100 level, the last time it was under it, was just a really good trading level. You saw like it would get underneath. Well, first it was bouncing off that level. Then it would get underneath, pop, and fade that level like multiple days in a row. And then when it broke it out, it was a run to 104. So I just have my eyeballs on that. And when you've traded around it, like it has to break. It's generally broken 100 to the upside and then faded it. So I think it'll be a pretty easy tell. Like if it's holding a bit above 100 and breaking at 101, it's probably going gap fill. If we do a failed break of 100, then I'm looking for shorts in that range on ARM. So the market giving possibly this opportunity at the open for ARM to be at that $100 level. I actually thought there might be a little bit more weakness and that a bad print could have been down in the 80s. So for all intents and purposes, like ARM actually held up better than I was expecting. I thought anything wrong and this would have been back in that 80 range.
Yeah, I just Googled it too. 64% of all Americans own an Apple product.
64.
Apple product, wow. And ARM probably similar, like you mentioned, 60. I was like, wow, that's impressive. But I was like, I actually think
64.
Yeah, that was just a Google result, so it's probably 84 because Google would, because of Apple product. Nah, they don't do that, do they?
Well, I
They don't
mean,
promote their own stuff.
they probably skew the answer in some way.
They? Amazon?
They have to.
Yeah, look, so we talked about this on the recap show last night. Like, we went over this even on our show, that the expected move was 14% for ARB. So we didn't get anywhere near that. So, I mean, you have to be upset if you were trading options on this name because you've lost both ways. I guess, unless you'd played them longer dated or something. But for right now, 6%. So pretty just a day that ends in Y for ARM, honestly. I mean, this is not a big move at all. We've seen bigger moves. Like, this is earnings move right here, really? You know, like, we've seen much bigger moves on this just because semis have moved and the market has moved. So I think this is just going to follow the market here. So there's no surprise. If that jobs number came the other way, this thing's at $90. It doesn't. So this thing goes up $4 and goes back to $100. So it's just watching the market. Like Neil said, the numbers are out. People can see what they are. If you like the space, this is going to be something that people are going to flock to buy now, because now you've seen 2 quarters and you finally get a base down here a little bit. I mean, $95, $96 seems like a base on the daily, and then you could break out back through 110. So I think the risk to reward here is definitely right. They've given you the goods. They've shown their cards. Now that's 2 quarters in a row. So if you like the name, wait for some upgrades and downgrades, potentially read into those. But yeah, for every reason of technology, I think ARM continues to be a player in this space, and I mean, more upgrades. The only thing that's hanging over this stock is I have no idea, and I'm not sure if you do either, what SoftBank's situation is in the company.
Well, nobody knows if they sold or not.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? It's like they can, but no, we don't know whether they have or not. Well, obviously that'll play itself out. I would suspect that big, massive drop from 120 that ARM had on the daily chart.
That could come in today. Like, do they sell a couple million shares today, maybe?
At any point they could, and they own such a big stake. And I think that's sort of like the overhang. Because when it does get going to the downside, we saw this when it broke $120. Like, it got very, very heavy, which is, in the back of my mind, I see that as like an underlying catalyst. So if you find yourself in a short off of a good level, and a program just so happens to get turned on, it's been pretty lucrative. It doesn't mean they're going to sell into these earnings. Just, you can't forget about that. But we'll see. Like, the market giving you this bump to the upside, I feel like we always want it to settle down. Like, there's a difference between when we react at 8:30 and when there's continuation at the open, right? So in the back of my mind, it's like, okay, well, anything I liked short, if it's still at the right level at the open and it fails that level, I don't want to overreact. But hey, if you're fighting the market past your key price area after we've taken another leg up or something after the open, I think that can be a bit of a mistake. But there's plenty of things out there that are actually strong in the charts. So we'll have a lot to look at here. I'm kind of pessimistic on ARM. I had this like weird thing where, you know, I
pessimistic.
Well, it's, you know, part of it, I know I've anchored myself to some prices on ARM in my long term. I've gone over that a few times there. And at the end of the day, too, like that whole overhang of SoftBank selling, I just feel like on strength, why wouldn't they be taking out some of that position? It hasn't had the big up moves the way that it's had the down moves since it took the 120. Like, the down days are more energetic or more powerful than the up days have been recently on ARM. That's all.
Yep, makes sense.
What's the word? Rapid? That's not.
I mean, not only was that an uptick in jobless claims, just seeing highest in 9 months. So yeah, market liking that. A couple other things moving around here. Shop trying to bounce after that huge, if you zoom out a little bit, destruction yesterday. Gap down on the earnings, went sideways all day, but up 1.6% here. You had a tie into Affirm on that Shopify note as well.
Yeah, so Affirm reported, and it was a big sell-off, but a lot of that was precipitated by actually weak earnings from Shopify. About 10% of the gross merchandise value that Affirm processes on a monthly basis comes from Shopify. But that is, JP Morgan analyst believes that the connection is being a little bit overblown. They're giving the nod. JP Morgan analyst Reginald Smith and Charles Pierce giving Affirm the nod and looking to boost the price target from 41 to 43 with a buy, saying not letting a good sell-off go to waste, Brendo. So they're buying.
Yeah, I think a few people agree with him on both fronts today. We'll see. I mean, monster move downside for Shopify as well yesterday. So we'll see how much of this we can maybe retrace today, guys, for Shop.
Yeah, the day 2 SSR play, like yesterday, Disney was a pretty good one, at least early on it was. Palantir was a day 2 SSR play off of 24. I mean, it was, stocks down 10% on earnings, and the next day they're short sell restricted. Yeah. So it happens for 2 days, and if you make a good bottom, then you get a nice relief rally. I actually liked Shopify for the 61.5 level. I think we mentioned that in the afternoon show, but you've gapped a couple of dollars away from that. So there's your, we got smoked Shopify, but then strong higher low got put in, and if it's gonna put another one in today, the setup, oh yeah, I can zoom back in, that's fine. If you look at the previous close, like that 62.5, it's not a true double top. I know at the end of the day you had this little bit of a spike, but spikes past the imbalance level, I tend to not care too much about that. Like if I'm looking at this 62.5, it was resistance. We essentially close right around there, close enough to it, pull back and just hang around there at the in the post market for a little bit. So sometimes you get those numbers on imbalances the last 10 minutes of the day, and really you want to look at where the price action was hanging around the most of the time. So 62.5 would be that spot for the higher low today on Shopify, but I feel like it's starting to get away from us here. This is not like Disney where you were right in the pocket on day 2, and for the morning, and then now of course I'm missing data on that one, but for the morning it gave you the run into like 106, and we're long it off these levels, and it was able to give you that early run. So you're a little bit gapped away on Shopify for me, but if it were to dip down $1, I'd look for a bounce at 62.5. SSR day 2 plays are good. Day 1 has been hit or miss this earnings season, but much more clean if you look at day 2 for Shopify.
Yeah, no, I have Shopify written down on here as well because I saw that it was up today. So I'm always looking for relative strength and weakness, right? And so Shopify, again, on a day 2 play, I mean, that was exactly the same kind of talk there. The close yesterday was 62.50, so that's obviously a level, and then 62. And then I'd actually don't mind giving this name with the market being up today all the way back into like 60 and change. So even if you get caught long in here, I feel like there's some kind of support here until the market turns. So that, if you do get some flush today because you're up and maybe sellers didn't sell yesterday, waiting to see a day 2 bounce, maybe they do hit this back in. And then I think that there's going to be some kind of support at 60. So Shopify made the list. I like that play. And then Neil just hinted a little bit there about Disney. Disney today, so Warner Brothers Paramount is getting cracked again. The big worry about all of this is the NBA contract is coming due. And so Time Warner, they have that, was Shaq and all those guys, TNT and all this kind of stuff.
Kenny.
If they lose that, so they're only paying $2.6 billion for that right now. That's, apparently the bidding is going up to $7 billion. So that's going to include like everybody coming through with bids, probably. Like
everybody, Amazon,
even
Apple,
Netflix,
everybody.
like I don't know if they're all going to come with crazy numbers, but definitely, Disney's going to be there with ESPN, and some of these other cable companies going to try to slip in there as well. So Warner Brothers is in trouble with that one. So you can see here WBD. I thought it was like $7.50 or something. Where are we at now?
It's a
okay.
half size.
So that is what it is. $7.50. Yeah. So this is a worry for them as debt continues to increase, and they're going to have to pony up for some of these properties coming due. So unfortunately, that's the business that we're in now. And you got Saudi money. WWE is tied up with Netflix now. Like there's a lot of examples of this. MLS with Apple. And Netflix is doing the Jake Paul fight. I think they're doing a few other fights. So like, yeah.
And you're starting to finally see some consolidation as well in the streaming space. Like you actually have like Disney's doing a nice little bundling deal with like get HBO Max and Hulu all together, and that's starting I think soon. I was considering that if they offer it up here, because like this is starting to get a little bit more mature. Now eventually, now outside of sports, because sports streaming rights are ridiculous and they're only still going up. However, I feel like the costs for other programming is probably going to start to go down when you get the consolidation. So like to make new TV shows, I think that'll start calming down, which is good for like Netflix. But sports is still on the way up, and that's sort of the trouble.
A big problem with a lot of these companies, and I think we took it for granted, was the strike.
Yeah.
The writers and actors strike and all that. That really affected production and put them back, right? So, but new shows are piling up now. So, all right, Sharif, you watching anything new? I know you've been watching, the Queen show. I forget what it's called. Oh no, The Crown. My wife was watching a little bit of that too. She likes it, so I don't know. What do you think, Sharif? How's it going, that series?
I haven't watched it in a bit, Sean. It's been a couple of weeks, but some watching. Hopefully this weekend, I'll keep you guys updated. Season 2.
Actually airing, is it?
I don't know, but they're like 6 seasons deep.
Right.
So there's a lot.
Started watching that Under the Bridge.
Oh, how's that Amazon Prime one that you started about the end of the world or whatever? Fallout.
Yeah, no, really good.
Really good, eh?
Yeah. All right. TV recommendations out of the way. It's, speaking of, it's always sunny in Barcelona, Spain. Luis Barbato back with us from the Real Trading Office in Barcelona to touch on a few movers that are, I mean, we have a lot to get through here this morning, Luis. So good to see you. Take us through what we're looking at here on your screen.
Well, we were looking for some gappers up and some movement ups with a high relative volume. As you can see, today we have few nice gappers up like CPOP and TAOP. TAOP is pretty weak right now, but CPOP is holding up nicely, 87% up right now with a lot of volume. It's a ticker that is holding above VWAP. It's rotating flow like 3 or 4 times today. And it's China related or something like that. So it's going to be tricky to go short front side on this one. So let's see how it reacts.
When you look at something like, I haven't actually checked any kind of news or anything, but that's a huge move for something like a CPOP, $3.20. I'm not sure the story there, but what are you thinking as far as levels plan here for CPOP?
Yeah, not sure about the story either, about the news. But as I said, first of all, you have to take care of the country. It's a China-related company, so it's going to be very, very volatile and probably very manipulative stock. So let's see. And then we have like a 3 million float trading already 12 million. So if you see here, we have a lot of also insider ownership, so it's going to be tricky on the movement up. We're not going to short front side this stock until it make a backside, lower highs, losing relative volume on 5 minutes, and let's see the VWAP. So far, the VWAP is holding very, very nice, as you can see in the chart.
Last time we spoke, Luis, we had a really great question from one of the viewers that I wanted to get your take on, and that was, we talk a lot about when you come on, stocks like this that are up huge or down huge in the pre-market, low float, maybe a little bit of a short squeeze aspect to that. How much of that idea does your entire day get made up with? And if there's something that happens, say, after 11 o'clock or after 12 o'clock into the afternoon, when is it about that you shift focus away from some of these and into some other ideas?
Yeah, very good question. It depends also, of course, about your trading plan. If you try to avoid the front side and the very crowded stock, maybe you should wait a little bit at the opens, start the volatile movement does, and then after 10:30, 11, you look for the backside with a lower volume. If that's your kind of trading, here we are more active and looking for the volatility. So let's say from 9:30 to 11, that's the main movement we're looking for. In this case, we're gonna, for example, go long. We have a long bias so far until highs fail and VWAP fail. So we're gonna look for the longs on supports, and of course, checking the level 2 always, the tape reading,
When you, let's step away from some of the low float high flyers this morning. There's a ton that's moving around on earnings. Anything catching your eye here? I mean, we were touching on Roblox down huge here, ARM downside this morning as well, even Robinhood the other way to the upside, one that is very popular in the retail crowd.
Not really. Not gonna look over. Maybe Roblox is the only one that I'm gonna see if we see some important levels, but so far, I'm not a very big fan of the gap down, so I prefer gap ups. I think it gives us more volatility, more probability of continuing going up, or maybe filling the gap. It gives you more gain to play with it. So not so far earnings are interesting to
Yeah,
for us.
and the reason I bring that up is it's important, I think, for new traders specifically when they come in the morning on an earnings day like this, when there's so many things moving around, to, as you said, have the plan and understand what it is that you're focused on right out of the gate in the morning, and not be, all over the place right at 9:30.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to focus in the main tickers. First of all, you need a trading plan, of course, and you need to follow it. And for that, you need to audit yourself somehow with tags or with a trading diary or something like that. Once you have a trading plan, a trading strategy, you need to find every day the tickers that you should apply the strategy. So it's not that you trade the same ticker every day. It's more like you have a trading plan, and you try to find the tickers that fit in that trading plan for you today.
All right, give us your top two here. If we're looking at maybe the top two, as far as, it's what, 8:56, still more than 30 minutes to go before the open. What's catching your eye?
So far, CPOP, as we mentioned, and TAOP. It is true that TAOP is losing a little bit of volume and strength. So let's see if it reclaims the VWAP around 125, 130. We will short there against the VWAP with the weakness of the stock already. And we have some movements here. AGS and CGD is a little bit tricky, rotating float as well. So far, we're going to focus on CPOP and TAOP. And we have, 1st of May, we have the ignition of this running cycle, which was CTMX. It was crazy last night, moving from $4 to $9, back to $3 today. So let's see how it reacts after this crazy movement with earnings, I think it was.
Best of luck on a Thursday. Luis Barbato over at the Real Trading office in Barcelona, Spain. We'll speak again soon.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
Thanks, Luis. And I love that you guys saw the page, the preparation that the office goes through. Like, these are the things we're looking at. Everyone can know what the float is. It just helps it out. Like, that's the kind of homework you want to do for yourself, and especially with these small caps, right? Because that C-pop or pop culture, the company there, it's done 10 million in volume. You've got that small float. But if you're just looking at potential like runners and small cap plays based on, hey, does it have a good short flow, let's just say, that's one without a good, its short flow is pretty much zero on that stock, and it's more about the 2.5 or whatever the float ended up being, pretty small one. Actually, I see 1.8, so it's even smaller than that. So this one's really about just the float getting soaked up. Like, it's already done 6 or 7 times the float by my math. So it's going to be a crazy one, and you got to stay in your lane. Like, if you like the earnings plays, you like big cap tech, that's where you lie. If you like these small cap runners, there's a few of them today that are going to be in play for you. If you like a blend, specific setups, know what time of day things are going to work out for. And you just saw there with Luis, they have a very firm plan of what they like to do. Wow. By the way, that Roblox, it's very thin in the pre-market. I think everybody knows that. But at 27, there was certainly some buyers down there. There was size at the 27 level specifically, but there were some bids that were throwing it in there above that level. They've got a bit of a win right now, but up $1 is really good for a $27 stock, but it's still down 27% and chewing through volume here on Roblox still.
Yeah, I was going to do the same thing there. Look at this big move down for Roblox, and then a really good baseline right now. So this is something that I'm considering putting on the sticky note right now, and it would be for a long, not for a short. So if I was going to look for something, it would be a bounce back to the upside right here for RBLX. But again, I still do think it tests down here one more time once the market opens up, and it could just continue to bleed the rest of the way. There's not even a short float on this thing. It's like less than 4%. So that's not going to create a move huge to the high side on a squeeze. But again, down 27%, not great. There are going to be some longs that are caught here. There's going to be some shorts that are going to want to cover as well because they won huge today. The expected move on Roblox was, let me find it right here. It was not this, that's for sure. Where was it? RBLX. You know what? They're probably under 15 billion. I'll find it for you in a minute, but it's way over its move. Oh, because you know why? It wasn't on my list yesterday because of it was reporting this morning.
This
so
morning, yeah.
I'll get it for you, the Roblox, but down 27%. Let's go over to Adara.
Not one, but two earnings names kicking off the upgrades list. Both of these names reported yesterday and sold off. Affirm here getting upgraded by JP Morgan Chase, trading up about 2.5%. Shopify, on the other hand, getting an upgrade from Piper Sandler here, also trading higher. So nice look for both of these names. Live Nation as well, getting upgraded by Redburn Atlantic, and BofA Securities upgrading Fox. On the downgrade side, Solar Edge kicking off the list here, getting this downgrade from Northland Capital. Pretty rough look there, down about 6.5%. TripAdvisor getting a downgrade here from D.A. Davidson. Skyworks getting downgraded by Wolf Research. And last but not least, Veridian trading to the downside and getting downgraded by B. Riley Securities, guys.
Oh, the solar names, man. Have they ever? It's nasty, nasty, nasty for the solar names.
Are they ever energized? Or
Maybe.
no?
Will they get re-energized? At some point, you know,
They are getting burned, yeah. The sun's too hot out there.
It's very hot. Oh, you know what?
It's not hot enough.
Speaking of the sun getting too hot, there is this, and we were talking about streaming. Yo, Apple's got this show.
Oh, they do?
For all mankind. Like, well, you don't even have to like space or science fiction. It doesn't matter. Like, it's like an alternate history kind of thing. Like, it's set first in like the 70s and about the space race, but it's like if things went differently, essentially. Like, it's really, really cool. And then it's just what would happen if this or that. I don't want to spoil it too much, but yeah, I'm just
I
on
think
it.
it's a bit old. I don't think it's brand
It's not brand new because
Yeah,
I'm
right.
getting caught up on it right
That's
now.
what I was thinking.
And I just saw the episode where craziness happens with the sun. And if that were to happen, I mean, that would be good if you had a massive solar flare. Like, I don't know if that would probably fry some things. That would be bad. But it feels like these guys are getting fried up on a daily basis. You know, you look at the EV charts and you look at the solar charts, and I'm talking about just about everybody, and they're all going to be the same thing. And until something drastic happens, I feel like you got to think penalty box. You've got to think it's a short till it's not. The 50-period moving average has been the last couple of months has been a bit of an obvious area to short, and you're nowhere even near that. You're now starting to extend away from it when you zoom back in. Forget about things like $50 levels. If this can't get back above the previous low, like, why wouldn't we be continuing down? Like that 54 level, if the market's strong and it can't bust that today, then this is on a one-way course to some fresh lows for Solar Edge. We already talked about Shopify being an upgrade, and I like the day two SSR bounce, but you know, the market took us to a level that I'm not sure we get that long anyways.
I found, hold on a second. Affirm has made the sticky note, so that's how you know we're getting serious. All right, yeah, exactly, yeah, get ready. What am I doing? Right here, there it is right here, guys, 27% this move, expected move 12% for Roblox, past move 10%. So you are way outside the box here on Roblox. So I did not put that on the sticky note after all because I wasn't as convinced about a level. I think 27 will hold, and I think that's worth it. I'll put like a little amendment to that. But again, on a day one play heading into earnings, risky to put on shares early for a name like Roblox because, again, could just continue to tumble a little bit.
I wasn't sure
but
if it was your last day.
We'll probably talk about it. It's probably going to be on the rundown, so we're running a little bit late now. So let's go back over to the desk and get over some earnings plays and what's going on in the market.
Yeah, a lot to know this morning. Let's jump into the overall market here with Sharif.
52.12, guys. That's 2 days in a row. We closed at the exact same print on the ES June contract. You can see here there's a lot of consolidation at this level, Fabian, between May 6th to currently. We have 5,200 as that level of support to the high side, 52.25. If we hold 5,200, let's look for that 52.25.
As we mentioned, a lot to get through this morning. If you haven't done so, super easy. Go to the website, tradertv.live, the newly updated website. That pop-up will appear. You enter your email address, and then you get that every single day. We do have lots of earnings, as we said. ARM, top of the list this morning. On the forecast primarily, downside here, it did miss expectations. The gap already being worked on, however. There was this comment, as I mentioned before, from the CEO regarding the Blackwell chip from NVIDIA could accelerate ARM's adoption in data centers specifically for AI.
All right, like we mentioned at the top of the show, this was a pretty good earnings report, save and except for one feature here, which was the guide. So The way that this company makes money is they don't produce their own chips. We know that. They have licensing revenue and royalty revenues, both up decidedly year over year. Licensing revenue up 60%, royalty revenue up 37%. Analysts remain bullish on the long-term prospects due to that good licensing performance, Brendo. So we'll have to keep eyes on this. Look for a possible gap fill, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, $100 staring us in the face here, guys, for ARM currently.
Take that level. As Sharif just mentioned, here's ARM right here. Look at this. So this is what we were talking about from last night's show. Again, we had a 47% move last earnings were released. That was a smack in everybody's face, of course. And then we were only supposed to go up 14% this move. And right now, it's not 9, it's 6. So I think you might, you may want to let sleeping dogs lie with ARM here today. We could just be pretty range bound with, again, not really the biggest move in the world. I mean, it's half of the volatility that we were expecting. So I think today, if you came in thinking that ARM was going to be wild, I don't think it's going to be crazy today. But at the same time, even last night off of earnings, you didn't have a huge range at all. It came out, then it didn't, then it came out. There was some back and forth there. We had that on the after show. We weren't sure if it was out. Then it was up. Then they had the number. Then they had the guide. And then once they digested everything, we bounced around, guess what? The exact levels that we were playing around here this morning. So either someone's going to win and it's going to really break, or it's going to be one of those days where it's relatively neutral trading. So I'm going to go with the latter. I think if you can get somewhere in and around here, $100.50, 101, something like that, and you're looking for a short, I feel like that's a decent level there. We've already bounced off 100, but I'm kind of bullish today, seeing where this market's going now that we're positive. So I would rather actually play the long. But then again, because we're only down 6%, I feel like some of the bulls might have thought they won. So if the sellers want to come in and punish, this name could get hit. And I've already mentioned to you, and I haven't dug into the report. I don't think any of us really know if it was even in the report at all, but what the stake is here with SoftBank. So that's, to me, is the only really important thing.
I saw nothing about it.
Right. So SoftBank can come in here and take this name down 10% today.
Yeah.
So I'm going to wait for it unless it gets to those levels. I think it's a no-brainer. Stay away until you get somewhere, or maybe 11 o'clock. Once the market settles down, maybe.
Look, if it fails a break of 100, meaning it goes over $100, doesn't get past 101, comes back underneath that, then I like a retracement short. If it does that and then consolidates under VWAP, then I like that. So I'm looking for that play. If it's breaking out over 101, then I'm probably sitting it out, because I just feel like into strength, you don't know. SoftBank could sell into it. Like if I want to express a long chip play on a strong market today, there's always NVIDIA as opposed to ARM. Like I'd be much more inclined to go that way. So the very specific, if it breaks the 100 and then fails underneath 101, breaks the 100, doesn't get to 101, fails back underneath, I'd be looking for that short. Like if I want, as I said, if I want the long breakout for the chips, I think NVIDIA is setting up to break a little bit of a trend line. If this gets above, like this trend now sits at about 908 or something like that, the high. If we get past 910, this could really go. So yeah, I'd rather be looking long somewhere else in the chips, just not ARM.
Really? Wow. We are brought to you by Blue Chew. Guys, remember when the good old days, it's fine, don't worry, when you were always ready to go? Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in convenient, chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. Sign up today. BlueChew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in line at a pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA. Try Blue Chew free. Pay $5 shipping. Go to BlueChew.com. Promo code TraderTV. We were just talking about Airbnb and specifically the Paris Olympics coming up here. I mean, it's a storyline in itself,
Yeah.
obviously the Olympic side of things, but huge opportunity for a company like this.
No question about it, and they're already saying robust demand, Brendo, for the Paris Olympics, as there was for the eclipse in North America. Believe it or not, they had 500,000 stays that were all connected to this eclipse, or areas where there was that totality or whatever they called it at the time. So good look there. Revenue beat. It increased 18% year over year. Earnings were decent as well, $264 million in net profit that they took home. So we'll have to see how they do, but selling off on weaker than expected guidance, Brendo.
Yeah, any thoughts here, guys, for Airbnb today?
Some slight concerns. We already, we talked about what's going on with the consumer in terms of retail as well, right? So you have the fact that everyone did all their rebound, a lot of people did a lot of rebound traveling post-COVID. That's taken place. You get a little pullback from there. Then throw on top of the fact that you're starting to get some jobs weakness in the labor market. That's going to also affect travel to a degree. And when you start to see it roll over like this on Airbnb, let me just get the 200 period going there. When you start to see that roll over, yeah, I just feel like people might start selling this into that weakness. The good news, I mean, the 200 period's right here at 142. It'll be, this will be short sell restricted. I think it's almost exactly at $142. I didn't do the precise math on that, but 10% down is gonna coincide roughly with that number of 142 and the 200 period moving average. So that's the play I like for Airbnb. The market took us upside here, so a defend of that level on an SSR bounce is pretty unlikely. If it were to run pretty heavy, this is one where I would be looking for places to fade. The gap is so wide here that getting back into previous support seems incredibly unlikely. That's $153. So the 150 level is a nice round one, is going to stand out for me. I see this a little bit differently than I can see some strength in the chips on these rate cuts. You never really get rate cuts until weakness starts happening in the economy, but these guys are affected by weakness happening in the economy a little bit more than high growth tech.
All right, my number one trade today is going to be on Amazon, and when I get the sticky note out, you will find out exactly what it is. So let's go back over to the desk and go over Hood, as Hood has nice earnings that we can discuss. Finally, an earnings play that appears to be up.
Yeah, a little bit rare today to see these positive moves, but higher trading volume, specifically on the retail side, coming through for Hood, which stood out to me. So yeah, just took out the highs there, a little bit of a pullback, but working on that aftermarket high right now for Robinhood.
So this is interesting because equities trading was also higher. It wasn't just crypto trading. So they made money three ways. A lot of equity trading, crypto trading, and net interest income. A lot of people are diving in and using margin, and they're having to pay for that. So they're printing money off that. They made $157 million in net profit. Compare that to last year on the quarter when they lost $511 million. There is a bit of a headwind, though, Brendo, that SEC Wells notice about having crypto products that they consider to be securities on their platform. So more to be decided about that. We'll have to see how that works out.
Yeah, to be determined, I guess, for them. But I was just going through some of these analyst notes as well. I mean, there's a ton of them. JP Morgan, one of those. Very optimistic, if you read into this note, about the future of spot Ether ETFs going to benefit companies like Robinhood as well.
Yeah, these are the only guys that, I didn't check. We don't look at every single earnings name. There's probably somebody else that reported that actually isn't down. But out of the names that we were looking at, or the names that we're interested in trading, Robinhood's going to be the one that was already up. Growth was definitely strong here. It's in an upward trend on the daily chart. So if it's going to follow the market, I like this one for a long today. Obviously, you're not going to get $18. When I sat down, that seemed like a possibility to be dip buying off of 18 into the 18 quarter. The number hits, and you just adjust. But the principles is still the same. Resistance into support if you like an upward move. So instead of shooting into this range, I look at that 1865 zone. You're at a resistance spot on the daily. That's why you can see 1920 marked off. So I would anticipate you can have a pullback. But into that pre-market low is a previous high. So I want to be long this stock. If it can't hold on to that 18.5 area, then I like the 18 to 18 quarter right down off the 50-period moving average. So I want to be long on Robinhood, willing to do a couple of different levels on dip buys. And I'm going to feel, we learned a lot with Palantir the other day. Like if you're looking for a dip buy on a gap up, let it get to the zone that you want it. Take your shot there. If it doesn't work at that price, then allow it to make a bottom. If it's at the same one and it sets up on a nice little roundy face, then you just go at it again, but make sure you do so within that same execution plan. Like I don't want to be diddling in the middle over trading the stock. Like allow it to get to the level and then trade it at that level.
All right, my play is going to be another day 2 earnings play, and it's going to be on something that's not similar to Robinhood, but again, another name that should benefit from a bump up today with this good news about not good news about jobless claims, but good news for the market here. I think Affirm can bounce. Yesterday, huge moves down. We'll play this off another day 2 earnings play down here near 31, 31.50. Plus, I think I can break this 33 long and get back up to the upside where we had been a little bit. So some of these names, like look at all the big banks, right? Like JP Morgan, and JP Morgan's not Affirm. We've been shorting Affirm. I don't even know if I've ever gone long. I'm not sure I've ever written long on here before, but JP Morgan, look at this. Horrible quarter. Okay, that's nice. Right back to where we were before it. So thank you for all the opportunities to buy the dip, and now JP Morgan's all the way back up, right? You see similar stuff with Morgan Stanley, with all these banks continue to retrace back down. I mean, boom, there it is. That was also on the wealth management scare there. Boom to the downside, now all the way back up, right? Goldman, they're all there. You can even look at TD Bank is going through something. That's going to bounce back. Everything's going to bounce back. Look at Goldman. Boom. I mean, Goldman, come on. There was people on here before, Goldman sucks instead of Goldman Sachs. Yeah, Goldman Sachs saying, how does that suck? Right? So again, monster moves. I just feel like potentially here, I don't know, maybe some of these buy now, pay later names will continue to actually not be as bad as I thought that they were. They have lower delinquency rates than credit cards. How is that even possible, right? So I guess they are sort of having some good due diligence checks on these names. I like Affirm here. I think it can work, and I've never really said that before. So a breakthrough 33. I think we're going to go long on Affirm. I'm writing that down, or a dip buy into 31.50. So there you go. 2 ideas for one. It's a 2-for-1 type of day.
All right, let's go to Roblox. Trying to get back towards 30 bucks right now, but struggling a little bit here. A lot to know as far as the actual earnings are concerned. Subpar to say the least when it comes to the forecast and outlook as far as this note mentions, but everything in here a bit of a mess.
Yeah, exactly as you said. They're looking at $870 million to $900 million in revenue, or net bookings, as they call it, for the next quarter. The street was looking for more than that, $902.5 million. So sells off on that. They did actually they did do it a little bit better than expected when it comes to net profit. They lost about $265 million. The street was looking for about a loss of 345. But guys, this is a company that has as its biggest demographic ages 9 to 12. So, this one to me looks as if, could be a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at this as well. Like active daily users were higher. Monthly unique payers were higher. The average booking per user was higher. I mean, it was 2%, but not huge moves for all of these, but all of these green numbers here. So not all bad for Roblox today.
Yeah, like basically, if you look at the next quarter bookings, that signified that guidance signified a drop quarter over quarter, and I think that's the thing that's getting harped on. But then if you look at the full year revenue number, that was still at the top end, so that ended up still being good. So they're basically saying, hey, we're expecting a little bit of a drawback in demand, but at the same time, the full year we still think is looking rosy. So it's really not all that bad, but it doesn't matter. It's how the stock reacts to it. 27 already formed as a buyer. When we sat down, I really just thought it was going to be about 25. We get down there, we go long. On the daily chart, you have to really zoom it out there. I'll go all the way back to September of last year. So now the 25 level doesn't seem as likely. Still, we'll look at the 27 if it busts underneath VWAP. But down this much in an up market when it really wasn't, a million bad things and all doom and gloom, and close enough to 25 that I just want to be looking for longs. If VWAP can hold the open, that puts that in play. But I still want to give a chance that we can go long off the 27 level because clearly there were buyers in the pre-market. It was super thin down there and like 20, 30, 40 cent spreads at times, but the buyers were at the 27 level for sure.
Just messaging with Brian Shannon here. This guy's hilarious. Okay, so real quick on Roblox. We're running out of, well, we're not running out of too much time here now, actually. Yeah, it's funny you said between 9 and 12-year-olds. Like, I have a 9 and a 12-year-old, so that's great. Yeah, look, I know Roblox is hot with the kids. Again, a nice little dump out there. They didn't like the report, fine. I'm not here to judge where the stock is going. I'm just trying to look at some levels right now, and on earnings, it's very hard to do. Like, I don't know, it's not a huge short float, it's only 3 or 4%. We've talked about that. You know, generally names that traders are gonna wanna gamble on are gonna have higher short floats. So I think this took a lot of people by surprise and holding out for that $34, $35 level, while you didn't even get a chance to defend that. So I still feel like a lot of this crush right here is the fact that there's a lot of traders that were probably looking in and around these levels, $34, $33, to get out on a problem. Well, that problem happened and punched you right in the face. So now you're going to be looking to say, hey, is this an average in type of situation now for a lot of traders? Or are they going to just dump the shares and deal with it once it gets down in here to 24, 25? You shoot first, ask questions later. So I'm a little uncertain about what's going to happen here on Roblox. All I know is I'm buying down here. You're not going to find that many stocks that are back into where these lows are. This is also a buyout candidate. I like Roblox down here, and I think it continues to work, but it definitely hasn't worked now, going all the way back to October. So it was a fun name to trade for a minute. You know, it's been really weak. Like, you just draw a trend line right here. If we had a Brian Shannon on right now, you know, he would just be like, no, you're staying away from this basically until we start to crack something. So, you know, that's a weak name. You are going to find support down here. And if I'm a support and resistance trader, that's what I'm going to do. So it's going to have to come back into like 27, 28 bucks, and then we'll get interested on this name. But again, a big move. They were not expecting this. It was only supposed to be 12. They got double. Roblox will be traded today. I'm just going to let it settle down. VWAP isn't giving me anything right now. So we're going to have to wait to see a support level or resistance level developed, hopefully quarter to 10.
Yeah, let it open up. It's going to be huge volume at the open.
Yeah, it's going to be really crazy.
All right, one more here. AMC, downside here this morning, trying to bounce off $3. We do get, I mean, a number of analyst moves, a number of opinions, I guess, as there always are for AMC. I think it makes a little more sense if you zoom in on this one. We're struggling with $3 here this morning off their report.
Yeah, so with respect to the report, they printed revenue of $950 million. The street was looking for $871, so a nice beat there. They also lost a little bit less than the street was expecting. 78 cents per share they lost. The street wanted 79. Here's the headwind, though. So we know that there was a writers and actors strike in 2023 in the summer. That's going to actually manifest this year. So with respect to the second quarter box office, they said it will continue to be affected by the 2023 Hollywood strikes, but we continue to be ebullient, Brendo, about the upcoming film lineup in the second half of 2024.
The challenge today, use that word. I think the lack of, my mic is not working.
I can take over.
At least
Oh no, we understand it, and it's because
I know what you mean by it, but come on, son.
it was. If you guys aren't watching the market recap show, and you think we're having fun now, you have to watch the market recap show. Adara and I, that ebullient yesterday, we had it up, we talked about it. I told Chris Bretcher, I hope he has an ebullient evening. We Googled it. It was a hell of a lot of fun. Please make sure you check out the market recap show every day, which I believe today is going to be Neil on the ones and twos today. So what?
Hundy P.
Yeah, Hundy P. Okay, exactly. So we'll have an ebullient time on that show tonight. So that should be a lot of fun. I believe it should be Danielle, so that should be good.
Yeah, Danielle Shea tonight.
AMC just...
Look, I just remembered to pay for locates on this stock.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's right, AMC.
But it's not really moving is what I was going to say. I'm not... Honestly, AMC down 4%. I mean, again, you have to be confident. Like this stock, you're going to have to trade thousands and thousands of shares. Come over to the screen right here. If you want to make actual money on this stock, I feel like you're going to have to trade thousands of shares because for right now, you have a 8-cent range. Now, I would love for this name to get going today, and I guess there's a possibility of that, but it really hasn't done anything in a very, very long time. So for me, I just feel like, until I get a really, really good read on something here. I mean, maybe Neil has a better level, but I'm not. I have way bigger fish to fry in the NASDAQ than AMC. But, you know, I tried GameStop yesterday and lost on it. No sour tastes, but I feel like you're going to break through $3. I don't know. For me, I would use too many shares here, and then if I'm wrong, I'd be upset. So I'm going to pass on AMC and see what Neil has to say. Only 4 minutes left.
Yeah, like every trade, everything's about risk to reward. The fact that AMC did not go the last couple of days when GameStop was going is one factor. The fact that it's not moving up when the market's moving up is another one. And then if it breaks underneath $3, there's just room to the bottom. And look, what's happened when this has broken shelves before, maybe it breaks the shelf and doesn't do anything crazy. But the last time it had a consolidation kind of like this, it broke a shelf at $4 and within 2 days was at $3. So the potential is no question there on AMC. Like if it breaks 3 and I'm in, you know, at 97, 98 or something like that, you put up like 4 or 5 cents worth of risk. It's got 280 on the last couple of weeks as the bottom, and if it gets to a fresh low, that's like a 240 level. So it's already under pressure as far as I'm concerned. And it's like, I kind of feel like how I feel about Nikola, where, you know, you can sit in there and they can have those like small moves that you win on, but then every now and then you're going to get in one and it's just going to absolutely flush into the downside. So it didn't move up on a lot of the GameStop movement the last couple of days. So that whole sympathy, whatever you want to call it, meme stock, short float, all that stuff isn't really existent for them. And then on top of it, you're down on earnings. You know, you break under 3 at the open. I want to see it open down there under $3. It's a New York stock. It might take a minute to open, but I'm still looking short for it. And if it ends up popping, I just don't trade it unless I guess it gets to like 330 or 350. Ooh, 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, 9:27. I'm just trying to get some orders out right now. I want to check back in on Affirm. I do want to be bidding a little bit on this name. I mean, I was talking about, we didn't really get to it, but you know, there's a big level, and it is on the sticky note here today. It is going to be AMD. So I wrote down AMD here as an opportunity because this name, again, has just been beat up a lot. It's down like 40-something%. Like it was at 2, or maybe at its bottom it was, from 226 all the way down there to 140. Like $80 off of 220, you know? And now you're trying to bounce in and around $50. I have no idea where this data is. I guess that's just a larger gap than expected. But right there, 150 was sort of what I was thinking we could hold out on. So I wrote that down if we get down to AMD. So I just put a bid down there near 150. If we break it, we can get out. I like playing key levels. I see Sharif is busy, so I'm not going to throw it in right now. And then, so that's AMD all the way down there. We'll put some orders ready. You let me know when you want me to go to Sharif. Affirm, he's good. Okay, and then Affirm down in and around. The levels I wrote down was 31.50. Let's get some orders ready to go. What's up, Sharif?
Today, we're talking about buying the dip, Sean. All week, we've been talking about IPOs, SPACs, and direct listings. Today, we're going to be talking about buying the dip on those bad boys. So check that out with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
Bad boy.
There you go, buying the dip. I feel like that's at least once a day. There's something at the open or in the middle of the day. We're like, oh, that's our buy the dip level. And you always want to look for some kind of entry strategy. And a lot of times you don't have to want to buy those highs. You want to buy that dip. We mentioned NVIDIA in there already. I just wanted to go quickly back over. We like Shopify on a dip buy. Day 2 play for Shopify. If it does make a dip, it doesn't have to happen. Alex in the chat saying CLSK reported a beat as well. Yeah, CleanSpark, we were in Mara mostly yesterday, but CleanSpark looks like it is up on a beat. I haven't read the numbers or anything like that, but watch out for that crypto play. Kind of like Mara, if it can hold above 20 the same way that I did yesterday, but unfortunately that stock back underneath the $20 level. The other names that we're going to be watching, didn't mention, we already talked about Robinhood, looking for a dip buy there. Beyond Meat reported and not good. I don't think that's surprising anybody. It was something like 8 straight quarters of year-over-year decline in revenue. which, yeah, that's not good. Beyond Meat's another name down double digits here. I like it back into the 230 for a fade play. That's a stock I don't want to be thinking long. An earnings play long, I like for Robinhood on a dip buy. So we're on the bid of, I just mentioned Shopify. We're going to have Robinhood out here in front of 850 as well. As we get to Adara on the bell on this Thursday, lots of earnings, lots to get to. Market wanted to go up because of that ADP number, but we still have to navigate this open in 2 and 1. Ring it.
All right, we're going. All right, here we go. First position we'll probably get into will be Tesla. This was an idea that we had on our board for a minute. Yesterday, 176. We didn't put the offer out. We missed it. We're going to wait to see if that happens as well, as now comes Tesla to the downside. So we'll have to be patient with that one. I thought maybe we would get an upside push. All right, we are buying basically all of the dips on Amazon until we get basically blue in the face, I feel like here. Down into 188 would be a dream level. 187 would be a level that I'd be a little concerned about. So let's wait to see what happens with Amazon. I just feel like with better rates ahead, Amazon in the retail space just continues to work. And this name is pennies away, dollars away, $1 away from an all-time high. So let's try to break that through 190, and there it goes right there. Instead of talking about it, we could have just got long. There it goes right here. Nice little blast to the north side for Amazon. I'm not in anything, but that is completely fine. Shopify, Amazon, Affirm, Tesla, AMD is what I'm looking at. There goes Amazon. Done.
Robinhood is starting to come back in here. I have my bid. Just want to make sure I get my stops out. There's certain stop orders we can only put in after the market opens up, and it's a better one. That's why I want to use it. Also got into AMC as it broke 3 right at the open. I got 97s. I mean, that's not the best price on a break of 3 even. It just printed some at 91 and 92. So we'll see if it can break down in through this 280 low, I should say. So we're going to be on the bid in front of 280, and then we're going to hold on for dear life. ARM, ARM did make the move. That was fast on ARM. It did break 100, and look at the wick already. Broke 100, got to 101.5, and it's already back underneath. So now the play for me on ARM is going to be, does it consolidate under 100 bucks? Like that one to the south side. Roblox, bye-bye.
Yeah, I guess the 30 break was right on Roblox, so there it is right there, man. Good job on that one, as John Travolta's like, yep, there goes Roblox back up there to the upside. But again, we said that we were going to stay away from this name. There it is. It's already given you back 10% if you happen to do that. The other name, of course, that's on, we have Shopify, Affirm, Tesla, Amazon, AMD. We've looked at all the others. We said Shopify possibly on a run, but we'll wait. We're going to wait for 62. I'm not bidding anything until 62.25. So a dollar move down or so on Shopify is what we're looking for right there. We nailed Tesla, but unfortunately, again, it just didn't get to our level. It did come within pennies of that one more time. I mean, we're waiting for 176. It comes up to 175.60, and then down goes Tesla right now back into the downside. So we're going to wait on all of this. But for right now, it's O's for O's for me. Just trying to be patient. Tesla is not going to give it to us. Amazon, we tried to buy the dip there again off VWAP, 189.20. Didn't get that either. Here goes Amazon. It looks like our first trade will be a break of 190 long on Amazon.
Yeah, I think Robinhood's going to give the bid here. Oh, yeah, maybe. It looks like it's trending right back in. I'm on the bid. I wanted this for the first dip buy. Looking back over at ARM, that's not going to be in the pocket. You already talked about what's going on with Shopify. It's not really down where we want to grab it. Like, it's still in the 63s. I like 62.5, so pretty much nothing doing there. NVIDIA's making a curl. I wanted ARM short, not NVIDIA. But if NVIDIA starts giving it back up, I have to look at the VWAP entry for ARM. Still want it to be the 100s. It's starting to come back in here. Patience dictates. Allow it to make that little break. Fail break of 100 was the execution plan, so let's stick with that plan. Mara, if it breaks that 20, I'm going to go into the long trade there. I didn't want it anywhere other than above that $20 level on them. And, Robinhood, I'll cancel the dip buy. Robinhood just took out the top, and if that's happening, I got to buy the dip that's going to come, which will be back into the breakout price, $19.20.
All right, guys.
Bye-bye, Hood.
Here we go, man. We have one trade on, and right now it's going to be a 25-cent winner, and we're just going to wait, man. It's Amazon. We bought the dip. We said we were going to do that, so there it is right there into VWAP. I'm trying to make trading as easy, as simple, as clean as possible. Like I said, I'm buying Amazon into VWAP dips. It just dipped into VWAP, so yeah, we bought Amazon. So there it is right there, a nice little move to the upside here. Let's just, if we punch through, I'm punching through, there it is. We missed the long, but that's all good. We do have this long from before as it just fills back. Backfill right there on Amazon, all good. Let's now see as we get a little loco with it, Amazon breaking 190 and then coming right back in. That was a little bit like, I don't know, I got out some up there, 190, 25s, 190, but now we're starting to pull back in for Amazon. So let's be careful with it. Failed break there of 190, all good until that happened. We did get some on the out on the upside. Let's wait to see what happens here with Amazon, sort of hitching our wagon to this play.
Yeah, a similar thing happened to me on the dip in Robinhood back into the breakout price. So look, we like the dip lower. It's going to end up giving us the dip into the high break. You got to take the level that's there. Scalp some out 33, 35, trying to get some in front of the 40 level as well. Mara just broke, but I'll quickly go back over after. We'll get to Mara in a quick second. Had the short. The initial short goes right to 291, but came back underneath the pre-market resistance level or support level into resistance. So I'm out at 03s. I'm only short AMC if it's underneath 3 or at like 350. Don't mind getting back into it at a later point, but for now we're into Robinhood. Mara with the 20 break just hitting. Nice move yesterday to get to that level. And room to 2025. It was a double top at 2025. Going to take profit in front of 2025. And eyes on ARM as it's back at that 101.
Yeah, Amazon just like tanked. They're into 188 and change. So we got some more shares down there. And like right now I'm like, okay, maybe too many shares because here we go to the downside for Amazon. Like that broke 190. It made new all-time or 52-week and probably all-time highs there for Amazon and now pulling back in. But I mean, the market. We don't have any big things coming out right now for us. But again, this stock is definitely on one to the downside.
Oh, no, we don't have low.
But so is the market. I'm just going to take some out here, obviously as a hit, so you guys can see that. But we did get another bid down there at 189, which gave us an opportunity here to make this trade, thankfully, not as bad. So we'll get out some more right now. We were long at 189.65 was our average price. So we'll take some out here. That was a nice dump there off of that high for Amazon. So yeah, being a little cautious for sure because that was a scary move. We just whacked all the way in to 188.75 there on Amazon. So good thing we took some out. Now it's starting to pull back in again. AMZN, the only name that I'm on right now. Unfortunately, Tesla's at 173, and we missed that trade by 50 cents. But that's the part of trading is trying to get those exact prices. So be careful. Let's see what Adara has to say.
So I'm falling back a little bit here now, but CPOP, this is that pop culture group. We talked about this one a little bit earlier as well. Currently up still over 100% after reporting almost a doubling in year-over-year revenue increases there. So CPOP, nice look.
All right, 188.
That was the name that Luis called out there. Just going to make sure I actually have locates on all the names that we want to be trading here today. Sometimes you got to pay 1/8 of 1 cent for the ability to short arm. The other name that we like for a fade, there's the pop in Airbnb, 150, lower highs being put in right now with the market coming back down. There weren't any obvious levels here. I just said 150 and 153 because there were obvious levels, but nothing that was tight to it. So lower highs are going to be in play for me. If it gets back to 150, I'm short. If it puts a lower high in here, 148.5, we'll go over to it as well. Robinhood's going to give up the ghost. Looks like it's not going to be able to hold that breakout price. We got out most of it in here, but I'm still looking dip buy at that 18.5. So I'm going to reload at that price. ARM, I just paid for the locates. So it just wicked the top. That was good timing. Thankfully, it didn't actually make that move before I was able to get the locates, because if it gets back underneath, I want to have that short in ARM. AMD, sorry, check that. NVIDIA is already back to red.
Do something.
So as long as that's going to the downside, I'm going to want to be in this fade play on ARM. Should have been prepared with the locates in the pre-market, but thankfully it didn't actually make the move until I had them.
How low today? Okay, AMD didn't go low at all, really, there. Okay, I was wondering what AMD was doing because you mentioned NVIDIA, and I was like, I forgot about AMD. Affirm, we're still dealing with, AFRM. I'm still dealing on the side here with Amazon because it's just broke below 189 right now. So out of the money now, 50 cents on that one. Here goes 33. We already broke it on Affirm, but it's, again, not really doing much. I can't, like the market, all these longs today. We said we were feeling a little bullish off of that jobs report, but I mean, that can obviously be affected right now as you come right into where we were pre-jobs report. So it's not, it was just jobless claims, so it's not NFP or anything. But right into there, let's see if we can hold this level, giving it all back as we had thought, okay, maybe this is more leaning towards rate hikes, rate cuts, and right now, giving it all back. So that story is sort of gone. But there's the 33 break on AFRM that we liked, and we just didn't get that exact level. So let's try. Oh, wow, look at that big ARCA book. What the hell is that? There's a big,
Stock?
yeah, there's a big ARCA there on Affirm. So I'm going to go long at, I don't know if you guys, right there, 33.28. So as long as that's real, we have 100,000 shares there trying to help us out. Let's go long here against 33. If we break 33, we'll get out. This could just be someone holding the level because look, it's also not breaking 35. So there's some like fishy business going on here, but hey, it's a stock market. So of course there's fishy business. All right, so, oh, we got in and then back out. I think that was maybe a bad trigger for us on Amazon. Let's buy a little bit more. We weren't stopping out right here. But we did apparently. So we got to wait for at least a 188.50 break. I think we got in and out there of some. So let's wait to see what happens with Amazon. What's up, Adara?
App 11 trying to break pre-market highs here. Currently up almost 14% on an earnings beat across the board. It also is worth noting APP has a short float of about 6.6%, guys.
Yeah,
All right, here comes a
stop
couple
order
of
might have
things.
been good
Two
after
things.
all.
We'll get to one first. I think I just got wicked out on ARM, which I'll quickly show you. Might have placed the stop in the wrong spot.
Yeah, that's happening today, isn't it?
Actually, no, I had the right spot. It just wicked me out. And when I say wicked out, meaning like it broke, I was giving it past 101 by about 20 cents. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to get stopped out if it just breaks the even dollar. But it did get up to that 20. So it's right back in the pocket. It would be in the money, like, obviously it would be in the money, but it is what it is. My stop was right here at 101.20. I'll look to get back into it off the same level, give it a little bit more room the next time. Shopify, okay, this market's really falling, and now
Yeah.
Shopify's come into the dip buy.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, we
Yeah.
better watch out for that then.
All right, so Shopify's starting to come in. I don't know how far I'm chasing ARM to get back into it, but I'll slap the fail on myself. You have to pick a place to get out. I wanted this one short on a fail break. I put too tight of a stop, obviously, as you guys can see, and now it's absolutely flushing. NVIDIA's at 893.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, am I really chasing this through 100? All right. If it holds underneath $100, I might try to take the short off the $100 level. And then the obvious place that you can probably predict that I'm going to go is I know without looking that Intel would have just failed the $30 level. So we can short this one back into 30. I liked, the short I wanted was obviously Airbnb, but mostly ARM. So to be down on it's kind of frustrating. But we can get Intel maybe in front of the 30 level and try and scalp some out there on the way to the downside. I'll check back in on AMC as well with the market falling.
Yeah, the market, I mean, this is going to be, I mean, obviously our firm went right back through 30, so we wound up here, I'll show it to you. We got hit there, so again, not huge. We were only playing off that ARCA level, so we did buy some more 33s, and then it broke lower. We actually got a pretty good fill there, so all is fine on that one. We're still waiting for that Amazon 188 level. Maybe we can get that and we can put on some more shares. But for right now, yeah, man, I mean, this market is not doing what we thought. I was like, hey, man, as long as we're above 18,000, we're good. But right now, we're dropping into some levels that we had seen yesterday that we had tried to hold. So we'll wait to see if we can get to 18.1. And then that very bottom yesterday was 1807.75. So yeah, you're 50 handles away from a pretty low test from yesterday that we managed to hold and then ripped off of. So like if it comes back down there and doesn't hold, then you're going to get a lot of traders that were long yesterday that are offside again. So let's be careful with it right now. But yeah, for their Affirm down, you mentioned Shopify. I do have a bid on Shopify. That didn't hit yet. My bid is 62.25. 62.30 it goes down to. So we're going to have to wait for that one. But for right now, the market downside. And yeah, the reason why I guess Amazon just continues to do this
Holy NVIDIA.
is because the rates aren't the story. So we thought we were going to go long based on positive movement there from potential Fed movement. But again, there's no Fed speak. There's actually daily, I think, was coming.
Yeah, it's, you know what, at the end of the day, we always say don't overreact to that first move.
At 2 o'clock.
And then let's see what happens at the open. But at the same time, like the longs did set up. So I had the breakout on Robinhood. It did get to the 40 level. I reloaded it in front of the pre-market low, which was actually the original plan. got in, actually added to it at the 50 level, and it just jams out. Held some, but then it broke the lower high anyways. So we traded it at the right price levels. It's just going to end up being a loser anyways. So we were patient enough to wait for it to get to that bottom, but just being patient is only half the story. Getting back over to ARM is going to have to be a bit of a different execution plan. It's actually making higher lows, and I look over at NVIDIA, and you've got to be able to do this. NVIDIA is still flushing, so there's obvious weakness here in NVIDIA relative to ARM, which is going to lead me down a different path. When it comes to executing. Still want to be able to get Intel if we can. Shop's not holding the bid either, so I don't want to just be sitting there like averaging into it. And then if you're looking for dip buys, you just said it in the chat there, James Choi. Remember Disney? It's always the one that you don't. I'm out of Shopify. It's always the one that you're not looking at. That'll update in a quick second. Disney went right into yesterday's low. You got to pick and choose. I actually thought Shopify would be a little bit more, for the post-earnings play, would be a little bit more juice to the bounce on Shopify because it was down so much. It turns out Disney was the safe play. So shout out to anyone that chose this one. It was a good one yesterday at the open, but remember it gave up VWAP and ended up back down a little bit lower.
I'm going to wind up getting stopped. I mean, Amazon here, we took one last shot at this play, and it just keeps getting sold off. Every single bump up, I'm selling on the bumps just to try to ease the pain here. But like, see that? Like it just got through. It went all the way down to 05 or something, and then gets all the way to 20, and bang, immediately just sent right back down in. The buyers are going to have to step in on this, and right now they are not. So this is not a great experience here holding this 188.50 long now on Amazon with a full position. So, I mean, if we break lower than this, I have to get out at 188 or else. It's not going to be a good day. Well, it's already not a good day, but it's going to get a lot worse in a couple minutes here if we break. Well, not if we break, when we break, I should say at this point. Here it comes, 188. We wrote this down. We trusted our levels, and today, no. The market is like, what levels? We are selling, and we are selling pretty nicely here, especially in AMZN. So there it goes, man. Straight. This is looking exactly like the market, I should say, but it's straight downside fire. We did just to talk about something that's actually in the money for me. We do have right here Affirm. We did rebuy that off the $30 level. So Yahoo for Affirm. But we do have an opportunity to get out of some Amazon. See, as it just bounced back up, and I offered that 17 level. As soon as I pushed offer, it just went down for like 30 pennies. Right there. So, like, this is the problem. Not much liquidity on the buy side, man. Anything comes on that offer, and they run away. So, yeah, Amazon right now, yuck, weak here. But it's a firm upside, and we're in Shopify now as well.
Before we go.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I can absolutely second exactly what you just said there. If you throw an offer, it doesn't matter the size. If it's at a resistance level, the market's running away from it. Because I was right there on 1 penny away from getting filled on ARM. And the second it gets there, boom. If you put a new order in, it's like, forget about it. We're headed to the downside. I lost my one short, and I made a top wick of sorts. Now we just have to be patient to get back into some. Still like Beyond Meat, still like ARM. We're going to try to get those shorts for you. But let's go to Adara at the desk.
We have Pan American Silver. This is a Canadian-based silver and gold producing company. They did beat earnings across the board here, up about 7%. PAAS getting some attention this morning, guys.
It's just like, I almost want to change my stuff for Amazon, but it's only a couple more pennies. I do think, there it goes. I was going to say, wow. Okay. See? Like, look at that. Wow. Okay. That's horrible trade. I mean, we'll fail on that one, man. We were looking long on Amazon, and we talked about that pretty much, that was going to be a trade that we were going to lose on if that was going to happen. And the fact that we came all the way back to the 200 after making all-time highs, I mean, I'll throw my hands up on that one and be like, okay. And that's what we're doing. So Amazon, just look at the market. It's going to be a short at some point, and today looks like that's the day that it's just going to hit down back and test that 18,000. So yuck. That was a bad one there. So we talk about it. I have Amazon written on here long. I wrote down 187, 186. Okay, so we could say, why are you in it yet? But at the end of the day, that was a nice move up there. I mean, the only way I'm getting 186 or 187 is if this happens to the market. So I was fine taking the longs there and kind of violating what I put in here. But at the same time, I mean, maybe it just goes to show, you know, you got to make sure you got those levels right, because even on Tesla, I mean, we had 176 written down. I mean, this is getting clocked. We got to watch out for AMD as well if NVIDIA is making this move down. We're looking at 150. Do we still want that? I mean, what the heck is this name doing up right now? So, I mean, the market's falling in a little bit here. I'm debating testing another long because we wrote down 187, but here it comes right now, right back to the downside. Amazon looks like it wants to give it all up. So, yeah, not a good day to be catching longs. We're just basically we'll win on Affirm, it looks like, hopefully, and Shopify's still there, and a hit on Amazon. So, I still want to get back into it, but
of course, on a day like today, GameStop is going again. I'm just going to remind everybody. The 1750 breaks on GameStop. We'll say it every day until it either happens or fails. So either this thing fails $15 at some point and we can stop talking about this potential breakout, or we're eventually just going to break 17.5. It's going up, which probably, when I see that happen, you know, I look for the short on AMC. There we go. Now let's go to the 3-minute chart. We had the breakdown. If you just took the breakdown and scalped it, which that's not my plan, I told you straight up I'm holding half of that position for it to get back down to 280, not just 290. And then it stopped out, but it holds the consolidation under 305, so I'm back short on that one. I got Beyond Meat as well. ARM will definitely have to wait at this particular point. AMD is like the one day that I'm not short on it. It is what it is, like 2 days in a row. And another thing that I said this yesterday, like if you don't trade the stock that was the best for you the day before, if it sets up, you should try to have it. The only thing about AMD is it wasn't close to 155. But now that it's trend down again, I need to be in this if it's going to give me a short pop situation. So back into VWAP 153. Try to slow yourself down a little bit. I'm trying to be patient with Intel. It's either 30 or VWAP. I'm not going to chase it down here. I don't think there's any need to do that. You know, you just got to be able to like limit the losses, right? Like Shop didn't work, Mara breakout didn't work. Obviously ARM, you know, I'm going to end up having traded that poorly. Like the idea was right in terms of even the setup and everything, but I didn't get it right in terms of the execution. I had too tight of a stop there. So just going to have to be a little bit more patient with ARM. It's NVIDIA that's probably caught everybody off guard.
Oh, yeah.
If it starts to rally, that's where you're going to want to look for some of those chips to come back in. So I said I would get back into AMC to 305. I had 303. It broke 306. That's 3 cents worth of risk for it to flush again, and it looks like it doesn't want to do so just yet. Disney, we also like. We'll go back to you in a quick second. Still breaking out. So we missed this move on Disney to the bottom. We'll look for a VWAP retracement and get to Disney, which maybe we should have started with over Shopify, but hey, you got to pick which one you like better in the moment.
Okay, finally, I think the sellers are done now on Amazon. Like, this is like, I have to go back sometimes and try to read the tape again, because like, this is the problem. When you're sitting there just watching 5 different stocks, it's hard to see exactly what's going on, but it looks like Amazon might have just got a little exhausted on the downside there. Nice little bump up. I hadn't seen a move up like this in a minute, and then there it goes. So it only goes up like 30, 40 cents, comes back down about 10. Now let's see if we can get going on Amazon. It needs to now take out this 188. So we'll wait for it. We do have a better position, but that's only because we were getting hit on these dip buys. Eventually, we're going to have a good position, right? And I'll tell you when we're going to get green on this name, and that might not be unless this name really starts to rip up and I manage to not get out. There it is, another out there at the top. Affirm looks like it wants to break lower now, but we're out of 50% of this name, so 430 cents. So, I mean, we're going to try to play off of rate here, man, 32.80. So that's going to be a level for us. And if it breaks lower than that, then we're going to get out of Affirm rate there as well. So let's wait to see where we go here. But AFRM trying to get back up through 33. For me, I'm just staring right in the face of Amazon still, hoping that this can get back upside. And let's just try to move on to something else, just to talk about my Shopify trade, because we have 3 trades on right now. This name is pushing lower, but we don't have a lot of shares. We're going to wait for a 61. I'm trying to play this off of yesterday. So again, Shopify weak, we definitely understand that. Market weak for sure, but there's that level yesterday on its worst day ever. So we do want to try to buy some dips here on Shopify, but this is a name that I'm going to definitely be patient with as Affirm breaks lower and we get hit on that one. But thankfully, right now our net is starting to go back up to the upside as Amazon just hit 188 again and failed it. So we got that fail break at 188 one more time. Robinhood back to 18, okay.
Yeah, Robinhood dip buy doesn't work, but at least I'm into Disney now. Obviously, we can talk about it like till, I can be red in the face mentioning I liked some SSR like day 2 or post earnings bounce plays, and obviously Shopify presented you with a really, really wide range of outcomes, which we're going to give you bigger percentage moves than Disney by a long shot. So that's where my mind's all over the bigger potential win.
Look at Apple.
But now we're into Disney off of VWAP. It's late because you've already bounced off yesterday's low. But if you simply repeat yesterday's action, you can still go this 105 half into 106.30, which was exactly what we did yesterday. I was late to that trade, and that's the trade we made instead of the best. So sometimes you just have to trade what's in front of you. So we'll get this bounce. If it goes back up to 106, we take some out. 106.30 was resistance as well, so we want to get more out in front of that. By the way, we haven't really, shout out to, I see Brad mentioning this. We've gone 25 minutes, well, we were on at 8:30, so more than that, without even mentioning Apple. Markets at the bottom, Apple's breaking out.
Man.
Always note relative strength and weakness, and if you see it, try to get involved in it. You've broken 183, which is the afternoon resistance level. Dip buys, to me, go back to breakout prices. So if it gets back to 183 and the market's not defecating all over itself, I think Apple can be a nice little long there.
Yeah, I was just saying. Just
Which
before
it
you
might
mentioned
be
that, I was
still
like,
going
wow,
down.
Apple, because I'm trying to figure out like where the strength is coming from, because it's like, okay, we missed it, right? We missed that bottom right there.
Yeah, buy.
Yeah, Google trying this one as well. I mean, again, with the market, maybe we can get back up to the upside on a huge drop. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to play longs. We've been really short lately on everything, and it hasn't really been. Well, it's been good on the short, but today it was really good on a lot of these names, and we didn't get caught short. We got caught long. So yeah, just trying to regroup here a little bit. Affirm down. Shopify just doing nothing. So my newest tolerance for pain here is Google. So yeah, down to 168.50. If we break that, let's get out. I mean, the bottom so far for Google, we like to see this kind of a base. I like the name. If we're going to rip back up, maybe we can get some sort of relative strength in Google. But I mean, for right now, downside, let's wait to see. We've seen this before, man. Dip opportunities into the NASDAQ. We didn't break anything. We actually got into where we were yesterday. We talked about that, remember? 075, so we bounced off 18.1. We didn't get to that 075. So, you know, maybe there is going to be some buyers coming in here. I'm just going to sit on my hands for a minute. We've just built a Google position. We obviously have Amazon, and we've talked a book a little bit on Shopify. So let's just do this for now. Look for some fade plays in case we pop up. We've been talking about some of the chip names.
AMD I like is a fade play. I'm into Disney right now. The next level I had down is 61.5. I'm trying to wait for that one. And if I'm saying I'm into Disney now and we like some post-earnings dip plays, well, okay, it's underneath 21 now? Okay. I was about to say Palantir 21 because when I last checked, Palantir was holding the 21. It just broke the 21 level. So let's throw that out the window. It needs to be holding that price. I actually thought it was bouncing off of there. I like AMD for a short if we can find VWAP. However, we're at 30 on Intel, so this one came first in front of the lower high. Yesterday, it could not break about 30.10. And you had one little wick at the open, and then the rest was just a 1% move down for the rest of the day. So you had to be patient, let's be patient, regroup, and all that good stuff. But I want to get back to Palantir. If Palantir can hold that 21.
Back there? Oh.
Well, it only broke by 6 cents.
Oh.
But yeah, when I had checked this earlier, it was holding, but then there was a big hammer candle, and I got back to it 10 minutes late. So yeah, it needs to hold 21. This is now looking very, very heavy. I don't want to be fighting something off of the bottom like that. I want to see some strength come into it first. AMD's nowhere near VWAP on that last little bounce. It couldn't even get to 152, couldn't get the pre-market lows. So maybe we just have to short in the 152 range. Missed that one by a long shot, unfortunately. And by the way, ARM did that thing again where it pops up, gives you the wick, and then doesn't give you the fill back in, and I'm not trying to stand in front of it. There's a difference here between ARM. Yeah, it would have worked if I don't get that little stop out. This would have worked. I would have gotten my $1.50, $2, and then the last little bit maybe I'd still be holding on to, but this is actually making higher lows. AMD is at the bottom. NVIDIA is trying to bounce off the bottom, but still underneath VWAP. I don't need to get back into ARM just because I happened to bungle the first one before. It's clearly a little bit stronger than these other chip names. So let's be real about it. Like, these are the weak ones. I'm into Intel. I want to get AMD if I can. Closer to VWAP would be great, but right here, 152.25 looks like it's the current resistance spot. Got to have some short to pop ideas here as we get into the 10 o'clock hour.
All right. Yeah, so far so good here, man. And I'm going to say a big congratulations to my guy behind us, because leading the way today on the floor is Obi. So congratulations to Obi there leading the way. Today we don't have Big Patty Ice, so we don't have any cheering. But hey, you know, in giving people credit, Obi, as you guys have seen him on the show many, many times. Obi, congratulations for a big day over there, my guy. All right, so there it is right there. And we're trying to put a day together now as Let's Go Amazon. We're trying to like sort of pick up the pieces here. If Amazon can get back up to the upside, we're going to take something out here, 16, 17. We said the winds were changing on this name a little bit down there, and now it appears that that is the case. So I definitely saw that, but the market also going back up, so it's not like this thing's marching by a beat of its own drum. If anything, this thing has been killed. So there still is a move back. Like if the market moves back to VWAP, I mean, I don't know if we get to 189, 188.50 or not, but that's where I'm going to put my next offer, 188.50 for about 15% or so of what we have. And then we say, let's ride with Google, and hopefully that one can get back up to the upside here as well. We're only long at 86, man. I mean, this is not even moving right now. So let's go see what happens with Google as it is happening now over at the desk with Adara.
Lots of chop and churn here right now for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ slightly weaker here than the S&P, which is slightly positive on the day. NASDAQ still trying to get back to green territory right now, down about 0.1, 0.2% last time I saw. Also worth noting here, not a lot of economic data. We had those initial jobless claims earlier today, and we have Fed's daily speaking at 2 p.m. A lot of today, though, as has been the whole week and last few weeks, is going to be contingent on these reactions to earnings, which have generally been weaker. One non-earnings name to take a look at here as well. Seeing this nice pop up right now. Tesla still, though, slightly down on the day after Bloomberg reported that Tesla's doing ramping up its job cuts in China amidst some weakness in China there for China sales. We also have Airbnb. This one now ranging a little bit, but still down about 6% on lower than expected Q2 revenue guidance and revenue growth guidance for Q2 as well. And last but not least, Roblox. This one, despite positive earnings, down about 23% on lower than expected bookings for the next quarter and year, guys.
Yeah, Roblox was the wild one, obviously, on earnings. I mean, 30% down at one point. But that move up, like you just needed to be either sitting in it at the open or taking like every single even dollar break to the upside. Robinhood, the next level has come in. We always say this, like if you're going to trade at a price level or wait for specific price levels, then make sure you're executing there. You know, like Long Hood originally was a breakout that had some success, but then the dip buy, you lose it. It's right back into that $18 level, so that's the next place I wanted to look for a dip buy. Obviously, the short would have worked the entire way, but hey, we weren't looking short on Robinhood, is what it is. So we hold 17.8, we're back up through the 18 even area. The second we're in the teens, we start taking some out. So we try to ring the register there, not another 8 or 9 cents, and we'll get it. Disney's making its rebound recovery. Obviously, this was the better dip buy off of previous support levels. No question about it. Not here to tell you otherwise. Bounced off VWAP. We're going to scalp it to the top, yesterday's high. So like right in here, next level 106, and then 106.30, 106.40. That's where it was reversing before, so that's what I want to respect. Intel, that just hit my first bid. I don't need to have two in front of 90. We already got one fill down there. So we're going to get one in the mid-80s. Intel simply just yesterday's range. It quadunked, all that good stuff because they revised guidance. And then the 30 level pretty much held 30 to 29.70. So it's about a 1% range it's going to have. So if it doesn't break 30, we stair-step it down into that same 29.70 level. The NASDAQ and the market are bouncing back into the upside. So we picked up a couple of longs, hood off the bottom. We were already in Disney. Watch out for NVIDIA, which is starting to climb back into VWAP. VWAP's where I wanted AMD, so I feel like that's going to start to come into play here on advanced micro devices. Not quite, can't seem to get there just yet, When the market's going in the direction and you want to fade an up move, allow it to try to glide into that price. Definitely going to be a safer way to go about it. Palantir was another one at 21. It was essentially, I was getting into Robinhood. Robinhood was the original part of the plan. It was at 18. I had to make a choice: Robinhood 18 or Palantir 21. I went with Robinhood because it was the earnings play. And it was the one that I was that level 2 dedicated to it. But if you have the Palantir 21, regaining that level looks like it wants to head into VWAP on its own. 21.15 is where I would be getting at least some out. But that's just myself. If you're bouncing off of a low like this and the market down, I always want that move and taking profit into VWAP, just because you're usually running into some sellers at that price range. Here at 21.15, you'd have that going for you on Palantir regardless. That said, we got into Robinhood. We're going to get our first out. All right, if you're going to show me that 15 is a bit of a top, then I'm going to get something out in front of it instead of on the other direction. It's just as simple as if I'm sitting at 16 or 17, then I might as well move. If there's a seller at 15, I'll just move to 14 and take the fill. And then the next step up is going to be when we get to the 30 level on Robinhood. But remember, we had to be really patient, sitting this out, buying the dip until it made that move down through that 18 level. Appreciate you. Thanks, Sean, for the refill. No Randy today, as the market's almost back to those highs.
Finally, Amazon.
You got a couple of longs off the bottom. If you got the Palantir, I think you're looking pretty good on that one as well.
Yeah.
NVIDIA getting close to VWAP 895 as well.
Oh man, I mean there it is, man. Finally a dollar club, but I mean a dollar club way too damn late. I mean if this dollar club had come a half hour ago, we would have been laughing. But you know what? I cannot win from losing, like as an expression. Like, you know, I picked not picked the bottoms, but we went over to Google thinking, okay, you know, I like this name. It's been pretty strong. I mean, I like the chart here. I've thought Google, you know, we saw yesterday, nice move up there, held out, thought we'd come into a bottom here again. So as this market absolutely rips faces right back up to the upside there, we're stuck in a name, Shopify, that's not doing anything, Google that's going lower, and then Amazon that's already taken our lunch. So we'll take another piece out right there at 188.70 because that's VWAP, and we said if it got back up there. And remember we did that little study. I said if the market's at VWAP, shouldn't Amazon get back up there? That's not always accurate, but that was something that we wanted to put our money on right there. I just heard AMC going back up to the upside. I mean, I said I would. Remember when I said I would not trade this? I mean, it's for this exact reason. Like a $3 breakdown, that like you would have had to take that, and I think it was worth taking because we said in the pre-market.
The whole was a bad decision. Look,
no, but I don't even. Yeah, I'm not even sure what. It's not about your trades.
No, actually, no. I want to say it because
I was just gonna
the
say,
risk was 3 cents and it made 8 cents, but I got very, very greedy with it and held the bulk of the position for a bigger move. But if
that's what would have happened to me. That was what I was going to say. Was that in the pre-market we had such a small range that I would have punched $3 and hoped for a complete tank. And then it just did this. Remember I said that? I said, I'm not going to trade. I mean, look, I wish I traded AMC rather than Amazon. But I said I wasn't going to trade AMC because I thought it was going to be too choppy. And right there, now it's going back up to the upside. So it was very choppy. One move, now one move again. So I wouldn't be surprised if that retraced. But, I mean, you know.
GameStop's holding VWAP for anyone watching.
And I got to find a better name, man. I mean, I'm more upset now. I'm upset about Amazon. It's made its way back. I can live with it. Roblox, see what I mean? We said that we'd have to wait for some levels to develop, and it did. It gave us 31.50. I mean, if you're looking short here on Roblox, no better than right there, I think. See, now the market's heading down, and Google, we just punched out. So again, a hit on Google, not that much, but definitely frustrating there, as I thought that was going to go back up if the market went, and the market went and it didn't. So if anything, I think we got to be looking short now on Google. But you watch, I'm going to put the short. I don't want to get into it just because, but I'd put the short on and then it would probably rip. So, all right. So gave some back there on Google, still waiting for Shopify, lost on Affirm, and holding on to this Amazon. Tesla short, yeah, I mean, we like that Tesla short. Let's have a look at that.
It's done. I mean, Tesla, the market's really starting to give back after that strong push up. Disney could only go like 25, 30 cents off of VWAP in here. So I'm going to take another leg out because it's just not nearly as strong as I would like. AMD, I was able to get into some AMD, but you're going to see this is exactly what happened to me on ARM when I tried to get back in. I had some into VWAP. It made another push on the way back down through 150, 250. I'm like, okay, I'm going to be able to get. We'll be able to get all in here. Don't get the fill. I did get some 42s on the way up, but I'm going to take the low of the day. Oh goodness, and here comes Robinhood again to the lows because of course a weak stock is going to be at the low. Robinhood, we got off that 18 bounce. It gave one fill. I guess I took one fill in front of the teens, and that's about it. Need a higher low, otherwise there's no need to be fighting this stock. If it can't put in a higher low, I'm not adding back into that position. That's going to be the rule. I want a stock at least trending if I'm going to have to take a long because the market has been trending to the downside. So AMD, if we get the low of the day, great. No reload on Intel just yet. Palantir, I didn't take the 21 bounce. But if it can put in a higher low, that would look pretty good. 21 was that level yesterday as well. So you do have some confluence between the bounce yesterday and where it's bounced today on PLTR.
I think our best outs yesterday at that 21 was like 2140. What was that, right? Where are we at now on Palantir?
Well, it's the 19s.
Oh yeah, see, so it's not the bounce that we'd maybe hoped for there on Palantir. But yeah, so yesterday, I just wanted to show you guys yesterday's play off of 21, just to show you guys what the potential is if you're in it. There's 21, and then there it was. Yeah, so that's what we got out. So we got out on the break of the 200. Yeah, so 40, 41s. But we got a lot of it out up here. So into the 20s, into the 30s.
Bless you.
There we go. Okay. All right. So you guys mentioned, hey, have a look at Tesla. So we're in Tesla right now. And again, it's not just because it's like, hey, have a look at it. We want to make sure that we're trading names that we've looked at, that we've sort of based our decisions on in the past. We've looked at Tesla. We wrote down Tesla up here at 176. With that recent bump in the market, we were a little uncertain if that was going to hold, but it did hold. And we were waiting at 175. Oh no, that's the pre-market, right? It was just that first bump right there as the market opened, 175.65. I was like, wait a second, I was at 175.90. We're at 75s, so we had just missed that. So we'll play it against 176 now, starting a position here as here we go, now $1.30 in the money finally. Can Amazon get back to 189? Yes, yes it can. What's up, Adara?
Nice pop up here for G1 Therapeutics, GTHX, this one trading higher after some traders are circulating this M&A blog post suggesting that the company could be valued at $12 to $14 a share. Again, not confirmed, but currently trading around $5, so $12 to $14 a share valuation. Not at all a potential good look here for GTHX, guys.
I'll have to read that a little bit more closely. I saw CVR in there, which if one company's ever buying the other and they say there's a CVR, just be careful with those because usually it means that if X happens, you get an extra amount. And most people have no idea how to price that because like what are the chances it passes phase 3? Very difficult to price those things. A higher low being put in now by Robinhood at 18. So I will go for a reload with a tighter stop. 1790 will be the high. 1780 was the previous low. 1790 is the higher low. So I will reload this at the 18 level and then try to see if this can get into VWAP. I still think VWAP is a target to get most of it out. So if I get the fill in here, then we'll be good to go. Still have the offers in exactly the same spot. I see Mara going back upside. I basically plan on Mara is the same as yesterday. Like when it gets above 20, take shots. So I took a breakout trade into the previous close. That's a pretty simple trade.
Shots.
Like this breakout back into here. Now something more nuanced because it's 10 o'clock. So either like VWAP bounce would give you under 20s or a consolidation over 20. At the open, you like taking that break shot. But once you get past that, I want things like VWAP bounces, consolidation plays, not breakouts at this time of day. AMD is close to the low, but no fill just yet. The market's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. If the chips start putting in higher lows, as I'm seeing on NVIDIA, it's going to get
higher lows?
No, so this is why. Punching out of AMD, because look at NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA is consolidating with a pretty decent higher low. Of course, the second I get out, NVIDIA is going to break 890. Yeah. But the reason was you're holding right up here with some strength. And if NVIDIA starts going, I figured AMD would, so I was just taking it. If it gets down to the low, it only happens to be 70 or 80 cents. I might have wanted an extra 20 cents on momentum. Is what it is. You have to trade what's in front of you. And I just saw NVIDIA looking strong off 890 for a second, which probably means it's going to break next.
Yeah, probably.
That's how this morning's gone.
Yep, you're right about that. Okay, so Tesla's coming back in a little bit here, which is good for us, I think, anyways. So here comes a nice move down in for Tesla. We are still going to have to hold out hope that Shopify does something as it's coming back in as well. Okay, Tesla, let's go. I'm going to cancel my Shopify bid down here because we're riding with Tesla now, and we're trying to get this short. We've taken out more on Amazon up here as it's hanging around VWAP. Don't want to be too silly by, again, we've been wrong on Amazon, and we've been able to make back like maybe 20%. Hopefully a little bit more if we can get going on that one. But obviously the only win that we're going to have right now of significant nature here is Tesla, as we're now out of half. We just got a big fill down there, like a big one in the 30s. Like that was a big fill there. So happy with that for sure for Tesla. Like we were waiting for that VWAP. Like look at this, VWAP 250. Like, yes, so that's fine. We're back in the pocket now a little bit, so that was good. So, okay. All right, so turn that frown somewhat upside down and put on a happy face, because here comes Tesla trying to get lower here. That's a good play for me. I'm going to put one more bid. I still have a bunch of shares on this name, so if we can get out, we'll put another one at 174 flat, one at the quarters, one at flats, and then if we break lower, great. And if we can get, there it is. Did we get it? No, we did not. If we can get into here, I feel like that could be a good level for us to be thinking about getting out of everything. So we'll do that if it does come up to us, if it's available to us on Tesla. So that's one play there. All right, Shopify making the move down, man. Not sure where we're going to go with that. We just got a hold on the 50 period of Amazon as well. So I'm sitting at 80s. Hopefully we can get a piece out at 80 on Amazon. Yes, again, a little bit of a face slapper there. Sean, man, we should have just done exactly what we said we would do and stick with our sticky note, because we wrote down at Amazon 187. Bottom of the day for Amazon is 187.20. Like, honestly, I can't do much worse. So stick with me, and I promise I'll try to do better.
Yeah, that was the wrong decision to get out of AMD. AMD breaking the lows as we speak. I took it out in front of the low, can cancel my VWAP offer. If it gets back to VWAP, we make that call when it gets there and try and get it on the other way. Like, get it on the other end. Like, short it on the way backside. Like, let it hit VWAP and go down. That's the better way to enter. I did just reload. That's going to still keep falling. 150 on AMD is probably worth the defense. Big psychological level. Disney just held VWAP, so goes underneath. Little consolidation, not much of a flush under VWAP, then right back above. So I reloaded. It's still going to have the same take profits, not really changing my tone there. But Airbnb and 150. Oh, sometimes this will be the third time it gets to 150 bucks. So I have to have a different execution plan, because it's very, very strong into this. Higher lows as the market's making lower highs. It would have to fail a 150 break. So if it gets above 150 and then fails underneath, I think that would be a short opportunity. But I'm going to be looking for re-entries into AMD, no question about that. Havana Woody, something's making a dollar break. I've not looked at anything. The cheapest stock I traded today was AMC. If there's something making a dollar break, let me know what it is, because I have absolutely no idea anything the other one I'm watching. I want to get back into AMD. We're already in Intel. Robinhood's trying to hold on to 1790. That's the third time we're in a dip buy on Robinhood. We just hit enter again, so it actually goes to Robinhood. We just did the reload on Robinhood. We've got one scalp trade out, but if it can't hold a higher low, I'm done with fighting this one until it puts in some kind of a higher low. You want something trending to the upside. Robinhood broke out, was good for a hot minute, probably a little bit greedy and not waiting for a bounce when we traded off 1850, and then we got run over. Now we waited for it to start bouncing off the 18 level.
All right, yeah, we're going to get...
Ooh, Palantir was better.
Sharif right there. Yeah, Palantir. Yeah, I like that name.
It just bounced again, clean off 21.
We like some Palantir up in here. All right, so we'll wait, though, to see what we're going to do. Yeah, it's gorgeous outside, eh? All right, so Tesla, good out. Like, we talked about it. We were out of half of our trade at that bottom there, and it was good. So, like, we got out like 10%, 10%, then 50%. Right there. So if we can reload Tesla up here, I think that's what we'll do. But I'm going to actually wait for a higher reload. So we're going to wait for somewhere up into here, because, again, we screwed up Amazon because we were not patient enough. I can write patience as much as I want to on the sticky note, but if I don't actually follow what we write down on here, that's not very patient. So we're going to have to now wait. So Tesla upside, we're just going to do that. We lost too much money chasing Amazon. That went right into the level that we wrote down. And meanwhile, here I am. Now, this was the problem early because it broke 190 and then didn't go. This was a huge break, an all-time high break, a 52-week high break. Everything happened right there. We bought Amazon early on dips, and we're in the money $1, really, really early on this trade. But then the market and Amazon just kept on going. We broke VWAP. We got some in there and out there. So that was fine. But then when we broke that, we had too many shares. Then we broke the bottom of the day. Then we tried again, 188. Then that broke. Then we got out basically at 187. Well, that was a mistake. So it was really right there. A break of 188 is what killed us. Then we were able to buy it back. Oops. And now we're starting to get going a little bit on Amazon. So again, lack of patience, but whatever. I mean, we always talk about that, and we just got to deal with it. So there's another out for us again. So this is called patience on the other side, where now I'm letting Tesla work for me, finally, right? Instead of having patience with losers, let's just have patience with winners. So we also did have a bid down there at 147, 174 flat. We just bounced off 07. So let's wait. ARM, we just heard in our ear, new highs right there. So remember what I said about ARM, that I wasn't going to trade it, that I was expecting this kind of chop. You got to wait for it to break certain levels. It did break that 101, came back into 102, and an absolute nothing burger. So for me, I knew it would be an uneventful day for ARM, but for me, anyways, it looks like ARM, you could have, again, you could always look at a chart.
The first move was...
Yeah, I think it was the two, right? Roblox had a good first move.
Well, I had the right short. It just, like I said, I had a way too tight of a stop on it. I stopped it out for like 30, 40 cents or something like that, and then wicked out at the exact moment that it started working. And then it pulls right back in a couple of dollars. I get some out in front of VWAP and try to hold the rest, and it would have worked out. But I do believe it's 10:20, and usually that means we're going to Adara for the small cap recap, and AMD is going to get to 150, and I cover it at 150, 170.
Not a bad look at all right now for the IWM Russell 2000, currently just kind of chopping and churning around near highs of days, so not at all a bad look right now for some of these small caps. Lots of small cap runners to talk about today, some of them not on this list, including that GTHX, which got moving a little bit later, G1 Therapeutics. We also had AMC, which is technically a small cap after earnings. But we have some other names to talk about as well, a lot of which are going to be earnings plays, including Endeavor Silver. This one seeing a nice move to the upside, up about 17% after posting a Q1 sales beat. We also have the Cheesecake Factory here. CAKE, or cake is the ticker for this one, up about 10.5%, beating across the board. They also do have a short float of about 13.8%, so CAKE is on watch. Last but not least, Forward Air. This one actually trading lower on the day still, but getting a nice move to the upside, initially gapping down in a pretty significant sales beat, and a much larger, significant sales miss, and a larger than expected loss per share. They do also have a short float of about 16%, guys.
Yeah. Palantir is above VWAP. So remember 21 on Palantir? You know, a just plan of action is the way to go. Like you can't, if it's not there, you can't trade it. VWAP happens to coincide with like this little 21-13 area. So a long back into that, giving it to 10s. Cancel my stop at the low of the day because you can't have two of those stops in there. Yeah, again, you have to trade what's in front of you. I went over to Robinhood instead. It's like you always just pick the wrong one. Hood did, if you scalped it out, Hood would have been fine, but that's not the play. Like I scalped some out, was holding. You saw me holding for in VWAP, reloaded, it made another fresh low. And it's still stair-stepping down. That's still lower highs as far as I'm concerned, where at least Palantir, whoops, Palantir's in New York. Palantir is making the higher lows and holding VWAP. So we'll go dip buy hunting in something that is strong. Like look at the difference between that and Disney. Like Disney bounces off of VWAP. It's actually consolidating off VWAP here. So when the market goes up, you expect it to go up. It's only up 0.24. But like the post earnings play, still putting in another higher low. And if it gets to 106.5, I would hold some for a breakout through that 106.5, but not the entire position. I want to scalp to that level and then worry about a breakout after, if we can add to that. But Disney looking pretty solid here. You know, it's not a home run just yet, but a solid scalp trade because it's at least trending in the right direction.
Yes. You know, I'm taking this out. See, I thought I had it connected and now it's not connected again. Oh my God. So my left earpiece, I was just telling Brendan, has completely died. Like, remember I was telling you yesterday, low battery.
It's not even on.
It's been charging and it's not even opening back up. And all right, we'll deal with it after. Ramin or Fabian, just gonna have to hit up Neil, that's all for now. I'll work on that after. All right, so there goes Tesla. Nice downside move right now. This is, again, let's go. Oopsies, wrong one. Ring the register on a Dollar Club winner right there for Tesla, because there it goes, man. Good reload up there. We took it early. We took it at 174.50 just against these bottoms. Then we took it at 175. Again, stick to what you're doing, man. And if you do that, you should be because honestly, we had screwed that up, man. We had screwed that up by taking Amazon against our levels, and now look where Amazon is. Ho-hum, $1.50 in the money, but again, my bad. So we're gonna get some more out there at 93. I hope you guys held it, because if you did, it's a monster, but unfortunately, everybody manages risk different, and we talk, what's up, Brian Flores, for president? Unfortunately, unlike, I'm not sure, apparently Barack is born in the United States, so I, unfortunately, am not. So Prime Minister, I can also not be, because Parlez-vous Français is very weak. So that won't be happening for me. And then plus, I've tried to leave this place, and they just give me more responsibilities. So I don't think I'm going anywhere anytime soon. So thank you for that, Brian Flores. But yeah, I don't think I love being, in that kind of a spotlight. This is just fine for this. I could barely have enough responsibility to manage my Amazon trade, let alone 450 million people.
I had a friend, well, it was a close family friend. I remember when I was a kid, he's like, yeah, what do you think about going into politics? He had that sort of frame of mind, and he was one of those, you could definitely see it. And he said, politics are fickle. He goes, either you just want to be trying to please everybody, or you want to do a job that's simple. Where it's like you know what your goals are in every other thing, whereas in politics, you're just trying to please every single person, which you know is a completely impossible task. But if you're trading, you know exactly what your goal is. You're an engineer, you're building a bridge, you're building a bridge. So anyways,
exactly.
that was said. It doesn't really
build those damn bridges.
Well, somebody's got to build.
No, I every time I see condos and bridges being built, I have no idea how that even happens. Honestly, to get the concrete up there, and I've heard of cranes before. I understand.
So this is actually pretty cool.
It is wild.
I had lunch with one of our business teachers who's from high school. She said hi, and she remembers everybody. But her son has a construction company. They do a lot, and it's very satisfying. He can see they do cottages and boathouses. It's a little bit different, but good business to be in. But the satisfaction of, hey, nothing was there before, and now something is there that people are going to enjoy. I think that's really cool.
See, I have one of my kids, Baxter, he has an AI. He's at an incubator right now looking for funding, and if he gets that, then I'm just going to go work for him. And he's 22 years old. Here's my other guy right now. Shout out to Barron. It's entrepreneurship day at his school. All right. He won something for an AI-generated coloring book or something like that he's been doing. So shout out to my guy right there, putting up numbers at school.
They grow up so fast.
Yeah, they grow up. Oh my God, so fast. We should show you pictures back in the day, even when you had your little girl there, and Baron at that point would have been 6 or whatever.
Well, my fondest memory is always going to be. Let's just say the battle on the dance floor at my wedding.
Oh yeah, that's right. You always talk about that.
It was won by Baron. I still can't find a video.
Oh no.
You just have to trust me on this. Before anyone even hit the floor, Baron was having fun to the dinner music. We had James Bond dinner music, and when features are going on, and everyone was absolutely loving it. It's that's why we had kids at the wedding, because I know some people don't like it, but I'm not one of those. Kids are more. I think
it depends on your numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly it's what you're looking for. Kids at a wedding, I think, is a heck of a lot of fun, and I think it's great. I've just reloaded Disney. It's the only thing we're still in. It just bounced off VWAP, so this is now the 3rd time that we've gone long, essentially off of VWAP, and it's just a line. It bounces where it bounces. The first time I just sat on the bid on strength, and then the second couple of times here I've waited for it to bounce and then gone long. So VWAP's just an area. My stop is now underneath this 105.39 or 40 level. It's at 39 if you guys want. That'll be fun. Mara needs to consolidate above. I said this before, like there's a very big difference between a breakout trade that I'm gonna hit and my first out's at 25 cents, so I'm gonna get out when it's wrong, 25 cents. And either you could take a VWAP trade, which would have worked, I didn't, or you could take a consolidation above 20. So now that it's above 20, I want to see it consolidate above there, then I'll get into a long. That just hasn't happened yet. Meta for a long. Well, that was a question, sorry. Trading range just said Meta for a long. I'm not going long in Meta without looking at it. When Meta's strong, it's like, when Meta's been strong, it's been leading the market. And today, like, look at it. It's been rejecting underneath the previous close. So pre-market, it was above previous close, rejects the previous close at the open, rejects it again, rejecting it right now. I'm going to pass. Like, if there's buyers above 72.60, I'd like it a little bit better. So the only thing we're in is Disney. I guess Palantir really doesn't want to get back into VWAP to fill me, which could be a sign of strength. I might nibble at the 20 level here as we go to Adara for the crypto update.
Got some weakness in Bitcoin, well, crypto in general, but Bitcoin specifically as of late. This Bloomberg article actually saying that Bitcoin is near its largest drop since October 2023. So we're losing some of the gains we made earlier in the year amidst excitement over Bitcoin spot Bitcoin ETFs making that new all-time high above that 69,000 area. So Bitcoin now coming into a bit of a weak spot. Just an interesting note there. And here, as you can see here, we have had quite a few days of declines here for BTC. Right now, hanging out around that 61,000 level, which was also support earlier. So it'll be really interesting to see what we do at this level. It could be pretty key for BTC. Right now, though, Bitcoin and a lot of these other crypto-related names trading to the downside, though there are some strong names. Bitcoin down about 2%. Ethereum notably below the 3,000 level, down about 1.5%. Solana also down about 2.5%. But there are some names with a bit of strength here. We have BNB to the upside, almost 2%. USDC is pretty flat to positive on the day. And Cardano up almost 2% here, guys.
All right.
And by the way, apparently we fired our coach. The Leafs fired.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that was supposed to happen on Friday.
Well, sometimes-
Adios. Get the hell out of
Yeah,
here.
I mean, sometimes
Next
they
up,
give it
the
a couple of
Jays.
days.
Honestly, if you don't perform, hit the road, Jack. There's a certain point where if you have to
I
start
think the
to win.
hitting coach should go before.
Oh
the
yeah,
Jays fire the
baseball is going to be a
manager,
little different, but
because
like
it's the offense that's the problem right now.
yeah. But didn't we just get a new hitting coach? The
Look,
prob-
man.
no, but I'm saying like you try to fix a problem with a new coach, but it's still the same head coach.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying like the hitters have regressed.
The buck stops. Okay.
Like it's just like the hitters have gone a step. I'm a Blue Jays fan. Bo Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero are fantastic baseball players with a ridiculous amount of talent. When they're performing this poorly, there's something else going on there. That's all I'm saying. I couldn't fix their swings. We're here to get partially filled on Palantir and have it go higher. No, seriously, like Palantir. So I'm like, yeah, I'll nibble in here. Well, nibble is what we got. Partial filled and run away. So I got basically, trust me, I got nothing. Partial filled. VWAP's now gone on Palantir. Remember when I looked at Robinhood and Palantir and said, okay, we're going to go Robinhood off of 18 because that was the stock we planned for today a little bit more. And then Palantir regains 21, holds 21, and is at 21.30. Robinhood, at the same moment where I'm like, no, we're going to go for Robinhood here when it wicks 18. It goes 10 cents, well, 12 cents, whatever you took. You could have taken 10 or 12 cents. Reload, and it loses, and it's still trending down. When we talk about it being a stock picker's market, those are the exact same trading setup, right? It's like a wick bottom at a key level, back through the even dollar, look for the long. Same setup, two different stocks. The difference, I would say, is Palantir gave you the same trade yesterday, and it worked. So that's why maybe I could have been in Palantir earlier over Robinhood, but you know, the only thing you can do is make the next trade. That's what the market's about. You know, I can sit here, and that's why the Jays should make a move, because you can't worry about what should be happening. You just got to move on to the next. The Leafs are clearly doing that. Good for them. If we get to 21.50, we're out. Mara is still setting up. Disney's working. I actually briefly thought about dip buying Disney in my personal account. I was like, hey, I took out Disney and put some Netflix in. Like, am I really just being gifted with an opportunity to do it again? And then I decided, no, the 200-period moving average is where I want it. But Disney's working into the upside. Thankfully, we're able to get into this one, but it's just like yesterday. The exact same trade. You know, yesterday, I'm like, I missed the dip buy into support. Let's just buy the VWAP move into the high. So this morning, what happens? Miss the dip buy into support, and then we just buy the VWAP long. Great setup, and it's going to win, but we're leaving stuff on the table here today, and it's going to happen to you. But yeah, like we said, stock pickers market. All you can do is sort of learn from that lesson. And the lesson to me was, if it showed you the level yesterday and worked, then why try to do it on a different stock today? Just do it on the same one that worked on yesterday.
I mean, yeah, just to tell you guys, like behind us, it's leaning more towards the green side, but yeah, it's not been a huge day. Shout out to Obi, still leading the way there today. 4 or 5 green traders behind us. Congratulations to all of you guys. I am not green today, but you can always ask us. There it is right now, 62. So we're at 61 and a quarter for Shopify. You know, so we don't have that one, but at least we held a little piece of it all the way back up. So now let's wait to see if we can get going here on Shopify. $63, maybe an interesting spot for me. I do have an offer. I'm going to change the amount of shares. We have an offer at 50 right now because that's where VWAP is. But again, a nice push back upside for Shopify. We'll take a piece out there for a quarter. But the risk to reward on this isn't going to really matter. We don't have like a huge piece on this. We were just sort of holding this for that. So let's put a little bit of, hopefully we get it, a little bit of profit in our pocket there. If we bounce, okay, I was going to say, if we bounce off 50, then yeah, I'm just going home. All right, so right there, 187.50 now is the price that we're long on Amazon. We wrote down here 187, but of course it is my losing trade of the day. We're going to be down on Affirm, Google, and Amazon, up on Tesla, Shopify. But yeah, for right now, obviously a huge move back up for Amazon, and it is what we thought it would be, a monster, but unfortunately it took our lunch early. We just have to wait. We just have to be patient and wait, and if stocks don't set up, we have to do better avoiding those. So all good on that one. And by the way, Tesla is making a move. We just took another piece out right there at 70, and right now, out of everything, we only have 15% left. So remember when I said it would be amazing if we got back into here? Well, we have 4 outs down there, so that's why we only have the piece that we do left and waiting for a nice upside move. And we're making, honestly, off of that Amazon trade, we've made back a lot here, but we lost a lot early. So that's why we'll be red and learning lessons, obviously every single day, but you know, you're going to take big hits when you use bigger shares. So on Amazon, I took a big hit because I was getting shares and it broke the level, it broke the 200. I was really excited when we broke 190. Unfortunately, that was the hit right there. Like we were getting out, everything was fine, but it's this like legging into this long, believing in it, getting a little piece out there, and then boom, once it broke 188, it was hovering around, and then it came back in. Then we were able to get the long, and then now we're making a little bit of bank back on that. So that's good. We were down significantly. Now we're down to just whatever the word under significantly would be. So that's what we're down right now. Let's put that
I don't think there is one. It's just less.
less than signicantly right there. So we'll take another.
But I'm not a walking thesaurus. Like,
Yeah, I don't think, so we'll wait there. 189.37 for a $1 and $2 winner there on Amazon. I appreciate all of you and all of your patience. I will be running for president.
Palantir. Oh my goodness. I just saw someone said they made 1,000 on Shopify.
Oh, geez,
Yeah.
let's go.
And that's the thing. Like I love to see it. I look back. The afternoon yesterday, I said 61.50 because that was the higher low. And today, I go long off of, and it's still a good level. Like I don't mind going long. 62.5 was that close price area. But when it got to the big one, which was that support level, zoom in a little bit more, look at the move. Like they clean into VWAP. It gets to VWAP, it's going to be a little bit of trouble. Palantir is starting to.
God.
All right, Palantir. I'm going to trail this now. Palantir gets to 21.50. I said I was going to be out. We never even got a full position anyways. And Disney's starting to head back into the downside. The other thing is AMD, which I'm favoring shorts on. The market's at the high of the day. If it fails the high of the day, I'll look for the curl on AMD. AMD is the short that worked instantly. And if anything, I just didn't hold on to it. So if we fail VWAP and the market fails this high of the day, they want to be there. But the long is absolutely blasting in here. So many opportunities out there for
Down
you.
500.
Mara also making a big move. I'm looking for the consolidation or the dip buy back into support at that breakout price in front of 20 even on Mara, which is now in the S&P 600, but a little bit of a move in this and CleanSpark on earnings.
Time for what's for lunch. I'm not even going to celebrate Amazon because we nailed it. We had the exact right levels, and I just mistraded it. But I just want to say congratulations to all of you. It makes me feel real good about Amazon, some of the love for that. And then it also makes me feel real good about Shopify. So again, on here is all over. Look what we have today. It's for lunch, by the way. I'm going to get to it. 176 Tesla short. I mean, that's absolute fire. Got to trade it, though. Amazon, 187 long. Find me a better call out. AMD right now, 150 long. We were staying away from that one. I don't care where that is. I haven't really looked at it. Affirm was wrong. We had Affirm long 33 break. So let's just see AFRM just really quickly, or 3150 downside. So again, too choppy, right? I mean, we talked about what would happen to me on AMC, what would happen to me on anything that chops around. That happened for Affirm, so that's an L, 100p. And then the other one we have on here is Shopify long. So we've already discussed that. But again, let's see what. If you're going to be guessing what's for lunch, you can do this for lunch. So we'll find out what it is right now. And it's really funny because I said today, the reason why we're not able to do the recap show is I'm on the diamond today at 5:30. So we've got a busy day ahead of us once again. And it's funny because Adara was like, oh, what do you have planned for last night? I was like, oh, man, we just got to take the kids to swimming and this and that, and we should be okay. Yeah, well, then this happened, and we were sitting row 2 here for the playoff game that's completely sold out for the Toronto PWHL. They beat Minnesota 4-0, and what a fantastic time that was. And I do everything for this. So this is why we're here. This is why we use bigger shares to sit row 2. This is why we do all of that. We're here for family. And she was like, Dad, we're going to the game. And I was like, all right, let's go. So swimming canceled and game going to. And by the way, we're there on Friday night as well for game 2. So that should be an absolute blast. Shout out
Sweep.
to the Toronto PWHL team here. Lots of fun, lots of great fun happening there. This is the end of the game, so there it is right there. Good times had by all. Congratulations to that. And what a great experience it's been being part of that league. Like, my daughter has met so many players and now actually trains with PWHL players. So it means a lot. And actually, one of the best players in all of Canada, her aunt and Gia, my daughter, are basically best friends. She brought a pen for her to sign Gia's hockey card yesterday. She went to Michael's and bought one of those silver pens for Gia to sign her card. And yeah, the access we have is like, the parents know my daughter, which is absolutely insane. So we're really blessed to be having that here in Toronto. So I do hope that league continues. And
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I hope. Oh, there's only 6 teams for now, but
yeah,
the league's owned by one dude. They got to get like corporate in there. So
yeah, I mean, it's just a start, and it's fantastic. And the only Minnesota team that is going to be struggling right now is going to be them, because Toronto's going to sweep them. And Minnesota's doing the other Minnesota.
And the Vikings forever.
Well, no, I'm obviously alluding to the Timberwolves, who are doing a fantastic job.
Oh man,
it is.
They're favored to win the West.
I know, it's crazy. Look, Ant is an absolute beast. My buddy, who's a big Minnesota fan, is going nuts. But I think that's awesome. It's super cool, and it's a great league and a lot of fun. I definitely want to take my daughter. It is 10:40. And there is a little thing we're going to do right about now at the green screen, which is have Adara and Sector Watch.
I'm a Packer fan.
S&P 500 only slightly positive on the day, but you might not be able to tell given all of these green sectors. Looks really strong here for a lot of these groups. Health technology, pretty strong here across the board with the notable exception of Pfizer yesterday announcing that we're settling $10,000 lawsuits for its heartburn medication. Also announced $2.8 billion in costs as part of its multi-year cost restructuring plan. So a couple negative hits there for PFE to the downside. Other than that, strong group. Energy, minerals, health services, process industries, utilities, retail trade, consumer non-durables, producer manufacturing, all very strong. So lots of green sectors to talk about. A little bit more weakness here in technology services, either either flat or a lot of these names weaker in the day, notably Accenture. Also some weakness in some of these chip names here in electronic technology, but generally lots of upside in these markets, guys.
So after all of that, we forgot to do what's for lunch. Ty turns around to me and is like, yeah, so what was for lunch again? All right, so what's for lunch today is something you can barbecue, and it's a favorite. And the reason why I got off topic here, and I'm going to do it again, is because we were going to have this tonight. So we're on the diamond tonight. We're going to have this. I got to get home. I make them myself. You should understand that we're getting closer to playing a little bit of a guessing game here. You can make them. You can barbecue them up. That's the best way. You can throw bacon on them. You can throw mushrooms on them. And you can throw cheese on it. And if you do that, then you are having what's for lunch today. And it is a banquet burger topped with bacon, mushrooms, and cheddar cheese. I love burgers with brioche burger buns. So we'll see if that happens here today with a side of herbed French fries. So if you are excited about burgers and French fries and more of a proper lunch, then today, yes, is your day. Grab fresh banquet burgers from the cafeteria in your back left.
Those are gonna go so fast. If you look, I'm telling you, man, the burgers, like that. There's no leftovers. That salad is better be pretty good today because there's a 0% chance. Or at least on this side, on the trading floor side, we're going to be able to get a burger. Maybe on the other end. But the banquet burger is where it's at. The fact you throw bacon on pretty much anything and I'll be good to go. But we'll see what happens. At the end of the day, back to trading for a quick little second. AMD. Oh, I just get wicked out. I'm going to get right back in on AMD. So AMD got to VWAP. I let it get to VWAP. Faded back underneath and then put my stop on the local high. It wicked me out, but if I'm gonna go back to the well on something, it should be the thing that's worked the best, which, I mean, AMD was my best stock yesterday. It was my best stock 2 days ago, which obviously I could just say Tuesday. So if it's gonna fade VWAP, I wanna give it a second shot. So I'm short at VWAP, I'll give it to the local high in here. I am in Beyond Meat off of VWAP as well. Seems like a bit of a theme. So I was at VWAP, it took out a higher low, then fell right back underneath. So we're into it, back underneath VWAP on Beyond Meat. There's a lot of room underneath 7 on this stock. So if it breaks 7, I think it could get a little bit nasty to said downside. But AMD is a more new position. Disney, we did get that profit take, and it's right back. Like, it got into 106. I'm like, okay, now we're holding for Disney to break the highs. And it's right back to VWAP. So it gets more of an inside trade, just like it was yesterday. But this is the time of day that Disney gave up VWAP. So it really has to bounce and consolidate because the trade was done yesterday after a couple of bounces. So I'm going to be very patient with any kind of reload on Disney.
So I just wish around 9:40 or so, I would have just had some sort of an emergency where I've had to leave my trades and attend something because honestly, like that first little move down there, and it wasn't even that little, you know, caught me completely off guard. Now Amazon's right back into 190, right where we had thought. We had really liked this play. Again, look at Amazon. We were going long on it. It's up 1%. The market is down or flat right now. If you're trading with me, it's ho-hum. This is what we have on. $4, almost $3 here on Amazon. And when we break 190, this will break that top again. So Amazon, we're in the money, 250. That's legit. And then Tesla, we're in the money, $1.50, as that comes all the way back down to the bottom again too. So if you're holding whatever I'm holding, then you're good to go right now. Shopify, we did take a piece out there for 25 cents. And I don't know, we're gonna just try to let this one lie and see what we can do with it now. That is Shopify. Google was an L for us, and I mean, I guess that's fine. It hasn't really moved. Bad mistake by looking at it, I guess. We were dead right about Amazon, and that's just making me feel good, regardless of being down today on the day, and we've talked about that. You know, we nailed it. We nailed it with Amazon, just did not nail the execution, and that's always going to be something that I'm going to have to work on, as we always talk about here on the show. So patience is a virtue that is sometimes hard to possess when you're sitting in these chairs, but we'll do better on that. There goes Shopify back up to the upside right now, finally starting to go. Let's see if it can bounce off there. We may reload that 50-period moving average. Amazon trying to break 190, debating going long on a 190 break again, but it burned us so much the first time. Man, that stove seems warm. I'm not sure if we should be touching it again. So let's wait to see here with Amazon all the way back up, but great job for anybody that sort of believed in that trade and did not have the outs that I did. So there it goes. Feel good about giving it to you. Up to 190. It's Amazon. Sticky note wins again.
Yeah, and again, the thing about it is, you know, you can make that call. That's part of it, and it's the first part of it. Like, you have to have an idea of a stock to trade and a price to trade it at, right? So you never want to get too down on, oh no, but I didn't make money on the trade. But that just gives you something to work on, because you have to start with an idea. As said, I was late to the party on Palantir. I liked the 21 higher low. I traded the Robinhood anyways. It didn't give you another entry until 21.25. So that's where I got in. I got out in front of the 21.40 because it made a bit of a curl. Thought maybe we could dip back into VWAP. That hasn't really happened yet. Still looking relatively strong. This could be, if the market takes out highs, Palantir, I think, has a chance to go green. There's a bit of a brick wall at 21.60, so I think there would be some dip buys before we get to that price. Mars, exactly where we're in it, flat, and Disney is now trying to bounce off VWAP. So a little different from yesterday. Yesterday, it failed VWAP at this time. It's bouncing off it again and bouncing off it in a nice way. Don't know if I'll be able to reload it at the 60s, where we got it last time, just underneath the 60 level, but that's where I'm going to try to get back into Disney. Nice upward trend on this stock. Just have to move on to the next trade. You missed the dip buy, go into grabbing it off of VWAP, and that's the only thing you can do at that point. I see Starbucks is moving. A lot of people are mentioning that. I just wanted to point out, we got AMD again into the local high, and I'm watching NVIDIA pretty close because for whatever reason, AMD's trying to take out 152.5 while NVIDIA is still putting in some lower highs. So, yesterday, I would wager that AMD was a little bit weaker, but that's what I was short yesterday that worked. But right now, it looks like NVIDIA, the weaker of the two. Let's get to the desk. We've got Money Talks with Adair.
Pretty steep move to the downside right now for the DXY. As of where we currently are, this candle taking out all of the positive moves we made yesterday. We had this wick above into that 105.80s area. Weren't able to fill that. Now into that 105.30s. We did get some continuing jobless claims and initial jobless claims that could contribute to this. These initial jobless claims coming in higher than expected, so some labor market weakness. We know this is what the Feds were looking for. Both Kashkari and Collins mentioned earlier this week that they want to see some improvement in the labor market. So nice look there for sure, but not a great look for the DXY. We also had continuing jobless claims coming in slightly lower than expected, but this initial jobless claims number, a nice look here for the markets. We also do have Fed's Daily coming up at 2 p.m., so stay tuned for that. Tomorrow, some more Fed speakers. Bowman, Goolsbee, and Barr will also get Michigan consumer sentiment and inflation expectations tomorrow, so lots to keep an eye on here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you always you got to pay attention when you have those Fed speakers going on, but we've already gotten some pretty decent data that's telling you we could be getting some cuts, right? The labor numbers speak for themselves, and they said what was up if you saw weakness in the job market. So keep an eye on that. We said we would check the Fed funds rate tool. I think we'll definitely have to do that this afternoon, and thankfully we'll actually have Frank Caberna to talk about that. So a couple of things, only 8 minutes here to go. I showed you guys underneath VWAP was NVIDIA, and we reloaded AMD. So AMD first short good, second short not. So we took 2 shots at it there. So I'll now be red because we didn't hold the first one long enough, got psyched out. And then the second time we took a couple of shots at it. Thankfully, we'll keep it in the pocket with AMD. But NVIDIA is the one holding under VWAP, not AMD today. So it looks like that's going to be the weaker name. Mars still at that 20 level, 2016 actually, so it's not really testing 20 even at all. And when would I go long AMD? It's not really the one I was actually planning on going into the long. My setup was either we're shorting it off of 155 or I'm shorting it breaking down off of that support level. So if it starts holding above this 153, then I'd like some more strength, maybe into the 155. But it's still doing a battle. If I think it's trend down, it's still doing a battle at the same key price level. So that's not an area where I'd think about flipping into a long for myself. But it's different for everybody. The stock to me has been a short 2 days in a row and has worked, and it hasn't really broken too far away from that I would suddenly change my mind. I still see lower highs. I even see the lower lows. I don't think that trend's broken yet.
That's so hilarious about AMD too, because we were bidding 150.50, and that didn't come in. All right, here goes Shopify right back to the upside again. We've been having ourselves, honestly, an afternoon, and after 9:40 kind of a day today, man. Yeah, Amazon is having problems at 190, kind of like we thought would happen. We got going early there and punched it, and our best outs are like in the 20s. I think we even have some 30s out here as well. We got so many fills. They're all lined up. Hold on, let me show you. Right there, the last time we broke, well, you can't even see them all. There's a bunch of, you can sort of see that how it's distorted there. There's a bunch of fills up there, but at the same time, we'd already lost on this long. So Amazon, nice recovery, sort of as we had talked about it. We definitely like that long. I even mentioned breaking 190 there today. So the fact that this is almost $3 in the money, I mean, sure, it's surprising, or else I would have held it all, but it was that 188 break right there that we had trusted despite what we wrote down. All right, let's go over some more stuff here. NVIDIA, what's up is up is up, and the market right now is right back to where it was.
It's breaking high.
Yeah, now breaking where it was on that number. So again, huge move up, not huge, but there's the move up on the number, and then there's the move down once the market opened back up, and now we've started to make, higher lows, as you can see. As we continue to go through. Yeah, exactly. So there was ARM trying to go green. We had talked a little bit about that. Another play there now that's trying to go again is Shopify. We can check out ARM real quick. We knew we weren't going to be in this name today, but yeah, good little break, and we did talk about the break. I don't know why I can't zoom in or out on this anymore, but we were talking about
magnifying glass.
Yeah, you know what?
Not that one. That one.
This.
No, yeah, the next to it.
This one.
That one.
That returns it
Now
to
you
normal?
can. Yeah, it's.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's a good tip. All right, so, now I got to put this back on. 106, so there it goes, man, straight up. The only play that I've been able to see on earnings is VWAP dip buys and stuff like that. So, again, today that would have worked. So if you decided that ARM was a long, you had an opportunity at 10 o'clock. Right there on a $100 break. So that's giving you $5 or $6 move to the upside. And then we only have a couple more minutes left, so let's go over some big movers right there. NVIDIA, 892 back to VWAP. So if you're thinking short, this is not a horrible spot either for that, but then you're standing in front of a freight train. So watch out for NVIDIA moving around here. Yeah, good day, man. Now oh my God, we are now $2 now in the money on Tesla. Tesla's cranking to the downside right now. There it is. Here we go. This is your trade of the day. Tesla in the money, $2 and clean. 2 ends, that's it. Clean trade Tesla. For me, it's the trade of the day. We have a full position. We got the shares we wanted. It was as it was written. To me right here, trade of the day, Tesla, so the top 2 names we have on here, Tesla and Amazon, both now $3 in the money off these levels. So far so good. We just got to do better. And I just join us at 2 o'clock and we'll try to do better.
As always, we're never going anywhere. Win, lose, draw, that's the name of the game. Yeah, you got to be able to get back on the horse. I am right back into the trade we had earlier on AMD. It's now the high from the first short, but there was a question about, do I want to try Robinhood at this level? My answer is no. I liked Robinhood. Dip buys were at this level. Come to the quickly here for the chart. We only have like 3 minutes to go. Dip buys off pre-market top. That was the first place I wanted along. The other one was at 18, and that was it. Like that's where I liked it for some dips. So it doesn't work. It set up the breakout trade like post facto. I took it. That actually ends up being the only thing that was any success on Robinhood was the initial breakout trade. But I had no intentions on trading it down when it goes red. If you're a green name on earnings, then I want to defend it staying green, not necessarily going from green to red. I think that's a pretty bearish move for Robinhood as a reaction to the earnings. Unless it's back above 18, I think you got to stick a fork in it. PLTR, Palantir, I might get in on VWAP, but I think that's a big mic the way the stock is trading. It's holding at 2140. But the way this market's going, it might just have to be a long off this consolidation because this is it's tearing back into the upside. Like you have consolidations, then it just rips up again. So waiting for VWAP might be waiting too long on Palantir. So it's a bit of an adjustment. I was going to wait for VWAP after getting out, but as you're seeing,
yeah,
I think you got to get into it now, into the high of the day, give it a tighter stop, and then if it gets to VWAP, just make 2 trades instead of 1. And then the last one, Disney gave it up eventually. So we had Disney multiple times, 1, 2, 3, 4 times we had Disney. The 4th time, it breaks VWAP just like yesterday. it turned into a trend to the downside on Disney, so I'm not going to get back into this unless it gets back above VWAP. Still like it for a post-earnings move and a hold of higher lows, but it did this same pattern in yesterday's trade and wasn't a great long after that. So I will not go back in unless VWAPs were claimed. And as I mentioned, AMD, this will be right back at took it at VWAP, now I'm taking it off of the actual resistance level, which was afternoon support, early resistance. It happened to be VWAP here. I'm back into it off of that high. Always willing to make a secondary trade. If it breaks your level, it doesn't mean if you like two levels that are adjacent to each other in the same direction, I don't think you have to hold from one to the other. I think you can always just make two separate trades. That's the way I like to do it. Separate the ideas the best you can. The only other thing I was going
We're
to...
$1 in the money.
Yeah, go ahead. The only other thing is I'm in Mara looking for it to break the high of the day. First out's in front of that high, which I just took.
Look, I don't know if you're following me or not, but right now we just shorted NVIDIA right there. It just broke through 890 and stopped, but it did go down into 889.50, putting us $1.20 or so in the money on that break right there. See, 889.20 maybe? Maybe 50 was on the offer, but be careful. We're playing this off of VWAP, a break of like 893, and we're gone on NVIDIA. So just wanted to leave you with that one. Sharif is asking me for ARM shorts, so let's find out how much they cost. And without any further ado,
1/8 of 1 cent.
1/8 of 1 cent.
Actually, no, wait a minute. It might have been different today.
Well, I'm going to get it for him anyways right now. So I am processing the short for ARM. There goes NVIDIA upside. So we're still in it. We're still in it, but I just want to show you what ARM is doing. It is starting to go upside. Sharif, yes, it is very, very cheap. So for 1,000 shares, it's $1. So we will hit accept. I'm not even going to ask him, and I will push submit. So there you go, Sharif. You now have the ability to short ARM for very, very cheap. So there it goes. All right, good day so far. You know, the market's been moving. So watch out for your key levels as Amazon's back to 190 one more time. All right, Amazon's at VWAP. We're short. Let's get it over to the main show here on your midday. It's Sharif and Adara. Learn to trade. See you guys.
You guys.
Yes, yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That in the navy blue is your girl, Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we already have Market Sniper in the chat. Welcome, Market Sniper. Easy Trader. We got Charon, Tej, Mateus, Lane, Luke Parent. People coming in a little bit quicker today. I like that. Trader Revolution, J-Lo. What's up? Oscar Plays, Odyssey Flight, Stupid Bitcoin, Mr. Long Shorts. We also have Malcolm Aldridge, one of the OGs, Michael Lloyd. What's up, big Michael Lloyd? We got the Pawns, we got the Fawns, Anthony Kerr, Day Trader Cut, and he's chasing those bands. What's up to Chase Bands? Asta, Caleb, Bonita Applebottom. I like that. Okay.
That's a reference to, oh my gosh, the Tribe Called Quest. You got to put me on.
Oh, wow. I love how you knew what Tribe Called Quest and I didn't. So shout out to
a Tribe
Adara.
Called Quest.
I love Tribe Called Quest. You
them.
just don't know that song. What is up, everybody in the chat? Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. We're looking at these here markets. A lot of action to the high side and the downside. Some good futures moves there.
Well, sounds like you're going to be breaking some arms in a bit there as well with your arm shorts.
Okay, okay.
Like some arms could get broken. I'm involved in a chip short right now. I have feelings about it. And I want to explain the life choices that led me here because I'm going to be honest, I don't know how. I'm going to make this face. So I wanted, okay, we're getting out of this. There we go. We already know how I felt about that because I'm already getting out. But basically the plan for this was I want to see what we did at 40s. We got into 40s. And bye-bye, Soxel. Please let me Sox leave. I wanted to get long this initially. Okay, first I like this short. We have to go back a couple steps. Okay, Soxel, come on, ma'am. First I liked this. Initially, I liked the short here. I wanted this rejection. We were rejecting a couple times. Tried to get short, didn't work. Then I tried to get long off this little base here that we had. That didn't work as well. Then I noticed we get into 40, 30s, and we slow down a little bit. I said, Adara, this could be risky. This could be maybe a bit vengeful of you. Could be a bit of a revenge trade. But I wanted to try it. I tried it. It didn't work. I'm going to make this face because I shouldn't have done it in the first place, right? Like this was. I don't want to say mistake of epic proportions, but it wasn't a great choice of good proportions. It was a bad choice of some proportions. But you know what? I was just telling Sharif, I made a whole list of tickers I want to look at today. So I'm going to be looking through those, finding opportunities that do not make me have my eyebrows raised and go, So yeah, there we go.
Love it.
How are you doing? I know you're looking at ARM.
I am. So I'll just cover a couple of my trades that I had first. So we got a future trade on, and we also had an Apple trade on. So here's the future trade. This came in to a previous level of resistance. So on the actual NQ, that was around 18,210. And then so got short there, and we took a nice 20 penny winner on the TQQQs. But as you can see, it's making higher highs. So happy I covered that. Apple, this is the trade on the dead one, Apple. It was a VWAP retracement, and we just took the bounce off VWAP for a nice, what was that, another 20 penny winner, not too bad there. But alas, it is doing the sideways dance right now at the volume weighted average price, not the trade that I wanted. Now, let's talk about the trade that the Katina man hooked me up with, which is ARM. This monster reported last night, and it was not well received by the markets, or at least analysts. I happen to think the report was decent, save and except for the guide. Make a long story short, now it is at a critical level. What is this level, you ask? Well, it is yesterday's closing price. So let's put that horizontal white line right here. So this exact area, $106.05 is where we closed out yesterday. You're not going to see me put a resting order at $106.05, nor am I going to, just jump into it at the first sign of selling. This thing is a monster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green candles on the 5-minute chart in a row. It is at a critical level, so I'm aware of that. However, you're not going to see me just jump in front of strength like that. I need to see some complacency, some selling coming in. I was just talking to an individual by the name of George in the chat. Wisely, he told me, don't short ARM yet. It's a little too strong, and I happen to agree fully. So I had my alert out at the retracement into the yesterday's closing price. It did trigger, but the alert was not just to get in, it was to be made aware that it did reach that level, and then come what may, we'll see. Does it continue to pop up? I mean, we also have a consolidation top from yesterday off which we can get short. Have a look. So this is the best we could do yesterday, was $109.50. The wicks take you into almost 110, but both of these closing prints on the candle at 10:30 and the candle at 11, I'm looking at the half an hour chart here, this comes into 109.50. So if 106, or this general 106 area doesn't hold, I'll still be looking short on ARM into yesterday's high. In addition to that being yesterday's high, this 109.50, look at the previous days. That same level features yet again, that 109 and change almost into 110. So that's a that's a resistance level, irrespective of earnings, irrespective of the close. It is a price action top. I will be interested in ARM at those levels if this 106 doesn't hold up and we continue pamping. You get.
There's the casualness with which you said that.
Right? That's the move, right? Like if you're going to telegraph it, then it's not going to be as fun. Anyway, keeping an eye on 106, a topping tail candle coming in right now at the half an hour. So we're going to see how this one closes. I'm not going to wait for the half an hour candle to close, but I am keeping all the eyes, and I only have 2 of them, on ARM to see, I know, right? To see exactly what we get here, and then we could be persuaded to get in short. I expect some bamboozlement though. Initially to get short and then watch it pop right back up. I mean, I do kind of expect that a little bit. We'll see what we get here. Future at day's highs as we speak. The first couple of red candles here are showing up on ARM, but as you can see, I mean, the dip buys below 106 just got bought up immediately, and 106.20 we go. So you don't have to be first to the party. You can get in and continue to watch the price develop until you see what you like. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, I'll just send it to you for a second while I get the ad.
Yes. So I decided I'd like to order a short at Starbucks. Was this a mistake? I don't know. And I think probably yes. And I want to clarify because I think, it's kind of now we've had 2 questionable shorts in a row. It might be like a Dara give up the ghost girl. However, I want to explain why I did this because I did have a reason. And I still don't actively regret it yet. Am I a little bit wary of my life choice? Oh, sure. But do I actively regret it? No. Because look at these failed wicks into the top. Now you see a move at the top high of day like this, and it's like a Dara, why would you short the high of day? Well, you could think of it as we push even higher, or you could think of it as we don't want to go higher. this is a short opportunity. I think minimum we get into 75s or just above 75 is, I think that's an option. And I do like this chop and trade. I think we play it as a range potentially. And I say we, I mean me. But yeah, honestly, I know. And I want to shout out DJK because he said something in the chat that I really agree with. If you don't feel comfortable in the trade, just get out. I agree with that, but I think sometimes it's like right now I am comfortable with this. I also just want to analyze my thought process, like how did we get here? Do you know what I mean? It's like those movies that start at like the end and it's like the flashback to the beginning, like why were we here? I want to like explain how I got here, and how I got here was that I did like that failure to break the top. Could this move against me? Almost definitely. But am I happy I took it for reasons that I like and that I understand, even if the trend is a little bit against me and I am a little bit against myself here? Yeah, I mean, we have it. We're gonna risk into like that 24s area, so right below high of day. I'm fine right now. I want to see that 75. I want all the coffee. And right now, I want to hear this ad read.
All right, we are brought to you by Blue Chew. Guys, do you remember the good old days when you were always ready to go? Well, those days do not have to be over. Blue Chew, guys, is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as those Viagras, those Cialis, and even the Levitras, but in a convenient chewable tablet at a fraction of the cost. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the good old USA and shipped directly to you, and we've got a special deal for you. Try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code TRADERTV at the checkout. Just pay that $5 for shipping. Visit BlueChew.com, promo code, you know it, TRADERTV, and get that special deal. All right, I tried to get short on the ARM as it did break down nicely there below 106, but the shorts were not forthcoming. So now I've secured the shorts thanks to the Katina Man, and now we are headed down off that 106 general area that we called. This level is yesterday's closing price. It's fighting with 105 right now. It did make its way up into the mid 106s, almost into 107s as I see it. They're 106.90, and then down we went into 105. Do we catch our breath at these levels? Do we catch a breather here? Are we going to V-shape Christmas tree retracement, as the Randy calls it, down at least, I don't know, VWAPs at 102? So, I mean, I'm trying to look for areas of support and resistance below the current area we're trading at right now. And what I see is there are some implied balance highs there almost into 102.50. So I'm not even saying this is a short from here on in. As we find a little bit of support at 105, I'm going to pack my patience here and see if 105 gives way or whether we bounce off 105 to curl back and to test HOD at 106.90. So lots of things to keep an eye on here with respect to ARM. It has been very volatile, and that's what we want as intraday day traders. We're looking for that intraday volatility, otherwise we make no money. So I'm keeping my eye on ARM. I'll try to keep my eye on it while I'm doing the lesson du jour, because that is what's coming up right now, guys. We're talking about buying that dip. All week, we've been talking about IPOs, SPACs, and direct listings, new listings, as Adair and I call them. And today, we're going to talk specifically about buying the dip on that IPO, new listing move. So you see a hot IPO or a SPAC, moon after the opening, then take a nosedive. Your pulse quickens. Is this the intraday dip you've been waiting for? The Katina Man says, yes, it is. This lesson explores the fast-paced world of intraday buying the dip with IPOs, SPACs, and direct listings. So as we always do, we want to explain why we're talking about this trade. Why would you want to buy the dip? What's inherently positive about this? So exploiting volatility, right? When you have that new IPO, new listings are essentially volatile playgrounds. Dips can also be fleeting overreactions, offering quick entry and exit opportunities. That's why they're interesting to us, right? They dip and then they pop back up. But there are also aspects of momentum here that need to be identified. A strong opening can be followed by profit taking, right? Creating temporary dips before the price eventually regains that momentum and moves to the upside or the downside. We go both ways here in trading. Right? So example of dip buying, here's a nice little dip buy idea. So there is the dip number one. So you knew that it held up at support there. It clears all the way up. What is this? This is the SPX. Wow, look at the SPX's levels. You can tell this was a while ago, eh?
Yeah.
And then it comes right back down, Adara, right into that key area of support. So that's a beakwood. That's not a beakwood error. That's getting involved in it right there. And likewise with dip number 3, with this 3193 area having been an area of support on the SPX, I guess, a while back. So is it a dip or a disaster here, guys? So before diving in, differentiate between buying opportunities and a sinking ship, because they're not one and the same, but they could look like one and the same. So keep your eye on the short-term catalyst. Did a news headline trigger the dip? Was there something that came in after the IPO or the SPAC or the direct listing got released that pushed the price down? Is it likely to be a short-term blip if that's the case, or a sign of deeper issues? So you got to be looking at the trading screen and also at your news blotter. And also, obviously, have your technical indicators up there. Are moving averages suggesting a potential trend reversal or simply a healthy pullback within an uptrend? So for one thing, you can ask yourselves, are the short-term moving averages like the 10 and the 20, are they pointing down or are they pointing up? Did you get a death cross from one of them below the other? So that's what you're looking for there. You're looking for the technicals to show you whether or not this is a short-term blip or a prolonged retracement. And you also got to have your eye on the book and the tape. Is there a surge in sell orders pushing the price down, or is it a balanced flow? So especially, I want to make this point here with IPOs. When you don't have that many established levels of price action on the chart, the book becomes really important, because that's where you see the key areas of support and resistance that may not have manifested yet in the price action and on the chart. So keep that in mind. And here, this is another great example of a dip buy fakeouts. So you buy the dip thinking this is a key area of support. No, it was not, because it continued to print lower lows and lower highs. Look for the technicals, keep your eye on the book, and keep your eye on your news blotter to make sure that you're apprised of the latest data. So the dip, we're going to talk about the step-by-step entry and exit to buying the dip on these IPOs. So number one, your pre-market prep. Can't be more important than that. Obe comes in super early. Josh comes in super early. They're here to do technicals. They're here to look at the charts. Where are those key areas of support and resistance? So identify the potential IPOs or SPACs or DLs with high pre-market interest. There has to be high interest there in the pre-market for it to be chartable. And Adara makes the watch list every day, and the things that make the watch list are the things that are doing volume in the morning. So volume, key important aspect to keep your eye on the pre-market. Research the company and have a watch list ready with the SPACs, the IPOs, or the DLs that you want to trade on that day. And then watch it and spot the dip, right? Monitor the opening price action. Look for sharp decline with increasing selling volume, but not a complete meltdown. So you're gonna say, well, how do I know that it's not a meltdown? Well, if there's a price action support level that it breaks down below that it hasn't done before, that could be a key warning. Your indicators could be, your technical indicators could be another warning, like the short-term moving averages pointing down or getting some sort of death cross from the 10 down into the 20. Look for whatever signs, help you discern what the stock is doing. You're going to have to play with them if you're obviously not familiar with them. And your support and resistance, super important as well. If the price dips near a previously established support level, like a historical buying zone, it might be a good entry point. So keep your eye out on support and resistance if they have already been established. Otherwise, going to be a tough move there. And confirmation signals. Look for technical indicators like the bullish RSI price divergence. So does the price keep falling, but RSI starts to rise? That could signal a potential reversal. So let me show you exactly what I'm talking about here. So here is a chart with the price of ARM. So as we peaked on ARM, we went down in price, but so did the RSI. Now, sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes you make higher highs on the price, but lower highs on the RSI. And conversely, you make lower highs on the price and higher highs on RSI. So you're looking for price action, RSI divergence to keep an eye out on whether the selling on that dip has come to an end or not, right? And your quick entry and your exits. Intraday dips are good for quick scalps, right? Have a clear profit target like 2 or 3% for your beak wetters and a clear stop loss like 1 or 2% below your entry. And here are a couple of bonus tips. Size does matter when it comes to IPOs, okay? Keep your position size small for intraday dips. You might make multiple trades throughout the day, but you want to be around to be able to continue trading. And if you get blown out or shut down like you would be on the floor here, you can't continue to trade. So make sure your position sizing is sound here. And news flow is king, baby. Stay glued to real-time news to understand what might be driving the price action on the IPO, the SPAC, or the DL. Keep your eye on that. And discipline here is your edge. You always hear traders talk about edge. Discipline during IPO trades can be your edge. Stick to your trading plan, stick to your profit targets, stick to your stops so you don't get blown out, so you can come tomorrow and trade. And remember, guys, intraday buying the dip is high risk. Trading IPOs, SPACs, newer SPACs, and newer DLs anyway is generally high risk. Volatility can be your friend or foe. Always prioritize risk management and have a clear trading plan before entering these type of trades. And as I say that, Adara, I see that ARM has continued to move down, and I'm a little disappointed about not being able to participate on that. So.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
If it makes you feel any better, I just had some very questionable life choices being made. No, I'm joking. We're all good. So, decisions were made. Were they great? I want to talk about this. So I go down to Starbucks because I didn't feel comfortable in the trade anymore, and I stand by that. I stand by me trusting myself. Am I disappointed it ran without me? To the downside, oh, sure I am. But you got to brush that off your shoulders. Then we tried to do another caffeine name in Celsius. So initially, like the short in Celsius, right? Get out. I say we'll get out. We'll try the long if it breaks above 80s or 70s and bounces. It did. I got involved. And then now the long didn't work. Now it's a short. So now you might be like, Adara, why the heck would you get into short again? Well, I'll tell you. I initially liked the short idea. That was the initial plan, right? Look at that failed wick into 80s. To me, this is still a bearish look. So I said, you know what? I've been able to minimize the losses thus far. I think if you like it, you have to try it. The other trade I got involved in was Cheesecake Factory. This was an earnings play. I liked this dip below the VWAP and the 90 EMA. Like, we're not able to break above VWAP. I'm going to give this into about 3690s, and then I want to see what we do here. So this one has to go back on my side chart because it's not in my side chart right now. I need to monitor it. Celsius, I'm watching for 8380s because that was that failed level earlier. Worst case scenario, we get into 80s and reject. I just add and I play the range. I'm okay with that. But I just think as much as the trades today have been questionable, there's only room for me to go to the upside. I know the P&L can always go lower, but I think, I'm not super proud of some of the decisions, but I'm also proud that I know what I'm looking for. I just need to stop dilly-dallying and make up my mind and commit to things. I still think the Celsius could be a short. I'm ready for it to manifest, and we're gonna hopefully get that caffeine to the downside that I desperately need. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at ARM still, Adara. I'm obsessed. I want to say something else, that the Katina man always talks about conviction in his trades.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that you're sticking with this, by the way.
Thank you.
Because sometimes I find myself, giving up too quickly on a stock, even though I had sound levels, but maybe not a great entry. So
that was my thing.
Shout out to you. I hope you print on that, and I hope you kill it. We'll keep eyes on that Celsius trade with Adara. Shout out to her. All right. Let's get, look, I've got a short setup here on ARM, call me crazy, but I'm gonna try to get in here, weasel my way on ARM. The Katina man thought he got me shorts initially, but he actually got them for himself. So I wasn't able to short up here at the 106 breakdown. So I was a little late to the party, and it looks like the party may be going without me here because I put a 104.55 retracement to get a better price, and there it goes down from below 104. So it's running without me here to the downside. I just said to myself, Sharif, you're not going to come into the show today and take trades that are not dip trades. Dip trades by far are my best performing trade, and so I'm going to stay insistent on this. I don't care. Alan San Sebastian, also trading stocks on earnings increased risk as well. Absolutely accurate on that. Alan, because of the more volatile nature of the earnings, more people getting involved in it. It's, you know, being reported in the media. You have hedge funds that are digesting new information, buying and selling at that time. Sometimes market on open, sometimes market on closes. You're absolutely accurate in that. I do agree with you. What else we got here? Havana Woody. Give me a live example with SGD. Are you talking, is that an IPO?
It's not.
It's not?
Safe Green Development. It's a multi-day. Well, this is run in the past. It's not multi.
Okay, so I'm not sure what you're talking about, Havana. Let me know. Maybe you're talking about price RSI divergence. I'm not really 100% sure. Just let me know, man. Tag me again. Jeremy Newman, could you take a look at Sound, please? Sure, that's one we have.
Reporting tonight.
They are, eh?
Yeah.
Good. Well, there you go. So you'll know there's going to be volatility on tap for either the market close, the market recap show today with Adira and Sean, or tomorrow morning when everybody digests that new information. So let's have a look at SOUN. I'm just going to keep, what's it called, over here on my ARM, because I do have that short out, so I just want to see if it does get triggered. So this is the chart on SOUN. As you can see, it had that big boy move in Feb and onwards on the news catalyst that NVIDIA was taking a stake in the company, and this one got all the way into 1050. But as you can see, it's been lower highs and lower lows since that top that we put in on March 13th. Bit of a tougher look. You've got the crossover down below the, the 10 crossing below the 20 there. What else you got? You got a bit of a bounce off the 200 period moving average on the daily. Yeah, this one is in a bit of a downtrend. Are there any key areas of support? So this $5 area would have been interesting for me because it was an obvious trough there. So when we came back into it, I thought maybe we would have rejected 5 from that sell side, but we didn't. So yeah, I don't really have a good read on this, to tell you the truth. Let's see the 4-hour here. See if there's anything on the 4-hour that we can see. Yeah, there's that $5 level again from back in March. Yeah, I don't really have a good read on this, to be quite honest with you. You know, I don't have a good read on this, so I hope I'm sorry I couldn't help, but yeah, we'll have to see how they do after earnings. What else we got there? Adam, shout out to Adam. Can you check KNE is trading tanking after last night? All right, let's have a look at Kane. I don't even know what this is.
Me neither.
Oh, bro, he's talking about Harry Kane, man. I'm an idiot. Yes, because Bayern Munich got eliminated yesterday, and I could not be more pleased. What a hell of a match that was, though.
Really?
Madrid came back late to win. Adam, you had me there. I didn't know that's what you were doing, but Harry Kane is now out of the Champions League, and he ain't going to win the Bundesliga, that's for sure. So it sucks to be him. And I got to tell you, as an Arsenal fan, I'm just pleased as dang punch. So that's the way it is there. What are you looking at over there, Adair?
Yeah, we just took a massive L in Celsius. We'll put the L in Celsius.
No.
It's all good. I'm not trading this name anymore today. I don't have a good read on it. And I added into the position because we were initially failing that 60s area. I was like, beautiful. Then it didn't work out. And this is, yeah, my biggest loss I've ever taken since going live on a stock is the Celsius. But you know what? I'm happy I was able to come and have it in front of everybody, because I think it's one thing having a loss on your own and being like, what are my life choices? You know, having your dark night of the soul or whatever, instead of just being in public and being like, hey, this happened. Am I proud of it? Not at all. Do I want to prove upon it? Yes, I do. This has not been the best week for me in terms of instincts, but that's why I'm trying to work on my instincts. And I'm happy with what I did with cake. Eating a small slice of cake here. Took some profit on the Cheesecake Factory. So I was happy with that. We took, how many cents did we take? Like, the math. I don't even know where. I think I got involved 74s. Yeah, so we got I think 20 cents here. And I wanted to save a piece for the dream. The dream is going to be here around 36s. Is that a Scotia ambitious? Oh, absolutely. But I do like that we have that chop and turn there. I think sometimes you have to be a bit ambitious. That's why I'm not going to cry myself to sleep over that Celsius move. And I also want to shout out something Neil said as well to me when I first started. He's like, sometimes you have to be taking those losses because you learn a lot from the losses. And that was something I initially was really scared to do. And I've said this a lot. I think I let myself down a bit in my first week of trading live because I was very safe. I did well in the week, but it was because I took little to no risk, took little baby small positions, and I was just taking things to take them. Yet that Celsius, was it like the trade of my life? Absolutely not. But you know what? I'm still happy I took it. Maybe we'll look at it later, but right now, I think out of sight, out of mind, in case I make some questionable life choices, because I like those trades. And with that in mind, I literally just typed it again, so I need to get that off the brain. This Starbucks, though, I think we could have this. I should have gotten involved in that dip. I think we could have that high of daybreak. Yeah, I did get out of the short earlier, but I think with regards to conviction, and I appreciate you mentioning that as well earlier, I didn't have a lot of conviction in this trade, and I didn't like what we were doing, so I got out. And even though I did miss out on an opportunity that ended up working out, you have to stick with what you're feeling, and if you're not comfortable in a trade, got to say bye, bye, bye sometimes if you're just not feeling in sync with it. So that's the look. I want to take a look at some of these other names in my watch. Someone was mentioning Roblox to me, so I want to take a look and see what Roblox is doing here. Oh, okay. Okay, so I have a couple conflicting thoughts on Roblox. One is that VWAP bounce. The other is we had a bit of a range here earlier at that 31 area, but we do have slightly lower highs right now. We're ducking below the 90 MA. I think Roblox deserves a spot on the side chart so I can keep tabs on it. But I don't know what direction I want to go in this yet, so I have no comments. However, if we get back to that 31 and reject again, then it becomes a range, and someone immediately becomes very interested. So shout out to that. Real trading begins at the end of your comfort zone, says Quantran. I love that. I appreciate you saying that. I think that's something I'm trying to work on for sure as well.
All right, let's have a look at some of these comments over here. Kevy82, hoping Dortmund can somehow pull it out in the final. Can't stand Madrid. I don't have a problem with Madrid. I'm agnostic on both teams anyway. I want to see Marco Reus, I guess, play in the final because he's leaving. So I guess that's kind of maybe the only bias I have towards Dortmund. Enzo, Alex Enzo. What do we got? Had a great short today on DUOL, Duolingo. I'm thinking of 210 puts for a few months out. What do you think? Let's have a look. DUOL. By the way, I'm short ARM, and my stop is going to be 104.44. So if it breaks that, then it breaks it. So come what may. All right, so this is the look here. Had a great short today. I think you have 210 puts. Well, hold on. What's the current price action right now? We're at 205. So why would you want to put into 210? Tell me what you're thinking with this, because I see the big sell-off, obviously, on the earnings play over here. That was yesterday, I guess, in the aftermarket, Adair. Did Duolingo report in the aftermarket yesterday?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
But it wasn't one that we kept eyes on.
Yeah, well, it's not really popular, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's tanking now, and for whatever reason, my chart is freezing. So I'm not sure what happened over here. But yeah, I got to tell you, it's not well traded, and I'm stopped out, sadly, of ARM, so that will be a loser there. I'm really disappointed in the fact that I didn't get in short earlier on this, but that's not really, it was kind of my fault. But anyway, we'll keep tabs on ARM. I could still be persuaded to get into this. Duolingo looks like a decent recovery off that 192.22 bottom. Got into, I believe the IB high today is 208.98, but I don't really have a look on that, to be honest with you. Pretty Panda, CGC approaching $10 and up 10% today. This ish can be traded every day, and I have it for the last 3 months. Let's pull up CGC. I haven't looked at that either, CGC today. Let's pull up this bad boy. Oh, are you kidding me? You're going to go down after stopping me out? You punk. No. Is it actually going down?
Yeah. Sleeves on you. No.
It's going down. I suck. Yeah. And I literally got top wick on that. I mean, come on. What was I need to know. What was the actual high on that candle? Where was that high? 47s. I had it at 44. So, yeah, that's just the way it is. I would have printed on. Anyway, let's have a look at what's it called? CGC. Good look for CGC today. Nice bounces off the 50 so that I can see that immediately there. So initially it holds 50 quite well. I mean, even in the more volatile time of the day, the 50 did feature several times and then features nicely here at 1120. That was kind of the dip trade that looked the best on the 50. Anyway, keep your eye out for this 9.5 top over here because it was a key area of resistance earlier. Couldn't break through that 9.5. See if it comes down now off 960 to test 950 and hold up at that level. That'll be a good look. Keep your eye out on 9.5 for a possible dip trade. But as you said, this can be traded every day, and there's good liquidity on this too. So CGC and weed in general. I was telling Breno this morning, weed in general is having a decent day. Let's have a look at the weed names. Yes, they are all green on the day, Adara. All of them. Yeah, well, I did it for you, right? Right? Here we go. 12.87% for Grow Generations. Tilray up 2 1/3. Chronic up 10%. You have both the ETFs moving as well, MSOS and MSOX. They're both up 2 1/4 and 4 1/5, respectively. And then these ones are doing real good. ACB, Aurora Cannabis, Canadian company, and CGC, Canopy Growth, both up 6% plus on the day with decent volume on both these bad boys. So we'll keep eyes on weed. We've been keeping eyes on weed the last couple of days because of that, what's it called? The reclassification of that thing. So yeah, that's it.
I like that. Yeah, I want to say too, trade management is really important. I just looked at TSLA. I was like, let's see what it's doing. I didn't want to get back involved, but I was curious because I know you were saying what you did about ARM. I'm happy I got it where I did because right now we're up like about $1 from where I got out. So it's like things can move quickly. And that's why I always say I like to talk quickly because the markets move very quickly as well. Also, shout out to Justin Richardson. Thank you so much for this chat member for 6 months. Can you look at GS? It's been up, up, up. Let's take a look at GS and see what is going on with GS. So week on the day, Goldman Sachs, let's take not weak, but it's nice on the day. It's just volume is weak on the day. About 700, what is this, below 800,000 shares. This VWAP bounce, however, is a thing of beauty. This is textbook. This is gorgeous. Look at, I'm waxing poetic here, but I love this. We have that 450 candle, right? We wick into that 449.60, and then buyers like, go back to 450. Now, then again, we actually test on a closing basis that 449.60. Now in confluence with VWAP, that's a bounce. This is gorgeous. I'll take a look at the daily too, because I'm not sure if we were looking at the daily or the longer. This daily is amazing too. And I mean, look at, honestly, Goldman Sachs, this is one of like the cleanest charts I've ever seen in terms of an analysis point of view. Look at this resistance we have at 392. Look where we form support, 392. Then we come back up here into, I want to say around 417, a little bit of resistance. Look where we end up finding support. That's right, around the same area. I like this. This to me is a very strong chart. I think Goldman Sachs is looking pretty golden to me to the upside. And I honestly think the fact that we have that clear support at 390, now coming into 417, I think there are levels here for sure. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart and what a beautiful chart it is. I did my whole push back in the chair thing because this is a great look. This VWAP bounce is a nice look as well. Apparently Amazon, Amazon is blasting.
Camping, Adara.
Pamp Nation over there. Also, I got involved in Robinhood, so hopefully it's not going to steal. We're gonna take some. I was trying to make a steal from the rich, give the poor pun, but I couldn't think of it at time. I like this. I like that we're bouncing off the 90 EMA. I like that we've had higher highs, higher lows since that forming a base around 1770s here. If we break below. I was going to give this into like 80s. If we break below that 80s, 75 area, okay, actually, where is this base? This is what I was going to use. I had a plan in there. Oh, yeah, okay, 80s. Basically 83s. If we break below there, I'm out. I have enough that I can, spread some shares, dip the beak a couple times here. So hopefully we're going to be Robinhood, take that shot with that bow and arrow, hopefully to the upside. And get some price targets. I think that worked better in my head, but that's okay. Also, yeah, this Cheesecake Factory short hasn't been a piece of cake, but it's certainly been fun. We are struggling a little bit at this level, and that's why I took out some profit there, right? So it's always kind of comforting when you see a level that might be an issue and it ends up being an issue because you feel a little bit good about yourself. Wish I had a few more shares here, but I don't want to add in all willy-nilly. If we come back into like the 60s area and reject, that's where I might add. But right now I'm happy with this. Like I said, we are being a little bit optimistic, and I really do want that smoke at 36.05. I do not think we'll get it, but that is going to be the ultimate price target area for me personally with my cake.
I like it. I'm short Tesla and Apple right now. Apple because it got into day's high, well, not into day's high, that general region of day's high, and Tesla because it came into the 10 period. And already printing on Tesla nicely here. There we go on TSLA, 20 pennies just like that. So we take that 10 period rejection on the 5 on TSLA and down it goes there. I wanted to get short at 80s, but I ended up getting 77s, which is fine. And then we got out the remaining amount there 50s, and it's continuing to go. So it's about 20 pennies right now above LOD on TSLA. The more risque trade, though, is to try to get short on the dead one at high a day, and the dead one is Apple. And I just joke around about that, right? I'm invested in this name. I don't want anybody getting offended, right? The whole point of this is this, I don't know, possible triple top. I mean, you know, it's a little dangerous to short at the high day. I completely understand that, but I saw this double top here, and here we are working our way right back off the volume weighted average price into those levels. And I got to tell you, I really haven't known Apple as of late to be, you know, that propulsion kind of stock where it can just blow through a top like Nvidia or Tesla's or anything like that. So I'm looking to get short here. I have a planned DCA. As you can see, there's a purple line right there at the high of day, and then I'll give it like 5 or 6 pennies off that high of day to test 184, excuse me. I have my DCA at 85, so 183.85, which is very close to the high day. I did jump into this at 72s, despite the fact that I told myself dip trades only. But yeah, I have trouble understanding my own advice at times. So we're in AAPL. We're 5 pennies out of the money as we speak, but I am looking for rejection off the regional highs there on Apple. Look at Tesla go down into 172. I covered way too quickly here. This was a decent look at the 10 period. This is what I was looking at, guys. I just want to show you what I based the trade off. This solid green line, that's a 10 period. You've had multiple rejections off the 10 period on your way down on TSLA, and there it was. We got right into the 10 period after clearing it by some distance, and down we go, testing the whole dollar level right now at 172.02 LOD on TSLA. Keep your eye on this one. Sadly, it's been tough for the Cybertruck as of late, even after that nice pop that we had, like, what was it, last week or a couple weeks ago now?
A couple weeks ago,
yeah.
Time flies.
Yeah, time does fly, man. Holy cow. So yeah, that is the look there, Adara. Going back to AAPL quick, back to break even on this monster, looking to wet my beak at 60s.
Yeah, that pop a couple weeks ago there on Tesla, I remember too, because like I said, I'm very fascinated by Tesla bull Twitter, and I've talked about this before. It's just a very entertaining place, and I know people were like they were like trolling the shorts over there. They're like, oh, like everyone was short Tesla and they lost this much, like with all those pops. So yeah, they were. It was a very exciting time to be on Tesla bull Twitter. Let me put it that way. They were very excited. But yeah, also right now in Robinhood, I am not that excited. I will say I added a little bit here because initially we had that beautiful bounce. I said I want to see what we do at this very clear level earlier. I swear, I like nade there at 1784. I like this. Like, but I did like that we had that wick down into there earlier. Then we also had a firm candle of support. So I did like the look. Like I said, I want to see what we do below 80s. But I did want to add, as much as that could have been a decision. Right now, though, I am still happy with what I did with cake. Still happy I'm in cake, not getting out of cake yet, still eating some cake. The trades today have been rough. You know, my only winning trade right now has been in Cheesecake Factory. We did take some L's earlier. But, you know, as the great 21 Savage says, taking less L's, making more M's. Right now, we're not doing that. We're actually probably doing the opposite. But, you know, you just got to keep going, got to keep pushing. Someone in the chat as well, I appreciate it, was saying that, you know, they appreciate the positivity. And I mean, the thing is, too, it's like you can't. I find I'm always going to be in a better mood if I'm not like ruminating over things, right? I just, you know, you got to keep it 100. Right now, though, we're going to get out of this Robinhood because we did fall a little bit lower. Maybe shouldn't have added in. So that's going to be a decision that I reflect on for sure. Okay,
you're leaving the hood?
I am leaving the hood. Got to get out of the hood there. Yeah, it was not all good in the hood on Robinhood, let me tell you. But you know what I'm still watching patiently with bated breath is my pal Roblox. Like I said, we're seeing what we do, and we actually got a lower high, so this could be a short. Like I said, I really wanted to see that 31 rejection, but I mean, hey, Roblox, if we're gonna keep making lower highs, that's still something. I think we're gonna have to get involved in this. We're gonna keep eyes, but this is still something I want. Right now, cake coming back up a little bit here. Like I said, I want to see what we do at 60s. If we stay below and reject off this area, I'll add a little bit. If not, I'll just get out because I don't want to lose on this trade. But I am happy I was patient and waited because that's not usually something I do. Happy it took profit where it did. Only winning trade today. This has been, so far, my worst day of trading since going live. Going to be 100. But you know what? Things can always get better. So we're gonna
Absolutely.
If you make commitments and if you recognize your mistakes, and boy, I haven't made a lot of mistakes today, but I had conviction, and I think that counts for something.
You should bring some slippers with you.
Oh,
You just look at me, you're like, what is this guy
Took me
talking
a
about,
second.
bro? Yeah, no, I'm kidding. Eh? Oh, Ram Ram has some.
Ram just said, yeah. Ram
She's like, you can throw mine. I'm kidding.
Shout out to Remy.
Ram. Always coming in clutch, whether it's with coffee, the screen, slippers, whatever we need around here. Ram's got it. All right, I'm 12 pennies out of the money now on this Apple short. Apple seems to continue to have strength. It really hasn't broken HOD yet. It's at HOD as we speak. The market coming into 18.2, but true to form, Apple really hasn't been moving with these markets. Oftentimes, I got to say, I notice Apple kind of moving counter market. When the market's moving down, Apple moves up and vice versa. So we'll keep eyes on that. I still have my DCA that hasn't triggered. If that does trigger, we're going to get out on the break of 184. No ands, if, or buts about that. I'm looking for a top at this possible triple top, I guess, 183.86 right now is the triple top, or so it is at the moment. So we'll keep eyes on that. Apple's a breakout, says TX Trader. I mean, you're not wrong. If it was a different stock, I would be convinced, because usually ascending wedges, higher lows with a flat top usually means a breakout, but it may or may not happen on Apple. We'll take our chances with that one. The other things that we haven't talked about, these things called small cap gappers. We haven't discussed any today, and I forgot to actually put them on my chart, Ram, and here they are, baby. GTHX, this really good looking chart, and it's maintained its tradability, I guess you could call it, throughout the day. These small cap gappers have a very small, I guess, window that you can trade them in, especially relative to some of the other more stable stocks. These are around for a short time, not really a good time. This started moving at 9:30. It had that initial pump up from that 4.25 into about 440, but the volume did not really start coming in hard and heavy until around 10 o'clock. So it took some time for GTHX to show up. Higher lows are very obvious here. So these wicks, each successive wick higher than the previous, but that $6 area staring at you in the face, that is a flat top currently on GTHX. So we'll keep eyes on that for possible flat top breakout. You could possibly here be looking to get in at a better price. The volume weighted average price hanging out around 560, 558 or so. The range per candle, and you hear me talk a lot about this, very wide on GTHX. So you're going to have to account for that when putting your profit takers and your stop losses. Your stop losses can't be too close. Otherwise, you'll just get wicked out if there's a wide range per candle. So keep your eye on GTHX, looks good. There's another one though, MCRB. This is a holdout. This one tanked yesterday and now it's recovering. I have no idea what this company is. I'll give you deets on it in a second. MCRB is the ticker. So we'll put the ticker right there. Let me give you the deets super quick on this monster. 9.21 million shares traded, currently $156 million market cap, and the float a little bit larger, 142 million shares. You can see this one had a bit of a top here yesterday, currently where we're at. So we basically reclaimed the entire down move from yesterday's open. So we started tanking around 8:30, and then we traded sideways essentially all day with a very small range. This one actually broke sub $1, reclaimed $1 here. Possible dip trade off $1. That's where the 10 period is hanging out. If the dollar doesn't hold, VWAP's hanging at 95.5 pennies, and then there's price action support at 92 pennies. I'm kind of hesitant to trade anything sub $1. So just letting you guys know, MCRB doing things here, and it's not such a bad look. There's also NTBL, but this one has since broken below the volume weighted average price, and in my estimation of things is no longer tradable as a long. You'll have to look short on this one, at least with my style. Right now it does seem to be holding the 20 period, but south of VWAP. Let's put this one up, the ticker, just in case this one starts making move. NTBL, we'll put this bad boy on there. How are we doing this Apple trade? Let's look quickly. Ooh, okay, we're in the money now, baby. The market seems to be coming down below 18.2. Microsoft's headed down. The Amazonian as well, goggles started curling down, as well as NVIDIA breaking into that 890 area. So we'll see if we can get some decent prints here on the dead one, Apple. But yeah, I still haven't triggered yet on my profit taker, nor, Adara, did I get the DCA. So I still have that same cost basis.
Yeah, I saw that Apple move down, and I was pleased as punch for you. Shout out to you. I mentioned I've been trading the range trades vicariously through Sharif on the Mag 7, so thank you for having that Panera for us. Appreciate it.
I'm just thank you for being on and teaching me how to range trade. Before you came on, I was punching at highs and getting stopped out every which way. So your presence has made me a better range trader, straight up.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
No problem.
And like honestly, I mean, I knew nothing before I came on here, so I always want to shout you out for that. And also in terms of playing support and resistance, and that's what I tried to do, tried and failed to do on this TQ trade, mind you. I want to clarify, we did fail. So I look at that previous day high, okay? This 58.70. I tried to get involved in this earlier because we already had this move up from that level. Didn't get in. Say la vie, ran without me, boohoo, keep going, find another trade, right? But then I did. We bounced a little bit. See, look at the little wick up. I was like, ooh, another opportunity, another bite at the apple, metaphorically speaking, of course, because Sharif's actually biting the apple. I got involved at 58.70. I said we'll give it to 60s. We fought to stay above 60s. We did break a little bit below 60s, so I got out at 60s. Yeah, like I said, it's been a day. It's not been a great day trading-wise. I am very disappointed with the extent that I am down on the day right now. I'm gonna be really, really honest, but you just gotta keep pushing. Maybe after, we eat some grub at lunch, get some more caffeine ad nauseum, et cetera. I think there could be some more opportunities for some trading, and I'm really stoked to kind of turn that frown upsidicity. Shout out to Parks and Rec if anyone's seen that. But yeah, so I wanna keep making some opportunities. Roblox I still have eyes on, but Roblox is like really trying to make you work for it in terms of, is it continuing to go up, or are we looking to make a lower low at 30.70? I mean, Roblox, I'm good with either. If you want to reject at 30.70, I'll get short there. If you want to wait and reject at 31s, I'll get short there. Like, Roblox, I'm shorting you either way, girl. It's just a matter of time. Honestly, look at this is either a range or it's a lower high short. And either way, it's something I want to be a part of. Like, to me, it's one or the other. But I just want to know which one it is. So Roblox, holler at me, please. How is Apple going?
It's okay. I'm just really upset about ARM. I mean, I had, goodness gracious. Look, it just touched 102, got in short 104. I had to get in on the retracement high, obviously, 104.50, and now we just touched 102. So that's really frustrating. Neil's killing it, bro.
That was good.
Neil's like, you really wrestled with that one. Adara's having a marked effect on everyone around her, like straight up.
Sean did it yesterday too.
Oh, wow. Okay, Ray-Bram, I'm not reading. I'm not saying that out loud.
That was a pretty good one.
But I did wet my beak. Get her, Neil. Get her.
Oh, my God. Oh my
I did
God.
wet my beak on some profits on AAPL as it dipped into 60. So we'll keep tabs on this one. 12 penny winner, nothing to really write home about, but we'll keep tabs on Apple. Now, a couple of other things. You know how I love to cover these Mag 7, so let's cover them. Number one, we're getting in close to break even here on the future. So let's keep an eye out on this 18,187. Yes, 187, very ominous number there. Keep your eye on that level. That is the closing print on the NQ from yesterday. We could find some support there, and right below that is the 50. So the bit of a retracement now below 18.2 on the future, and that's pushed a lot of stuff down. I mean, look at Softy off the top there, but $1 and change off the top. The range on Softy has really been tightening up, and you can see that on the daily. Like, look at this super tight range. I even asked the Obe, the Knobe, the other day. I'm like, are you charting Softy? And yeah, he's like, I chart from the monthly onwards. And so that's a little wider than what I chart. I chart from the weekly onwards. But yeah, he like, when you show the monthly, we're absolutely in a trend. I mean, the monthly just looks fantastic. But when you look at it on the daily, which I think is a little bit more relevant for day traders, a little bit sideways here between 420 and 400. Not even 400, 390 really. So the soft one, a bit rangy as of late. And I want to say that, even the range per day is getting a little tight. Now, Meta, we've been trading Meta decently past little while. It's bouncing off the 20 here. these bottoming tail candles kind of making me feel that there may be a buyer around 474 or thereabouts. Usually you get these candles either, like just as you can see here, you got them right at that area where we turn back. So usually there's a seller when you see these type of bottoming tail, topping tail candles. Meta, interesting move here to the 20. I wonder if this could curl up and start testing 475 again like Amazon is. So Amazon found its footing almost at the 10 and it's putting a couple of green candles right now. I wonder if Meta has that same look. So I'll keep eyes on that. I don't want to jump in too quickly onto Meta here, to be honest with you, just because it's a 20. So I'm going to pack my patience here and see what else is going on. What are you guys looking at? Junaid said NVIDIA is tanking. Let's have a look at NVDA. NVIDIA obviously down 1 2/3% on the day. There is definite area of support at 884, 883-ish area. We did come into the 50, rejected off the 50, and now I really don't know what the situation is. We don't really have price action support or any indicators at these levels. So NVIDIA for me at the moment not tradable.
Yeah, we were looking at chips too, because I just saw NVIDIA and I said, how's our pal SOXL doing? Worth noting, SOXL is at a pretty key area of support right now. We're bouncing at that pre-market area, the bottom of that pre-market range, around 39.80s. We are bouncing. Also, this is funny to look at now. I guess I was a bit early on that short. If I'd taken that short a couple candles later, that would have been a nice trade. But you know what? Woulda, coulda, and its pal shoulda. Things happen. They don't always work out. You just got to brush that off your shoulders, keep on moving, keep on rolling. That SOXL support, though, this keeps holding up at 39.80, might be something to revisit. I'm not going to visit it right now, though. I am still looking at that Starbucks potential high day break. Initially, I had a short that would have been successful in there, but I wasn't feeling confident in the trade, so I got out. Now, though, look at these higher lows. To me, if that flat top break's going to happen, it's going to happen now. So I want to get involved.
Nice.
I initially wanted to get involved in 75.09s, didn't even come close to that. Looking for 75.11s, that still could be a bit too conservative, but I don't want to keep chasing this guy, right? As Neil once put in the chat, to the tune of the Dawson's Creek theme songs, I don't want to wait, I don't want to chase, because the move may be over, so I don't want to do that. I wasn't going to fully commit to singing that, but yeah, I just always found that really funny. Also, Roblox. Nothing funny about this Roblox. I'm really happy I took this short. I got involved. I was waxing poetic about Roblox for the last little while here, and I said, you know what, Adara, we had a pseudo double top here at 70s. You might not get your 31, but you can get 70s, and you can add a 31 if we come there. And Roblox is like, actually, I might just go straight to the downside if that's okay with you. And I'm like, you know what, Roblox, I'm involved, so that's fine by me. Pleased as punch. I think someone else there is pretty pleased as punch. He's fist pumping for ARM, maybe a pun very intended. So let's see, Roblox, I like that we broke below that 90 MA. This was that huge area I was worried about, this 54s, because as you can see here, we had a bit of support there earlier. If we keep breaking to the downside, if we keep breaking down those roadblocks in Roblox, I'm gonna be pleased as punch, and you know what? I am. Don't love that sent Starbucks a little bit to the downside, but as long as Starbucks keeps bouncing off 75s, I'm all good there. How are you doing?
I got revenge. I'm just going to call it a spade a spade. It's not avenge. It's absolute revenge. I hate ARM because it stopped me out initially and then tanked $2. So we just took 70 pennies quick there on the, no, not 7 pennies, 60 pennies quick on the bottom there on ARM, shorted on the pop into 60s and down it goes into 102. So I'm happy about that trade on ARM. It is still on the way down. I don't see anything higher high related or higher low related. Everything is still down and to the right for now. So ARM, I guess, for the moment, still a short. Keep your eye on that $100 level. I would say to you, $100 is support and resistance most times of the week, okay? So keep your eye on that. The other trade we have is the dead one, Apple. We wet our beak at 63s or whatever it was there. Now we're back into 68s. It's kind of rounding the top. It's not tanking in the way that the market went down. Apple seems to be a bit stronger than these Mag 7 names or the market in general. Having shorted at the top over here, it was just a play based on current area of resistance, which is this 183.85-ish area. So it's not coming off the top. If it keeps moving up and making newer highs, then we're going to have to rethink this whole thing. ARM is not dead, Sam. ARM is great because you can trade ARM both long and short. That's the beauty of being a day trader. You can take it both ways. So as long as it's moving intraday, you can profit off it. So ARM, I think, is still an interesting look here. But you got to keep in mind that ARM is at VWAP now. So even though we've been trading ARM, and I said I didn't see any higher highs or higher lows, anything to kind of deviate from the current trend of lower highs and lower lows, you put some respect on VWAP's name here. And there's also VWAP and the 200 period both on the 1 and the 5. What does the 5 show me the 200 period is? So we're well below the 200 period on the 5, but we are at VWAP. VWAP's the same on all your charts. So possible pump up here, possible 102 general hold, volume weighted average price. We also have these institutional level, not even institutional, these are IB highs. So this IB high went into 102 and a third right at the open there. So that previous high could act as a level of support. Just, you know, talking out loud, making observations about what I see here on the chart. Keep your eye on VWAP, on ARM. This could be a long from here on in. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying keep your eye on the possibility. All right, down, go down, Apple, you punk. Head down. So I want to look to wet my beak on Apple at around 50, but there's also the volume weighted average price at 40s. 183.40 is where I see Apple at. Now, Apple has bounced off VWAP on the closing basis on every dip that it's made into it today. The only one that you could say really broke it was this candle over here at 10.55, but look where the closing print is, right above that volume weighted average price. So if you're looking for a beak wetter, a deep beak wetter on AAPL and you're short with me here in these high 183s, I'd say to you, you know, that mid 40s area would be an interesting area to wet your beak and take some profits there. Here we go, into the 60s we go. Can we see some 50 prints here, Apple? Can we get some 50s? We're not getting 50s yet, but hopefully we'll get them soon. Anyway, AAPL, still near highs. There we go. Come down, Apple. There we go. Very pleased with this trade. There it is on this here trade. Down, Apple. I'm in a good mood.
Yeah, I can tell. And I
don't
honestly,
know why.
I'm so happy for you. I'm really happy for you. That's awesome. And, you know, I think, too, it's because I know you were really disappointed about ARM because ARM did, you know, it choked you a little bit there. Yeah, but right now, then you got the upper hand over ARM. I was really proud of that. But so this Starbucks, I got out, we got near 75s. I just realized, you know what? It's a little bit bamboozling when your initial very counter trend idea was actually the right trade. You know what I mean? Like, you don't look at this Starbucks chart initially and think, hey, you should short this near high of day. That's what I thought, though. And I actually was right. And I spooked myself and got out because I didn't have confidence in it. Then I got involved in the long because I did like the long at the time, and I had to get out of that. So it's always interesting how the cookie crumbles or how the macchiato crumbles. I don't know, but I mean, if we keep rejecting 75.20, if we have lower highs, I'm still interested in this, but I don't have any plays in it right now. With that in mind, too, I want to talk about Roblox because I'm really proud of what I did with Roblox for a couple of reasons. So for one, I know I got out earlier, but I got out earlier because I trusted my instincts, and that's the thing I've not been doing lately. There were some bad moments today. And I talked about Celsius. I think there's one thing I have a conviction. I'm happy I had conviction. I'm honestly happy with what I did with it. Wait, I'm still in Starbucks. I did not realize that. Okay. We're going to get out of the rest of Starbucks. That is funny. I thought I was out of this entirely, but that's cool. We're going to get out of the Starbucks. That was a moment. That was a mistake, but it's all good. But yes, the reason I got out of Roblox is because I noticed, I was looking at the book, and I noticed as we got near 30s, we bounced back, and I said, you know what, Adara, you do not want any of this. This is not something you want to be a part of. Get out. I took my 22 pennies and I left. Best trade of the day by far. One of only 2 positive names for me. I'm going to be really honest. Today has been a massive L, but that's why I just want to keep going, keep pushing, keep working harder, and I'm so happy and so energized to be part of this huge community. Yeah, so Roblox now bouncing back up. I don't have any plays in this right now. Took what I wanted to take. Looks like instead of that range we had earlier, we're having these higher highs, higher lows. So that's cool. You know what, Roblox? If you want to give me that roadblock, I'll look at other things. Starbucks being top of mind here. Let's get a Mara. Let's see how Mara's doing, because I feel a little bit, you know, like we've broken Mara's heart a little bit here. Mara has earnings tonight. CleanSpark has earnings. I haven't looked at either. Look, this Mara is a great, I really like this look here. We had that 2022 area here, right, as resistance. Then we come back up to 2050. We come back to the downside. Look where we're wicking off of for resistance. This is textbook. This is gorgeous. Right now, anyway, I mean, earlier, now we're seeing a little bit of confused wicks here around that 9 EMA. But we're doing something interesting here on Mara, I think, at that 2020 area. I know some people were saying too, like, Mara, you know, will it do its thing 21 with the $21 area at earnings? Shout out to just in time for making that pun a couple of days ago in the chat. I will say right now, Mara's got this gorgeous bounce off that 14 level. Shout out to Patrick, aka BPI, the Bitcoin indicator, here behind us. I know he said in the past that 14 area has been support for Mara, and I've got to agree. It's a nice look right now for me. I think the fact that we've been making higher highs and higher lows since mid-April, not a bad look at all. So we'll have to wait and see what we do here. Also want to take a look at Celsius. I think it was Elon in the chat asking, you know what, like, why do you think Celsius is stronger after earnings, even though they did have, you know, not a great report? Analysts weren't down. I have to say, I'm going to be honest. For me, for this day trades, it's kind of like a Michael Noss type move, in that I'm just going to take it if I like the levels. I'm not, you know what I mean? I don't know a lot about the technicals, I don't know a lot about the actual. Actually, I do want to get
fundamentals.
Yeah, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. I don't know a lot about the fundamentals of this company, but for me, I will say I have seen Celsius. We didn't used to have many of these in Canada. Now we start having them at grocery stores. Shout out to 7-Eleven, convenience stores, right? So I think Celsius has been a name I've been more cognizant of lately. Maybe it's because I'm more aware of the stock. I don't know, but I will say I think that Celsius is. You know, we're gonna have to see if they can turn up the heat there because those earnings were not great. But I think, yeah, I think. As much as I'm not aware of the fundamentals, I would say I have seen them more. I'll also try to go long after that resistance area, but we're gonna have to wait because we're never going to be resisting the temptation of hearing Neil's lesson of the day.
Thanks, guys. Lesson of the day today, it's a simple one. This is actually one of the more simple lessons I've ever seen. You can't expect ARM to cooperate with you if it's jealous of your arms, Sharif. That's why it wasn't a good trade for you, because ARM just didn't feel secure around the gun show that you're putting on. That's not the lesson of the day. The lesson of the day, and I try to do this every single chance I can, you know, it's something that I learned from that day that I feel like the market taught me, or maybe even the day before, like there's some kind of an execution, something I could have done differently, or something I think that went really well. And today it's about stock picking. So we always talk about, you've heard the term, it's the stock pickers market. Back when everything was going up in the best of the bull market, all the Mag 7 would go at once. If you had a long bias, you picked one or two right, and it didn't matter what you were in. You know, now you're going to get days where ARM is going up and Intel's going up and NVIDIA and AMD are going down. You're going to have situations where Apple can look weak and Tesla can look weak, and you're going to have Meta going through the roof. So that's what we mean by a stock pickers market. What can be tricky about this is you will have setups or specific trades that you love or that work for you. And you have to pick and choose between, okay, well, this dip buy is setting up exactly the same way as the other one. Which one should I try? It's not necessarily an easy thing to do. Now, I'm going to give you an example here, and I want to try to focus on the last trade in Robinhood, but I can't look at the chart without getting into what I feel has managed to save my day a little bit here. Because, you know, today, rough kind of day. I think everyone saw that in the morning show. Basically managed to only give back yesterday despite not really getting many winning trades, and even the winning trades were just getting back what we lost. But we were able to kind of lose what we lost yesterday by staying disciplined. So I liked a couple of things in Robinhood. You can see very specifically. Breakout, dip into support, first support, doesn't work. And then this last trade. Now, Robinhood had earnings today. Obviously, it's doing a relative volume, which is fantastic. It dipped right into a level that I knew I wanted to have a retracement bounce play. This is a dip into support after a flush at the open, looking for a move into VWAP, where it's got a lot of a big time support level that you can expect to have a bounce. In the moment that is getting down there, at the exact same time, you know, and you would have heard me say this in the live show, at the exact same time, you know, Palantir dips right into 21, which is post-earnings support as well, and it breaks 21 and comes back over. And in that moment, I was talking about 21 and Palantir and 18 and Robinhood and made the choice. And I made the choice to get into Robinhood, which is clearly wrong, instead of Palantir. Now, here's where you can look for a reason why I should have chosen Palantir. And this is a relatively simple one. If you're choosing between two setups on two different stocks in a similar looking chart or trade idea, how about the one that just already worked before? So the difference between Palantir and Robinhood is Palantir dipped into 21 a couple of times at the open and already showed you a good rip. That's like a good 50 cents, at least 2% move, regardless of what you're trying to do with it. So that had already worked, and it had worked even yesterday. Robinhood, completely different. It's first day after earnings. I don't know what's going to happen. It's a setup stay. There's no question about it. It tried to go a little bit and worked for a small amount, but I don't really know if the buyers are going to be there. I'm anticipating it based on a trading setup. Whereas Palantir, you're just doing the same thing that worked the day before under the same premise. And to double down on that idea, and why I really should have known that that's what I should have done, is look no further than Disney. Disney is exactly the same trade, buy off the higher low, and then it broke it out, and that's one I had missed yesterday. And I said I missed this one yesterday and bought the top off of VWAP. Well, what happened to me on Disney? So I knew this lesson because I was already in Disney when it happened. It missed the dip buy, bought it off of VWAP. You know, I went to it 3 times. The last one's a loss, but we're still up on Disney because it did exactly what it did the day before. So we're just taking the same trading setup where it worked previously. So when choosing between Palantir and Robinhood, it's not even complicated. I don't have to go to the higher time frame, which is not a bad idea. Go to a daily chart, maybe look at which one the trend is going to favor. All I had to do is look at the setup that was already proven off that same level. The dip buy already worked off 21. I don't need to make it any more complicated than that. And it's a simple choice. Exactly the same setup dipping into a support level. And all you got to do sometimes is go back to your data. This is why you track your results. This is why you keep in-play stocks around for a couple of days, because you just never know when something like that is going to happen. And again, it's not to say that, well, every situation is going to be that simple. The charts are going to repeat themselves. No, they're not. You are not always going to have situations where the exact same level that was gold the day before presents the same setup the next day. So it's even more important that when it's that easy, you just go ahead and do it. And that's why I thought it was really important today, because I made a conscious decision to pick the wrong stock. And you look back on it, and for all the obvious reasons, it was the wrong thing to do. It's a simple lesson of the day, everybody. When you're stock picking, the easiest decision you can make between one or the other is the one that's worked for you before. And it's all the better if it happened to work for you literally the day before. Keep it simple, stupid. My wife says it all the time, and she's right about most things. That's your lesson of the day.
Just love how he ended that off right there. That's just like a mic drop right there.
It's just like, I'm out now.
Yeah, shout out to the Neil. Killing it as always, dropping hotlines. Make sure to catch Neil's lesson of the day every day around the noon hour. Shout out to him. All right, while Neil was dropping hotlines, I did notice a couple of good entry points here on these here Mag 7. And I'm talking about TSLA. Looks really good here. 173-ish area. That was an area of support earlier, 945 to 955 there at the more liquid time of day. We bottomed out there, and now we've been rejecting this 173 all dang morning. Now it's also coming into that the 20 period EMA on the 5. So, you know, to me, it's more about the price action resistance than it is about the exponential moving average resistance. Coming down now into 172.50. I'll be very interested to get something here at 173. So much do I like it, I'm putting my alert there. But there is an individual by the name of Adara who just did something real well there. So we're going to shout her out. What'd you do?
Thank you. I took this short on Starbucks. I like that lower high. I think this is a range. I was just talking to Sharif off camera, and shout out to Sharif. I really appreciate you having the conversation with me, just kind of saying, like, you know, because I was mentioning earlier that I feel like I was doing a little bit better in the sim and I need to get back to that style of trading. And so Sharif was like, you know, just focus on what you were doing well. And I mean, I like my ranges. This range has been happening. Why the heck was I not playing it? I tried to take the long earlier, but that was clearly a mistake. Then I accidentally had some shares in there, apparently. So that lulls, good times. No, I'm joking. But it's all good. You just got to keep figuring it out. Keep moving with it. I'm really happy with how this short turned out. I'm going to be taking out half the position here if we get to 75. So that might have been a bit ambitious. We're at 75 at once. That could have been a better area. But you know what? I'm going to save a piece of the dream because we have gotten into 90s and 80s here. I think, there we go. Please, this punch. Thank you so much to Ian Rispetto for the 1999 super chat. Can you give me some insight to SMCI? I entered at 795 for a long heading to next week on the stock with the thought it has more upside, especially if NVDA beats in the next few weeks on earnings. What's your thoughts? Thank you so much again for the support.
Can I take this one? Because
Yeah,
I was
you have
showing
a
Brendo
better
this morning.
sense,
Yeah. No, not that I'm better or anything. I was talking to Brendo about this specific setup today. So here's the look. Here's what I see. I even asked Brendo, I'm like, Brendo, do you see a deformed looking head and shoulders on there? And he gave me a very honest answer. You can see, almost any shape if you really try. But what I do like, and this is not me trying to see something, but this lower highs and lower lows, this downward channel here on SMCI cannot be argued with, okay? But you do have price action support, no question about it, at 700. So what I'm thinking is we're putting in these lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and we have a flat bottom, price action support at 700. If NVIDIA misses or anything happens that skews the direction of this upward move for SMCI, that 700 is going to give way. And that's how I feel about that. I mean, you've had price action support at 700 going all the way back since when you took it into February. So this is a very interesting area here. I'm concerned about these higher lows, these lower highs and lower lows. And I'm also very concerned about it curling down off this 800 and really blowing through that $700 level. Now, below that 700, do we have any actual price action support? Well, not really, but you have the 200 period on the daily at 600. So if you do break 700, I mean, I would have guessed 600 as a support level anyway because it's a $100 level, but you do actually have technical support in the what's it called, the 200 EMA. Below that, though, there is just not that much support. You're going to have to go all the way into the mid threes. I would say to you, likely below 600. If 600 doesn't hold, then you have a bit of a gap in between 600 and essentially 350. That is the consolidation area top that takes us all the way back from last June into the breakout area over here that happened earlier this year in January, in middle to late January, when we really started flying. So lower highs, lower lows on this downward channel on SMCI with a $700 support. I mean, obviously, if NVIDIA beats, this downward channel is probably going to be gone, right? Because SMCI will probably pump, and we'll see exactly what happens. But I just want to point that out because I was talking to Brendo about that this morning, so I had it already ready to go there in my head. All right, it is quarter after, so let's start the lesson. I got signed out. So I'll have to send it. Oh, I got signed back in. That's really good. That's easy enough. Yeah, that was pretty good. All right, guys, let's get to the lesson du jour, baby. We are talking about buying the dip today within the context of IPOs, SPACs, which stands for Special Purpose Acquisition Companies, and DLs, which obviously stands for direct listing. IPO, by the way, in case you are just joining us for the first time, initial public offering is typically the vehicle by which a private company goes public, okay? We're talking about the three vehicles today: IPOs, SPACs, and direct listings. That's how you take a private company public, using one of those vehicles. So you see a hot IPO or SPAC or DL, and it moons after the opening, then takes a nosedive. Your pulse quickens. Is this intraday dip you've been waiting for? This lesson explores the fast-paced world of intraday buying the dip with IPO, SPACs, and DLs. Let's get right to it. So why do you want to buy the dip? What's so special about this dip trade on IPOs? Well, there's a whole lot of volatility, so you want to exploit the volatility with these listings. So new listings are volatile playgrounds, and the dips can be fleeting overreactions, offering quick entry and exit opportunities. Essentially what it's saying here is that this dip trade is going to be a fleeting retracement. It's going to pump back up. That's what exploiting volatility here is trying to say. And the momentum swings as well. A strong opening can be followed by profit taking, which creates temporary dips before the price eventually regains that momentum, starts moving back. And here it is depicted quite nicely, not a SPAC, but the whole idea of the dip trade at that key area of support. It has a big move up, then you get some profit taking, some selling, and it comes right back into that key area of support, and you buy that up. So is it a dip or a disaster with these IPO stocks? So before diving in, differentiate between a buying opportunity and a sinking ship. They can look similar, but they lead to vastly different results. So keep your eye on the short-term catalyst. Did a news headline trigger the dip? Is it likely to be a short-term blip or deeper issue? So, for example, the IPO launches yesterday, and then today we get news about irregular accounting practices or whatever, anything like that. That causes a big dip. Is it something that's superficial, or is it something that's going to have a more prolonged effect? So what's the reason causing the dip? Keep your eye on that short-term catalyst. But also be acutely aware of technical indicators. Are the moving averages on your chart suggesting a potential trend reversal, or is it simply a healthy pullback within an uptrend? You're going to have to learn how to use these moving averages beyond the scope of this here lesson, but get acquainted with technicals for IPOs, because oftentimes there's just not enough price action off which to base it. And with IPOs, you always have to make sure you're looking at the book and the tape. When I say the book and the tape, I'm talking about the level 2 and the time and sales, all right? There sometimes is not enough price action on the chart to be able to see clearly where that resistance level is, where that big buyer is for support. You will see that a little bit better on the book, on the tape. So make sure, if you don't have those two utensils, to make sure to get them for your intraday trading. And here's what it looks like, essentially, when you buy the dip on the fake on this slide over here. So you try to buy the dip over here, it pops up, and then the dip didn't work. So you keep trying to buy the dip, and it keeps going down against you. So we'd like to be able to have some technique to differentiate between these, superficial dips and reversals. So the dip trade, step by step. First things first, pre-market prep. In the pre-market, you're gonna identify whatever IPO, SPACs, or direct listings that you like. Make sure that they have the requisite volume in the pre-market. You wanna make sure that there's people that wanna participate in this like you. You don't wanna be stuck with a slow mover. And then you're looking to spot the dip. So once you have that particular name in your purview, now you're gonna watch it. You're gonna look for the dip. You're gonna monitor the opening price action. You're gonna look for a sharp decline with increasing volume, but not a complete meltdown. So you should have some parameters there that help you establish what a healthy retracement is versus what a reversal is. And then you can also definitely keep your eye on support and resistance. So if it's traded second day, third day, you already have some established levels. So if the price dips near a previously established support level, like a historical buying zone, it might be a good entry. And then you're looking for confirmation signals as well. You're looking for technical indicators like bullish RSI price divergence. And the example I gave before, let's bring in the side chart over here so I can show you what that kind of looks like, is you're looking essentially, when I say RSI price divergence, what you're looking for, and the RSI is this yellow line on the bottom over here, you're looking for price to make lower lows, but not to necessarily see that on the RSI chart, or for the price to make higher highs, but for the RSI to make lower highs. That essentially means, the good times may be coming to an end. Or for example, you're making lower lows on a down move, and then you start making higher lows on the RSI. That could be bullish divergence, signaling that the bad times may be ending and we're gonna start curling back up. So keep your eye out always on price RSI divergence. It's a good indicator, and one that the NOS boss has taught me to use when he was around these parts. So keep your eye on that. And then quick entry and exit as well, really important, right? Intraday dips are for quick scalps. Have a clear profit target like 2 or 3% from your entry, and a stop loss order to set a limit on your potential losses. You could do like a 1 or 2% percentage dip stop below your entry. You could use average to range. Figure out the way you want. Just make sure that it's consistent. And some bonus tips, guys. Your position size matters here. Keep your position size small for your intraday dips. You might take multiple trades throughout the day. You want to be around to be able to trade. If you take a big boy size and then end up getting stopped out, you could blow up your account or get shut down, like here on the floor. And news flow with IPO, SPACs, and direct listings is absolutely king. Stay glued to real-time news to understand what might be driving the price action, and identify, is it something bullish or bearish? And discipline with IPOs is your edge, okay? Stick to your predefined entry and exit points. Don't chase the losses or get greedy and hold on for too long. These IPOs, anybody who's traded them, anybody who's traded first day de-SPACs or these direct listings knows how increasing the volume can get throughout the day. So make sure that you are staying disciplined and waiting for your setup to materialize. All right, let's see what the chat is up to here. I already see some tags. Shout out to Jay Lee. I'm getting ready to go long Snap. Bring it up. It's back to earlier resistance. He goes on to say, Snap is literally dipping now. So tie in with your lesson on this point. Let's have a look at the Snapchat. Thank you for that, Jay. One of the OGs there in the chat. What are we doing here on the Snapchat? Let's have a look. Oh, okay, so we broke lows there at 16.28. That was LOD. We printed 22s. We're down almost 3% on the day. This is a sympathy play from yesterday, or what happened with Snap again, Adara? Any of you?
Let's find out what's snapping.
Oh, here
I
it
know
is.
something did snap in. I just don't remember what it was.
Here it is. So Snap shares are trading lower Thursday after the company announced the pricing of a private offering of $650 million convertible senior notes due in 2030. I'm not going to read it any more than that. All you need to know, there's an offering and it's $650 million and the market doesn't like it. Shout out to Jay. I'm going to put this out on my star chart. We're going to keep eyes on Snap.
Yeah, we should keep it snappy. I want to take a look. I did a thing, and I want to talk about the thing, and I'm not proud of the thing, but we did it. I got long Celsius again, and I really like this. I was talking to Sharif about this off camera. Initially, I really wanted to go long here around, it was like this 84.70, because that was that previous top. I was like, this is a great look. We didn't. Then I was like, we initially were bouncing kind of decently off the 85.60, so I got involved there. Initially it was working out, then it fell, and I got out when we kind of had that 85 break. A, I should have gotten out way earlier. B, why was I so chasey? I always say don't go chasing waterfalls, and then I immediately jump into a stream. It's like if I had planned this entry better and just gotten involved at like the dip at 85.20s, which is initially when I wanted to move up, I would have been fine. I am really, really deeply disappointed in myself, but I'm always going to stay positive because that's what we do over here.
Nice.
I just want to be honest. You know what I mean?
Good.
I think it's like a nice combination of honesty and positivity is what we want. Not my best day of the trading day ever. Definitely my worst day since going live, so I want to be very cautious about the trades I take going forward. Starbucks got that high of day break, which means for my purposes, it's pretty much toast. It's a nice little frothy latte. Not for me, but shout out to everybody else who's killing it with this. I want to make sure if we have that high of day break, there could be a long off of this, but Starbucks is just getting so unpredictable. I was really proud of that scalp I took there off that 75.14, but I think that opportunity has come and gone. It looks like we really are trying to have that high of day break now. Although we've been trying for an hour and a half, so like, I don't know, Starbucks, you got to make up your mind, girl. I don't know what it's doing. Let's take a look at Robinhood, because that was we were in the hood earlier. Really proud of where I got out. The long didn't work out though. However, it could continue to be a short. We're a bit down of the day. We're at lows of days, but look, we are coming back into that previous area. Okay, I want to take the short. I do want to take the short. We're going to get short 46s here. And we're going to make the position a little bit smaller because I think the position size has also not been my bestie today. If we break into this, we're going to give this, okay, I really like this. I want to get involved at 46 because of that previous support. If we break above that 1756, which was that previous high, I'm outie. I don't want to make any new highs. So there we go. To quote Mary J. Blige, no more drama in my life, and hopefully no more drama in my trades.
And every time you say Audi, I think about Clueless.
Oh, yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, because they always say, I'm Audi. Yeah. Right, or whatever.
As if.
Yeah. There you go. One of the OG movies, man. That's like, yeah, it's old school. That's like my sister's generation.
Alicia Silverstone.
Yeah, that's my sister's generation. That's not even mine. Say that again, Ram. I'm not saying that out loud either. Well, are you serious? Is she actually? That's. Oh, but he's her stepbrother. He's not related to him, Ram.
It's also in the movie.
It's the
like I don't even have my earpiece working, and I still know what is being discussed here.
Her headset isn't working, by the way, so she has no idea what Ram is saying.
I think I'm pretty sure I know.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. Anyway, short TSLA. I said I'd get short at 173 area. It's come back into 173. Let's see what we get here. It's been, It's been a resistance level all day. Not all day, obviously, but you know, for the majority of the morning, we'll see. My out is going to be the break of this crest over here, so that 173.15 break and take, I'll get out of that. I could be persuaded to DCA somewhere at, like, say 173.10, 173.08, but with that same stop. If this makes a higher high, I just don't want it, because then it could be rounded bottom, and if it starts rounding bottom, then we could easily get a VWAP retracement into 173 mid-50s, and if that's the case, then I don't want any of that smoke. So no, I don't. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to sit at, I'm going to short here at 9s, and I'm going to keep my eye on it. If this prints anything above 173.18, that's going to be the end of the trade on my TSLA trade. We'll try 173 here, and then there it goes, and I'm going to have to get out of this trade here, Dara, as it's continuing up. Sucks to be me. We had to get out of this trade. 173 breaks the time we decide to take it, so that's just the way it goes. And you've got to re-up and get ready. So now, if it comes into VWAP at 173.50-ish and it rejects there, I'm going to be looking at that level.
Yeah, I mean, I'm finally trusting my instincts here on this. I know I said to stop looking at Celsius, but right as I was about to go, we had that short the pop I wanted. I took 20 pennies on this. Really proud. This is the type of trading you need to be doing in and out. I'm exhilarated. Was it a bit of a revenge trade? Sure, but I think I needed it just to remind myself. It's like, you know, if you trade your style, you can be okay. So we're going to have to turn the heat off at Celsius, take that one off the stove. No more energy in that name. But I think I really did that trade because it was something I felt confident in. And, you know, you had the blood rushing, all of the things that were described in that, the start of that lesson, like, oh, you like that area, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, happy with that. Whew. Also, Starbucks heard me say it was going to break high of day, and it's like, well, actually, maybe not. I changed my mind, Adara. So now Starbucks back to this range.
Oh.
And you know, those words, I mean, range is one of my favorite words. And every time Sharif says range, I'm like,
hello.
So yeah, literally, I popped my head over there. So, you know, Starbucks, if you want to hold the 75, don't know if you do, because you've been a Scotia bamboozling, but it's been holding 75 really well. So we are going to go back to basics here. Shout out to that Christina Aguilera album from like 2007. Take that range and see what happens, and take Celsius off the side chart, because apparently I am way too tempted to get involved. We're going to replace that with the Cheesecake Factory. Cheesecake Factory was one that I did get out of the short earlier. Happy with how that went. Because like I said, I didn't like that we're moving back here, and I definitely would have gotten out when we broke above that 80s area. It's been continuing to the downside, though. I still love that previous base of 45 and then also that 60s level, so if either of those come back into fruition, come back into play, I shall be taking a bite of that cheesecake. Also, Cheesecake Factory, like, the cheesecake is good.
So good.
Like, I went with
So
my, I've been like twice, and I went with my friend recently, like December or something, for her birthday, and it was a good time. It's a nice, you have to wait for hours, but it was great.
So I took some takeaway cheesecake because I had the folks come over.
Flavor?
I just got like a bunch of different things.
Okay.
Strawberry with a strawberry one. I had a chocolate cheesecake. Can we talk about the fact that they've become insanely expensive?
Oh, they're so expensive.
Per piece?
There's
Like, how
12
much
bucks.
sugar is in this
Yeah.
thing? Like, what are they putting in this thing? It's ridiculous. Yeah, they're like $20 a pop, bro. And that's Canadian, obviously, not American. So a little pricey. Anyway, we got short on Tesla. Took a nice 20 penny winner right down there. Took an L on it initially. No, you know, let's call a spade a spade. We got short at the 50, so the 20 doesn't hold up. But guess what? The 50 did on the 5, and down we go again. I'm still holding a little piece. I want to see if this makes its way below 173. It's definitely using now 173 as support, prior resistance. If that's the case, then I'll flip. I'll look to go long on 173 if it's going to use it as support. I don't care. I have no affinity to any levels here on TSLA. So look, it is now curling. I want to give it some time to make sure that this 173 is not going to give way, because I could be seeing what I want to see, which is 173 support. If we give way at 173, I'll hold the position, you know, maybe into that 2/3 of a dollar or whatever. But if it keeps holding 173, then I could be persuaded to get a dip trade long off that level and see where it goes from there. So yeah, that's the situation with me and my Tesla trade at the moment. Here comes 173 again. There goes 173 on a closing basis, though. We need a close, and now we're getting prints well below 173. Nice, Tesla. Come down into the mid-60s or whatever, so we can make up what we lost on you, punk. So there we go. Into the low 90s we go. Yeah. Now we're doing decent here, Adara. So we're going to flatten out over here. Good little trade off the top there. Happy that I was able to avenge my loss, but I'm still negative on Tesla. That's just the fact matter. So we'll look for the next trade now to see what's moving. Now, as I look at it, crypto all went green. What happened here? Ooh. So Bitcoin up into 62 and a third again, up about 1/3%. What's it called? Ethereum back above 3,000. MicroStrategy's 5%. Okay, calm down, bro. Coinbase up 0.71. You have Mara, which reports after hours today. Don't forget that. Up 1.6. And by the way, I was looking at Market Chameleon just to kind of get the idea of what to expect here on Mara. Let's go ahead and log into Market Chameleon over here. Yes, I do want to continue. So let's load up earnings and then have a look at what they're predicting for Mara. What's the market cap on this stock side? Because it always...
I think it's like around
5.5.
Oh,
yeah.
5.5.
Yeah. So the reason is it's ordered by market cap. So I have to go all the way down. Let's see. No. Okay. So let's go into number 2. And it should be here. Marathon. There we go. So last time around, Mara tanked 16.5% from the prior day close to the next day's close, okay? So 16.5% was the actual move. Now, expected this time around, plus or minus 9.1%. That's decent amount. So just, kind of do that calculation. And one thing that always stays in my mind when I do these assessments about plus or minus or whatever is what Danielle Shea said. So Danielle Shea brought a really good point. I think she brought it on the market recap show with the Katina Man and Adara now. Is she said if the price stays between that expected move, so moves up 8.5% or moves down 8.5%, then you can mean revert back. But once you break out of that 9%, so say it goes above 9% or below 9% by some distance, you may not mean revert at that point. That may just be, the new kind of look for that particular name. So, I know it's a lot easier to say than to do and to calculate percentages while this thing is moving in real time, but just have that kind of in the back of your mind. Also, the call takes place at 5. So if you're going to trade this in the aftermarket, know that the earnings are probably going to come out 4 or 4.05 or 4.10, 4.15, whatever. It's always increments of 5. And then they're going to start dropping hot lines on the call at 5 p.m., which is another possible market mover. We'll see exactly. I want to hear what they're going to say about how they're going to make more money now that the halving event has come and gone. A lot of options volume on this monster, 104,000 different contracts. That's the biggest, I guess, on this page. Let's see if there's any ones that outdo this one. Yeah, Roblox had more, 239,000 contracts on RBLX today for that earnings miss. Go down, Tesla, all the way down. So
punk, go down, you punk.
Yeah, it breaks down. It looks like it's printing in the 60s right now, dear.
You calling Tesla a punk is just like the thing I did not expect to happen today that I really enjoyed. So, putting cyberpunk. Cybertruck being a cyberpunk there.
Love it.
I had to. But yeah, so this Starbucks here. Let's get that pumpkin apple spice or caramel apple spice there. We're gonna get spicy in this market. That was I don't know if they even make that drink anymore, but like when I wasn't allowed to have caffeine, the caramel apple spice was my Starbucks order. And that's a good time. So hopefully we get a little bit caramel apple spicy in this move to the upside. I have very little faith left in this move. Like I said, I think Starbucks is so confused as to what she wants to be when she grows up. So I have to respect that. But also I have to respect that she's bouncing off 75. I can take 10 pennies. I was literally risking like 5 pennies. So if I can take 10 pennies, I'm going to be pleased as punch. This is, I really did like the fact that we keep seeing this range coming to fruition. I didn't play every pop. In fact, I played it wrong the first couple times. But it's like, I think once you get back into range trading, I say this, by you, I mean me. I think I need to just get more accustomed and more comfortable with how these ranges work. Why do you not want 75.09 Starbucks? Asking for a friend. But yeah, so also, we do have that 30-year auction coming up at 1 p.m. I like that the most obvious part of that, which was the auction being at 1, was the part I forgot about. But it is a 30-year auction. It's coming at 1 p.m. That is something I do not want to be in any trades during, because that can get you a little bit chopped and churned and messed up. I was in a Q short during the auction yesterday, and it ended up working to my favor, but I didn't take any profit. So that was a huge learning lesson for me. It's like you need to be on the ball. And if you're off the ball, the market will just be like, okay, cool, I took your money, have a good time, right? Doesn't care about your feelings, so you need to be prepared. So I have all but one singular share out of Starbucks. Now, we don't usually talk about position sizes, but I have a cool one share left, and I thought that was pretty funny, which is why I shared it. But now we're all out.
Hey.
So I'm pleased this punch. Needed that. Still down in the day, but trying to work out of that little teeny tiny, it's not tiny, it's a decent hole we've dug ourselves out of. But we're gonna keep going, or dug ourselves into, but we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep pushing, making trades that make sense. So I'm happy with how this is going so far, and rant over.
Okay.
How was the punk going? Oh, yeah, I forgot you flattened it out.
Yeah, but I want to complain about ARM now.
Please do.
We had a good trade on it. We had one bad trade, one good trade, but it's continuing to head down. So, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn here or anything, but I really want to say why I was interested in this ARM short. And it's not that complicated. This was the closing print on ARM yesterday, Ram. And this is where it came down to. Let's look at the 5-minute over here. And this white line, this white horizontal line, is the closing print. We closed yesterday before that big boy Huadunk there at, what time was that, Huadunk? 4:05. We printed 106.05. That was the closing print. I mean, we come up into, yeah, you guessed it, 106 and change, and then we tank $5+ off that. So good luck. Now, initially, you did have some support at VWAP. Remember how we were saying that this 102.50 generalish area of the volume weighted average price could act as a support level. In addition to being support, it also had the IB high at 102 1/3. And it did hold up there for, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 5-minute candles, and then it gave way here. And we're trying to hold at the 200. So keep your eye on ARM. I mean, these levels here, I'm thinking below 101.50, we've got to really talk about 100. Now there is price action support to reinforce the idea that $100 could be support, not just the fact that it's a $100 level. Look at this. Over here, $840, $100 top. $905, $100 top. Look at all these closing prints. Yes, I know that they go well past 100, but all the closing prints are at $100 until we really close above 100 for the first time here at $950. So it took 20 minutes for that closing print to come above $100. So yeah, $100, I mean, I would be looking possibly long off 100. So I'm going to put the alert, and I'll put it at like $100.50, just so that I could have advanced notice of that $100 level, and I'll have a look and see, do I like the trade or what the situation is. So we'll keep looking at that. Escobar Home 2.0. Who is Ram? Do we still have that camera, or is that camera gone?
Ramra?
We have the production team camera.
The Ramra.
The Ramra. She's right there. Hello, Ram. The Ramra, the camera, the camera, the Ram camera. That's who she is, Escobar Home 2.0. She is one of the amazing production team that we have there. The other individual, the Chilean Nightmare, Fabian, also there on the ones and twos at times. So that's, if I say Chilean Nightmare or say Ram, I'm referring to our production team, the best production team, baby.
Shout out.
Shout out to them. All right, let's have a look at the Mag 7 over here, Darren, figure out what trades we could possibly get into. And I heard a lot of people talking about this in the chat, and I can't disagree with it at all. But this 183, mid-60s, high 60s, mid-70s, this is an obvious top on AAPL and has been for the entire day. But keep your eye on these higher lows. This ascending wedge could mean something, especially because it appears in the right context here. We always see these ascending wedges when they were preceded by downtrends. Now we have an ascending wedge preceded by an uptrend. And that's an important difference because it's a continuation pattern at its best. So let's see if we can get a break through, essentially it's 183.86, but it's more like 184. So I like this. Look for possible dips off VWAP. I know that the easier trade is to short near these tops, and I already had a short on Apple at these tops. I got it like in the 70s or something. But yeah, I think that the more aggressive and possibly more profitable trade is to get long here for a flat top break. you know, I wouldn't mind having something at VWAP along at VWAP on Apple 183.45, 183 mid 40s, something like that. Currently VWAP's at low 40s. Yeah, it's at low 40s. So mid 40s maybe. What are you looking at?
Oh yeah, I am taking, I'm trying to get short Starbucks again, because if that range is going to keep happening, I'm going to go back to Starbucks. I'm going to say, hey, can you please refill my range trade, please? And it'll say, thank you. Yeah, that made sense. Also, I'm in SOXL. I took this short. This was kind of an impulse thing, but I think in a good way. Because I was like, oh, Adara, NVIDIA's curling to the upside. Are you sure? And I was like, no, I am sure. You know why I'm sure? Because look at this little waffle around VWAP. We have slightly lower highs. We've been chopping and turning like, you know, like ping pong or table tennis or what have you, from that 40-10 area down into that 40 area. So I want all of the smoke. Yeah, so that was a lot of inflection on my voice because I meant it. I'm not getting Starbucks. I'm going to cancel that because I think Starbucks has gone back to deciding she doesn't know what she wants to do with her life, so that's fine. Then I do not know what I want to do with her. If we break above this previous little chop and churn area, that 40-13, I'm out. Got to say bye-bye. But I do like the SOXL for right now, and I'm happy I took it because I think my biggest things in general and also today have been A, being too indecisive, not getting in when you have good opportunities, and then B, just like panicking and not leaving when I need to. So gonna shout out my pal, nemesis, frenemy, je ne sais pas, Celsius. Today is my worst trading day since going live, and a lot of that has to do with the Celsius move. Initially I liked these trades, I had confidence in them. Then I decided to get back in, and like honestly, these whatever, I'm okay with. I'll take the losses on that. This last trade though, I'm really upset at myself for, because I was very chasey about it, because I didn't have the impetus to punch in earlier when I really wanted this long off that bounce off previous support. That was the trade that really should have been taken. So that's why I was like very much like grr at myself for missing that opportunity. Now Celsius kind of heading to the downside. I'm happy I was able to take that 20 penny short. And, you know, if we keep projecting off the 90 MA, that could be a thing later. But I think just not getting married to bad ideas and trying, sometimes, you know, first thought, best thought, and that's a little bit dramatic. But, you know, if you really like something and you know, it's coming into fruition for you, just get out. We broke above 40.13, so bye-bye, SOXL. Did take a SOXL on it, but just looking for some more trades, some more opportunities. Chill vibes. I wish I knew more about the bond auction than I actually do, but to my understanding, they basically will auction off the bonds for, I'm gonna have to ask her because I know he knows. It's usually international, right? So you'll have the bond auction. There's different bonds as well. You've got like the 4-week, the 30-year, the 10-year, and there are certain ones that are followed more closely than others, and they don't always move the market either. So the 30-year is sometimes one that could be a little bit more loosey-goosey. Sometimes we'll also have delayed reactions. We had a little baby drop to the downside of the 10-year, and other than that, not much. We also have bond auctions sometimes at 11:30 a.m., and those I find are a little bit usually less conducive to market moves than the ones we have at 1 p.m. Though the ones we have at 1 p.m. are also not always conducive to market moves. So it really does depend. I will ask Lou Streep when he gets back here, because I would like to know a little bit more about the bond auction myself. Not something I am as well versed in as I would like to be. I'm trying to see if there's any other things I want to take a look at here. Reddit, John King mentioning Reddit. You know, I'm not going to give advice here on whether or not to buy or sell Reddit, but I could take a look at the Reddit chart for you. Reddit is on the NY, which I apparently missed out on there. So Reddit, New York here for Reddit. Reddit's a range on the day. Pardon? Pardon? See, my thing is too, is I feel like you'd have to go short here though on Reddit. When I say you, I mean me, to play this range. I don't know. But yeah, John King, I will say, I don't know what term you're talking about. Again, not going to give advice whether to buy Reddit. I will say, or buy or sell Reddit. Sorry, I will say right now with RDDT, if we're going to go on the daily chart, it is interesting how we're kind of bouncing here off that previous chop and turn around 50, right? Now we're making a little bit of a bounce on the daily. We'll have to see if that holds up. We did just have earnings, but yeah, I will say the 50 level to me is interesting. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. The other level that's interesting to me is going to be that 56. So I don't know. If you're thinking on the intraday chart as well, like I said, I think to me, the big play on the intraday is this range from that 49.80 to that 49 area. I just don't feel comfortable enough in my risk management to take it, if I'm being really honest. Also, sorry, so can you explain the bond auction? Because Chill Vibes was asking, and I tried to explain it. I think I explained it horribly.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
I just want to know if John King works for CNN. Is that John King?
I don't know.
Oh, you didn't get it. Okay, well, John King is CNN King.
Oh,
okay.
I thought you were being serious. I can't do sarcasm.
John King as well. Yeah, Larry
like
King's,
Larry
I think
King.
he's expired, yeah. Yeah, no, I meant John King. Yeah, we're a nice way, Ram. Okay, so the bond auction is really interesting because, so there's a couple of ways that the U.S. government raises money to pay for all the programs that they pay for. Taxation is the one that we're all familiar with, right?
Oh, yeah.
But there's the issuing of debt.
Okay.
And the issuing of debt is essentially treasury notes. So they give you an IOU. It's like, okay, here you buy $100 of my debt, and in exchange for buying $100 of my debt, I'm going to give you some interest on that.
Okay.
And then at the expiration period, if it's 5 years, you get your $100 back, and you'll have accumulated all those interest payments along the way for 5 years. So you're in the money, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's better, obviously, when there's a higher rate to do that. So why do they do that? Because they need to spend on their government programs. So when we have these bond auctions, whether they're well received or not, I guess is almost an indirect reflection on the U.S. economy. If a lot of people want to buy U.S. debt, that means they have more trust and faith in the U.S. economy to want to buy up their debt. The biggest buyers are the Japanese, the Chinese, and recently the Saudis, right? And so when we see these bond auctions that are not well met, it kind of makes us question whether or not, the market is looking at the economy from a favorable sense. And there's another adage that I have to add this in to the context, that everyone always says the bond market is more sophisticated than the equities market, that bond traders are more intelligent and they have a better beat, a better understanding of the entire market. So we always kind of look at the bond market as that sophisticated, they know what they're doing kind of thing. Now, not all of that could be wrong.
Okay.
Right? I mean, it doesn't have to be accurate every time, but that's the general perception.
Thank you for explaining that. Because I remember reading about bonds like when I was doing the business courses before I started. But it's like that the auction. It's really fascinating. And also shout out to Chris Brecher, who was on the Market Recap show yesterday, talking about some bonds. We were bonding over bonds last night. But yeah, thank you, Sharif, for going over that. We will get that 30-year auction in 12 minutes. Also, thank goodness I did not get short Starbucks again, because Starbucks is like, actually, I just got my caramel macchiato. Now I'm feeling like I finally want to break that high of day. So do your thing, 21 Starbucks. Congrats to anybody who was in this long. Happy I played it the way I did. Am I positive on it right now? No. Pennies negative on it, so basically flat on it, but really happy with what I did. Taking some trades I liked on it after taking some L's earlier. That's what I'm trying to do. Congrats to Starbucks, making its high of day. You worked for that, girl. You were chopping and turning for like an hour and a half before you got to that high of day, so shout out to Starbucks. Shout out to anybody in that trade. I'm trying to find some opportunities here, and I have to say, this topping candle and the Qs, actually, wait, no, I pull it up, and now I'm like, I think we're going to keep going higher. But initially, I liked that we had a little bit of that topping tail at that previous resistance. I think it's going to go higher, though, so I'm trying to make my choices a little bit less based on one candle, trying to see what these markets have to offer, because I definitely want to get involved.
All right, I'm short the dead one at these highs. It put in a 92 print, or it looks like a 91 and change print, and I ended up watching it go down to 81s. I said, look, I'll get short, because it kind of rejected that level. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to allow this to go any more against me than 94s. I've already put in my out for 94, so if it continues higher and breaks through 184, then great. Then we'll trade it the other way. Had profitable trade on it already, and it looks like I'm going to get stopped out now as we're 1 penny away from my stop there at 94s. Apple breaking high days, putting in those higher lows and higher highs. Let's see what it does at the whole dollar level if it makes its way up there, but it looks like I am destined to get stopped out here as Apple is at high a day, and there I go, and there I'm out of the entire position. And the chart absolutely went haywire there. Apple on to 184, 183.99 HOD at the moment. There's size here on the book at 184, some decent size. These are lots, not shares, by the way. So 842 lots, 333 lots, 131.28. So there's big boy size at the 184 level. And alas, we reject off that level and come back down. So maybe the better area was the whole dollar level. Look at that dip. Right back down to 90s. We'll see if this one ends up being a V-shaped touch and drop off that 184. So interesting price action here for Apple. Let's also watch to see if it uses the previous area of support, like that high 80s, low 90s, as a good support level. It was previously resistance. If it doesn't, then we'll look for a break and take of 184. If it does give way to that level, that high 183s, mid 183.80s, then I'll look to get short again. I don't have a problem doing that. But watching right now as AAPL does the dance with that whole dollar, a topping tail candle coming in on the 5-minute right now, and into the 80s we go. So I did get bamboozled out of that, but that's, I guess, just kind of normal around here. Keep your eye out for this candle, the 5-minute candle, to close in the shape that it's currently at. That's a topping tail candle, and it's awfully bearish. So let's keep our eye on that. What's the future doing? No, we're not tanking on the future. We're holding up decently here above 18.2. No, we're not, actually. We're below 8. Yeah, 18.2. 18.214. So we're doing D's here on the future. Keeping my eye on that. Let's talk about some Amazon as well. Ram. Amazon now curling back up. So the deeper retracements, we've been talking about this, come into the 20, the more shallow into the 10, and Amazon's been awfully strong ever since it popped up into 191, and a third came back down, broke that 190.50, and then up we go again, looking to take 191. So good look there for Amazon. This candle on Apple looks awfully bearish, but I just feel like it's just so obvious that it's just going to lure people in, and we're going to get a 184 break. So I don't know. I don't know what to do here on Apple. I'm going to stay clear for a second until this resolves one way or another. 183.99 HOD. It broke that previous resistance high, and it's doing things right now. Unsure how this resolves. Watching Apple for a nice either breaker or dip.
Do you think the candle could be lying to you?
I like that. Yes, it doesn't lie. It misleads.
I like that. Let's take a look at Jesus Cabrera saying, Amazon, please. And I mean, I love the quaint way with which you asked to look at Amazon. So we're going to express deliver a look at Amazon for you.
Quaint and express deliver. I love it.
Oh, this is a great look. To me, you know what words I'm going to say. There are 3 of them. It is flat top break. I can't, again, none advice just be taken on the chart, but this is an amazing look. Higher lows, flattish top around that 191 area, and it's a whole dollar level, so that's a nice look. Yes, okay, so I know there were, I know you got in, I don't know when you got back in this. I know earlier you were involved at 187, but currently long, I have 2 guesses. One of them is 189.70, the other one is 190.40. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't realize when you, 187.54, so that's, shout out to the sticky note.
Attaboy, Katina, man.
Yeah, so shout out to Sean. I didn't know where you got involved, but yeah, Sean is a cool, almost $4 in the money, and once that flat top breaks off, pretty sure that $4 will be there. He will be getting express delivered those dollars. Also, I am pleased as punch with Soxal finally trying to give me a Sox W here after Lord knows how long today. But no, I really like this level, which is why I got involved. Initially got out of the short in that level, then we chop and turn around, and I'm like, you know what? I think we could push higher. We had a bit of a bamboozling candle, but I didn't get involved in one candle. I said, we're not going to short just on one candle. No, sir. No, ma'am. No person. I want to get long because I do think we have the continued movement to the upside. The Qs are also seeing a similar action. Notice sometimes the stock sell and Qs will trade in tandem, not always, but there's sometimes similar movements. So I wanted to get involved here. I'm happy with this. I want to see what we do at 40.30s because that was a level A I liked earlier as resistance. B, it was that chop and turn area earlier. C, stock sell. If you want to keep going to the upside, I'd be happy. No, I'm doing for some reason. It's just me talking to the stock there. But yeah, so let's see how this goes in stock sell. I don't dislike it right now. It always could be an L, but anything could be an L. You know what I mean? It's about you trying to take it, trying to take that win, right? Because you could lose on everything. But it's if you like the idea, sometimes you just have to commit to it, have the conviction. Ashton always says a scared trader is a deficient trader.
Thanks.
I've been deficient. I've been a deficient trader today for a lot of reasons, but I definitely wouldn't say I've been scared. And so I'm proud of that. I'll take that for what it is.
I like it. I'm crazy. So I'm going short Apple again. Let's see if it breaks through 184 this time. I'm going to flatten out if it breaks through 184. I'm not even going to give it any room. But there's a whole lot of price action dancing right now. The tape's moving a little bit more aggressively than it has. I'm short at 95s. If this breaks 184, I'm gonzino. We got a bit of a candle of indecision on the 5. It was a doji candle with the body twisting a little bit to the bottom. Yeah, you can't really put too much stock into that. But when we did come up into 184, look at the lots. Look at the size at 184. It's big. These aren't shares. These are lots. So, there is a decent amount of size here at the 184 level. So I'm looking to wet my beak on some profits. I'm also looking to add to this Apple short if we break below 183.86, which is the low of the previous candle. This was how I was coming at this trade. I wanted to come at it from a pop trade, so get 95s, very close to that 99, so I only have to risk like 4 or 5 pennies. And if it does make a 5-minute candle to make a new low, I want to add to the position because I feel that it could be right at that point. So we'll see here, coming back into 90s, 2 topping tail candles on the 5 right now on AAPL. Doesn't mean a whole lot because we have one that's closed and one that's like very early on. I mean, how much time do we have left on this here 5-minute candle? We have like 3 minutes left, so there's plenty of time for things to change. A break above 184 and I'm Gonzino. And I see, you know, Amazon pumping here. I see Tesla coming into the volume weighted average price. You know, Meta and Microsoft, Google as well, a little bit dead today. They're not really doing much. But here we go. Apple again knocking the door at 97s. 98s could be forthcoming. We'll have to wait and see. There's not too much size in the way of resistance after 184. There's big boy size at 184. Not too much that I can see anyway on the book above that level. So we're dancing. We've been dancing for a bit here. We'll see how this resolves. Brad Gobert was telling me something about his Tesla trade. I didn't know if he was long or short. Brad Gobert, long Tesla, 173, has held it for 8 minutes. Shout out to you, Brad. I see it there. You're nicely in the money, 20 plus some odd pennies in the money. But keep your eye on VWAP at the $0.50. It seems to be a bit of a local top. But I like your trade, Brad, because you're doing the rounded bottom right there. So here comes 184, guys. And there's big size at 184. Let's see how this resolves. Something nice to watch here, but obviously I don't want this to go against me, and there it is. So I'm out at 184 as it did break, but this could still be a short. So I'm getting ready to see if we dump off these levels. Now, high a day on AAPL 184.05. We're at 184 right now. Looks like we may take this level, Adara. 0.69 on the day right now to the green is AAPL. And it's been a decent move the last couple of days. Nothing really to complain about here as a long-term shareholder, but not liking this intraday trade as I did get weaseled out. And now down we go again below 184. Yeah, I'm not going to take a third crack at this until it resolves one way or another. If I have to miss some, I have to miss some, but I'm not going to keep getting cut up on this. So I'm going to pack my patience. I do like this level on Apple, just unsure how to trade it. Let's see what comes.
Do you think maybe the reason Apple's so active lately is because it's getting revenge at you for calling it the dead one?
Oh, that could be very true.
No, also, yeah, because I just realized, so the reason we jokingly call Apple the dead one is because I found it really funny. Back in October, Sharif Ones was like, oh, we could call Apple the dead one because it's not doing anything. And also because it kind of generally does not do a lot.
No.
It is, compared to a Tesla or
Exactly.
an NVIDIA or even a Meta, which could move dollars, like the range per candle, as Sharif always says, can be psychotic in some of these Tesla, NVIDIA, Meta type moves. Meta is a stealth bamboozler.
Oh, yeah.
That for free. But with Apple, you don't really have the type of movement. Apple's more subdued.
1 minute to
It's
the
more
auction,
chill.
guys.
We have 1 minute to the auction.
Yep.
Oh, actually, it's right now. I'm waiting for the results. I have my financial juice up. We're not sponsored by them, but I'm just using that there. We did already have the 4-week earlier today. Let's see if we get that 30-year. Happy I'm not out of Soxal because I have no reason to be, though I am a skosh. Like, girl, what are you doing? Soxal, can you do something for me? Can you keep bouncing off the 90 MA for me? Do your thing, Soxal. Do your thing. So that's what happened there. We'll have to see. We keep bouncing off that 40-10, so it's not at all a bad look for me. I don't want to get too shook with this. I want to say, okay, it looks like we might have gotten something because those TQs took a little bit of a bath here, got a little bit rinsed to the downside
Down.
on the TQs. Down and pamp it. It could be like the soundtrack of the midday. But also, hey, you know what? I want to wait for those results. I want to wait for that reaction. If we bounce, though, off that 58.70 area, I've been watching this all day. If the TQs bounce here, things could get really interesting. That was that previous area of resistance. It's come into confluence a couple times. If we get that bounce, things could get indeed spicy. For now, though, I am getting out of, I think, my Soxal if we don't have this nice little bounce here. Waiting for that result, guys. Trying to see what happened in these 30 years. But yeah, this has been, I mean, also just shout out to Uzi Game GP in the chat. Buy the dip. Because that is actually the theme of the day. And we're going to get back to that lesson in just a moment. I am just extricating myself from my sock sell. We have been extricated. It's all good. Please, but it wasn't a winning trade, but we didn't lose as much as we could have. So yeah, I appreciate the bang button. I think we should have the bang button for stuff like that. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's like you didn't get rinsed. Bang.
Well, exactly. I mean, a bad trade could be much, much, much worse. We all know that. I think we got the results of the auction because the tape is really moving here on the dead one. Apple a little bit above, a little bit below. Let's see how this one resolves. It looks like it has taken, at least for the moment, 184 as a level. 184.06 is dancing with it right now, and there it goes. So now we got the result of the auction. I feel 184.14. Watch out for mean reversion. This has happened before where we get that, what we think is an initial pump, and then what we end up getting is a retracement, as we are a little bit right now. Some candles of indecision showing up here, both on the Fuge and on some of these Mag 7 names. I'm talking about Softy. I'm talking about Apple right now. The 5-minute looks, even Google, the 5-minute candles of them, very much doji candles, candles of indecision. Even on the Fuge, are a skosh above 18.2, very much undecided in what direction. So packing my patience. I'm happy I didn't get into this Apple long now, if we hold 184 before the auction because of the bamboozlement. So it looks like we're going to take 0.75% here on AAPL. Jay Lee, rocket candles now. Yeah, man, that's what it looks like here on Apple and on Amazon. You're seeing big boy candles show up. Not really much else, though, in the Mag 7. I mean, I can show you guys. You probably have it on yourselves, but you're getting big moves up here in the Amazonian, RAM, and Apple as well. You're getting nice moves up, but decent pop up there for Meta. It looks like we popped up 474 in the third into 475 and change now, so not a bad look. Let's set up a dip trade now on the dead one and see if we can get 05s. I'm so frugal. I can't help myself. I always have to have a deal.
But it's hard sometimes with trading because you can't always get the deal because then
I know,
it always messes
you're right.
me up.
I know.
No, I'm just saying because I'm the same way. I told you I'm always too conservative. The word I use is I'm too conservative. Is I want to save money so I don't get in where I should be getting in. So then I miss the nice spicy opportunities here.
Right.
I have to get out of these Sox L's because we tried to get a little bit foxy with Soxy here and it moved a little too fast for me. Bye Sox L. Yeah, we still down on the day. Did lose some of the, I can't say gains, but did lose some of the stuff that we made back a little bit earlier with those stock sell trades. But I'm happy I took them. I saw stuff I liked. Didn't work out. It's okay. I'm trying, each day, you got to take things one day at a time. Shout out to that Enrique Iglesias and Akon song from like 2011, which what a weird combo. But yeah, got to take things one day at a time. Just got to keep going, keep learning. Am I proud of what I did today? For the most part, no, but I'm happy I kept going, kept rising, got that dirt off my shoulders and kept going. Thank you, Daytrader Cut, for giving us that 30-year bond. So it was slightly lower than expected, 4.635 versus 4.671 previous. So slight dip, and that might be why we didn't get a massive reaction. We got a little bit of a pop, then we got a little, we're literally just topping and turning here for the most part. So that makes sense. Thank you very much to Daytrader Cut. Hopefully you're making a cut today as a day trader.
Clearly.
Pleased as punch. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Kazro saying, Adara, what do you think of NVIDIA chart right now for Friday? I mean, I don't know, with NVIDIA, I got to be honest with you, Kazro, we still have 3 hours left in the day. NVIDIA could do a plethora of things before then. So I literally couldn't tell you. But right now, oh my God, this is gorgeous. Right now I can tell you we have higher lows and we're trying to break that top of 895. I think right now, to me, an 895 break could be very beautiful on NVIDIA. I think we clearly have some support at 883 from earlier today. Now, I know that doesn't really help you much, unfortunately, with Friday, but I think with NVIDIA, you can't even take things one day at a time with NVIDIA. You have to take things 1 second at a time. When I used to trade NVIDIA on the sim, I traded on the 1 minute. I charted on the 5, but I traded on the 1.
Really?
Because with NVIDIA, you have to, I think, to some extent, if you're taking short-term moves, because NVIDIA is the captain, is the king, the colonel of short-term movement. Now, NVIDIA, I think this 920 area continues to be really spicy on the daily chart. We've had a couple times where we've either where we closed there, closed green, opened red, closed green. So I think this is an interesting level there for me for NVIDIA 920. That being said, we've also had a lot of support. I mentioned that 883, that's going to be a little bit of support on the daily chart as well, a bit of resistance. So I think that 883 continues to be interesting. 883 to 920 is the general range of areas I'd be looking for tomorrow. So hope that helps. Yeah, but like I said with NVIDIA, it's a bit hard to tell levels until it smacks you in the face with them. Right now, though, we're gonna get that lesson started in a moment. How is Apple going?
It's still 8 pennies out of the money. It's trying to defend this 184 level. I've put my stop in the low 90s. So I've given it what I believe is enough room. We'll see if that ends up being right or wrong. But I want to mention this one right here. Amazon, wow. Wow, bro. Amazon's having a day here. And especially, I don't think we have a specific catalyst, right? There was no like Amazon specific catalyst. Yeah, all-time high, Katina, man, obviously. But yeah, really, I'm just making sure that there's nothing here for the Amazonian in the blotter. Not that I can see, but who cares when you look like this, man? Wow, all-time highs on AMZN, 191.64. What a move up, 1.89%. It's at high, so it's a blue sky setup. There's nothing to chart at these here levels, so you're gonna have to use your technicals. It's looked good on the 5. I mean, like, look, for the majority of the time, the 10 period, which is the green line on my chart, has held up. At times where it didn't, look at the 20 period, it caught whatever the 10 period couldn't catch and helped propel it back up. So Amazon has been an absolute monster on the day. Like, say from 950 onwards, it's been printing higher highs. So we'll keep tabs on the Amazonian right now, but we are 3 pennies out of the money now on the dead one Apple. As it's trying to hold up above 184, the future is coming into highs. We're 18,237, we're printing 229s. So we'll see exactly what we get here. My stop is already in place on AAPL. So not much more for me to do other than watch to see whether I'm going to make or lose money on it. Gorev, Amazon was a blue sky setup. It is a blue sky setup. 191.64 HOD, that's where it's printing right now, and that's all-time high until we print a little bit above that, and then that'll be all-time high. All right, so keeping an eye on that. What else are we talking about here, guys? Why did stocks jump, asks John Kim. We had a bond auction. Typically after the bond auction, usually a couple minutes after that, John, we have some not short-term, but market fluctuations, either to the high side or the low side, depending on how the auction was received. So just make sure you have that in your economic calendar before you day trade, because you have to know about all these intraday events. Jay Lee. KRE jumped about 10 cents on the auction, but in my humble opinion, this is still going to end up weaker when smaller banks start taking big losses from write-downs on commercial real estate. Jay, I echo that sentiment. I really do think we still haven't seen the worst of the commercial real estate issue, but I think that we may have some mitigating circumstances here where I think it's really restricted to certain banks. Okay, so I have to talk about Apple now, because Apple is coming down here, breaking through 184, and so I could get stopped out here if we continue to go into the low 90s. I've given myself a 94 or 92 stop there. We'll see if it's able to reclaim that 184 quite quickly, but yeah, however this one ends up, we're just gonna accept kind of the result of that. But Jay Lee, yeah, look, I agree with you. On that, I just feel like we've been talking about this commercial real estate issue since March of 2023, and we really haven't seen too much about it. Now, I don't know exactly what they're doing south of the border, but here, they're talking about refitting a lot of this stuff. So especially in Midtown, Jay, where a lot of the commercial real estate vacancies are higher. You don't have as much issues with the downtown commercial real estate, but the Midtown, uptown kind of stuff, that's where we're having some issues. So. Yeah, good luck for you there, Jay, to know about the macros and the look with commercial real estate there.
Yeah, we're going to get into the lesson du jour. I was going to take this pop off the TQs. TQs are like, Dara, you have a lesson to do? I'm going to run without you. And I was like, you know what, TQs, I respect that. Keeping me on my toes there. Keeping me accountable. So I wanted 83s, and then TQs were like, we're going to jump 5 pennies. You have to go talk now, and maybe we'll give you a range when we come back. But no, I like this level because that was that previous resistance using support. And TQs were like, Dara, stop talking about me. You have things to do. So yeah, cool, good times. Let's get into the lesson of the day. Not Neil's lesson of the day, but our lesson of the day, which is going to be buying the dip, more specifically in new listings. So IPOs, SPACs, and direct listings. Also, Affirm just made a nice breakout. I just saw it on my side chart. So shout out to Affirm, confirming the longs there. So let's say you see a hot IPO or a SPAC mooning after opening, then it takes a nosedive. Your pulse quickens. Is this the intraday dip you've been waiting for? Insert the Hallmark violins in the background here. This lesson will explore the fast-paced, exciting, intense world of intraday dip buying with IPOs, SPACs, and direct listings. So why would you buy the dip? Why the dip? Because there's a couple different reasons. For one, it's exploiting volatility because new listings are little playgrounds of volatility, little, stocks running around like children on the swings. And so dips can be fleeting overreactions, which give you quick entry and exit opportunities. Emphasis on quick because these things can move in the blink of an eye. Also, though, momentum swings are worth noting too because a strong opening can be followed by profit taking, creating temporary dips before the price potentially regains momentum. And so here's an example. This is on the SPX. This is not on an IPO, but just an example here. You had that nice little support around that 32,000 level, and you had a couple opportunities to get the dip off of it. And this also shows confluence with dips and previous support. Again, you're not always going to get stuff like that in IPOs, as we talked about earlier in the week, because levels don't always exist. But, the point is dips can sometimes form at key areas, and they're worth watching out for. Dip or disaster? Is it going to be a dip or is it going to be a bit more of a dip-zaster there? You want to note the difference, differentiate between a buying opportunity and a sinking ship. Is it a dip or is it a sinking ship? So short-term catalysts are worth noting. Did you have a news headline triggering the dip? Is it likely to be a short-term blip or a sign of deeper issues, especially with these IPOs? People are going to react very quickly. There's a lot of people involved sometimes on day one, day two, etc. So you want to make sure you are prepared. Technical indicators are worth noting as well. So what are you looking at in the moving averages? Are we seeing an uptrend reversal, potential trend reversal, or simply a healthy pullback within an uptrend? What's happening in the order book is I love looking at the order book because it gives you a sense of supply and demand. I'm not like an expert tape reader like Obi or anything, but I love looking at the book because, and Obi and I've talked about this as well in the midday, it does give you a sense of what's moving. Are there certain areas we really are clinging to? Someone sees a certain area that he's clinging to, so we'll have to hear from him later, because to say someone's pleased as apple punch would be an understatement. And yes, pun intended there. But yeah, the order book can be a huge key. And that's why sometimes if I see stuff, I talked about that Roblox short earlier that I got out of because I saw stuff in the book I didn't like. So with an IPO, that's going to be even more key.
Bang.
So here's some examples. I love the little commentary here. So sometimes dip buys don't work out. You think you have a dip, but it didn't work out. Then you got another dip opportunity, but that one worked out. So there can be fake outs. You want to make sure you're getting an actual dip and you're not buying into a downtrend. Because, we know that the markets love to be bamboozling, so you just got to be prepared. Let's talk about the step-by-step to the dip dance and getting these dips in the market.
Gotta get to you, girl. The big kahunas are singing too, man.
Good times. But so first you want to talk about your pre-market prep. So you want to start by identifying potential IPOs, SPACs, or direct listings with high pre-market interest. Look into the company, have your watch list ready. It could be a sticky note like Sean. It could be the side charts like Sharif. It could be a random Google document like myself, but make sure you have a way of seeing the stocks you like and levels you want. Also, spot the dip. So once you've looked at your stock that you like, monitor the opening price action. You want to see a sharp decline with increasing selling volume, but not a complete meltdown. Are we seeing support? Like if it's a day 2 IPO, are you seeing any kind of support that we're kind of buoyed off, resting on, sitting pretty near that you can play off of? That's what we want to look for. Now you also want to look for support and resistance if it exists. If the price dips near a previously established support level or historical buying zone, that might be a good time to enter. Confirmation signals are always really important, especially in IPOs when you want all the confirmation you can get, because those things, they'll IPO and they'll IPO. So you want to be very cognizant and aware of what's going on there. Look for indicators like a bullish RSI divergence. If the price keeps falling, for example, but the price starts to ride, that could be a sign of a potential reversal. You also want to look for a quick entry and exit. You want to be here today, gone tomorrow. Shout out to that Drake song, Pound Cake. But intraday dips are good for quick scalps. You want to have a clear profit target. For example, like 2 to 3%.
I just got it.
Yeah, here today, gone tomorrow.
Yeah, wow, I just actually got that.
I listened to that on repeat for
So
like
funny.
weeks after that song came out. Nothing was the same after that album, for real.
Yeah, it was such a good beat, too.
And then when they switched it up for Parasport music too. Anyways, I'm gonna stop waxing poetic about Drake, but I accidentally made that reference, so I had to shout that out. But yeah,
good.
so you also want to shout out your quick entry and exit for that reason, because they can't be here today and gone tomorrow. So these are really gonna be intraday dips for quick scalps. Have your clear profit target and a stop loss order set to limit potential losses. Bonus dip tip. I love the way this is written. So size is really important. You do not have too big of a position size, because then you can get a little bit lost. I
did that. I did that on purpose, and I don't care. I'm not apologetic about it because it's funny.
Also, the fact that we went over this twice and Neil only noticed now. It's the best part. This is time 3.
It's funny. I mean, come on. We have to have fun on the show. We're up for 3. Wow. I didn't say it. I love Neil, man. He's killing it. There it is.
Neil's in a great mood. Neil's living his best
Yeah,
life
he
with his
is in a
coffee,
great mood.
dropping hotlines. But yeah, so basically you want to keep your trades small and in multiples. I've talked about that even like in earnings plays or today, even in Celsius. You have to make sure, and these aren't IPOs, so imagine the volatility in IPOs. You want to make sure you have positions that you're comfortable managing. Also, the news flow is king. You want to make sure that you're staying glued to real-time news to understand what may be driving the price action. And always, people talk a lot about edge. And one thing, too, I've noticed since live trading is I've always been trying to have conversations, even more so with traders in the back as well.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the edge is really key, and I think finding your edge is really important. But so your edge can be discipline. That was not my edge today, let me tell you, but especially in IPOs, you really want to have that edge. Stick to your predefined entry and exit points. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Don't go chasing losses or get greedy and hold on for too long. Waterfalls, stick to the levels and the patterns you're used to.
Okay. Now somebody's hitting the notes. Okay.
A little skosh. But yeah, so always remember, too, that intraday buying the dip is a high-risk, high-reward strategy. Volatility can be your friend or your foe. So try to make it your friend by being disciplined, having plans involved. Also, I'm so happy you got that Drake reference, because I was like, that was kind of a shot in the dark.
That was actually
that
really
made me
good.
pleased
Yeah.
because I love that song. Thank you. Well, how's Apple and Amazon going?
Not bad. Apple's doing well, but Amazon's giving me a little bit of trouble. I'm long at 21s. Now we're at 20s. Okay. The idea here on Amazon is quite simple. Am I good, Fabian? Or okay. It's quite simple. Whether or not it pans out, an entirely different story. Look, it's been very strong, and I've made this case several times. The more shallow retracements come into the 10, the deeper retracements come in to the 20. So I'm looking for, I guess, a shallow retracement here. So I'm looking for a 10 hold up and pop. That's what I'm going to see. If it happens on the Amazon, we'll just basically the stops are in play and the profit takers are in play. Is it stop in play? Let me just double check on that. Are we good with the stop? Yeah, we're good with the stop, so we can let that one do its thing. Now, the one here on Apple, a little bit more, I don't want to call it bamboozling, but just it's not that kind of breakout style stock. Even though we took 184 and it seems like we're bouncing off 184, we're getting these bottoming tail candles off an area of previous resistance. Now it looks like current support. It's not exploding to the high side like, an NVIDIA would or maybe a Meta. So I'm trying to pack my patience with this one. I'm long at 05s. Okay, so it looks like I got stopped out of Amazon there as it did break down into that level. So no go on that Amazon trade. But wow, Apple just popped up. What the hell just happened with Apple? So I lose on one and you make on another. Something just went awry there with Apple. It just rocketed into 184.60. I was talking about this one. I mean, how bad does this thing make me look? I'm just sitting here talking about it, saying it doesn't rocket to the upside. Say that again, Neil.
Oh.
Apple to use its own chips to power AI. That's coming in on NVIDIA tanked on that news when Apple was retracing now. So the market bamboozlement is fast and it is furious right here. Right down we go on 184. I'm happy with the prints that I got. I didn't get top wick. I didn't get anything near top wick. Top wick was almost 60. We ended up getting out at 25s. But look at it fighting again at 184. So big boy moves here. I see you, Darwin. Apple AI chip news. Thank you again, Darwin, for that. As soon as I get it on my blotter, and I still haven't gotten it yet, I will bring it to you guys and let you know. Neil got it because he always gets it quicker on, I don't know if he's getting it there. Yeah, it is. He's listening to Squawk. So he had the earpiece on. Right up above, well, I was just about to say right above 184 goes Apple, was at 12s, and then I opened my mouth and it was at 2s. So Apple getting awfully, you know, volatile here off these levels of dare.
Yeah, I mean, something definitely happened there in Apple. So we're going to find out the exact details of what happened there, the happening in Apple. But right, yeah, so it's from what I've seen, a couple headlines here. The Apple leaves its own chip to cloud to power AI features 2024. Thank you, DayTrader Cut. Thank you, Neil, for that. Also, thank you, Affirm, question mark. And I say question mark because it hasn't done anything for me yet. But like, come on. These bounces off that 33.55, that top of 33.50, do I want all the smoke? Yes, I do. Come on, Affirm. If we break below here into like, I didn't even want to risk this much just because I honestly can't really afford to. Today's not been my day. I like this wick though into 25s. I like that top into 25s. We'll risk 10 pennies on this. I can live with that. But I can't live with that until I've been added to the position. So Affirm, time's ticking. I want to get involved. And honestly, like, you know, I haven't had great trades today, but I've learned a lot. And I think that's really key. And also, I mean, hopefully I can apply what I've learned. Mind you, that's always the next step. But this is also upsetting me because I should have gotten short back into the cake short. Should have eaten some more cake there. Should have pulled up Marie Antoinette, been like, letting them eat cake and taken that short because that 36.60 short I was talking about did actually come in. Actually, no, sorry, it didn't. It came to like 36. But the point is, we had these lower highs, lower lows, and I didn't get back involved. So that's on me. I took an L there just by not getting back involved. Happy I got out where I did, though, because I know I initially said I did want that area we're coming into now, but I absolutely would not have wanted that retest of VWAP. So you make decisions you make your bed, you eat your cake, and you have to lie in it. So Affirm, please let me get filled. I cannot go chasing waterfalls given after what happened with the Celsius. However, Celsius is actually getting spicy for me again. You might be like, Adara, why is this the sip you want to take to make an energy drink pun here after having some losses on this? But it's like, you can't, and Neil's had lessons of the day about this. You can't let like bad trades on names before get you down if there's levels you like. Now look at this. We had that move to the downside. Look where we're finding some support. Oh, that's right. That area that we bounced off earlier, that was also resistance. If we keep bouncing at 55s, I think there is a long here. And I think these failed wicks to the downside repeatedly confirm that. So I do want all the smoke. I do want all the caffeine in the energy drink. I can't really take it because like I said, not a great day. Took, you know, a couple too many cuts there earlier on Celsius. So I want to be cognizant, though, if there's a setup I'm obsessed with, if we see that move to the upside with the viciousness, swiftness, et al., then I want to get involved. I really want to get involved, and I don't want to stop myself because of previous bad trades, because I think that's not conducive to anything positive either. It's a fun world in trading. Yesterday described the markets as like, you know, an on and off relationship. Certainly today we're not getting along. I think it kicked me to the curb a little bit. But you know what? That means I just got to get back in his good graces tomorrow.
Good. All right. Stopped out of my AMZN trade. 0 for 2 on that one. Tried that one again over here, and it kept going down. So I tried on the 20, I tried on the 10. Neither one was forthcoming. That's all I'm going to do with that one. Long Apple again. We'll see what we can get. A nice move here. We're already 10 pennies in the money on this one. Let's see if we can pap up into that 184.69-ish area. That's where we had an initial area of resistance, and there it goes. Go Apple. So now with the calmness here, we've digested the news. Now the market looks like it may want to pump Apple here. Look, we went up last time on Apple on this whole, we're building our own AI chips for data centers. Now, you know, it seems to be very chip related, anything that's a good catalyst for this name. So we'll keep eyes on it. I'm going to try to hold the remaining amount here in case we really do trend, because if the market digests this and you start getting some big boy money buying in, well, then we could pump up here into 186 or something like that, 185. So I'm trying to pack my patience for this remainder of the Apple trade. Nicely in the money now. We're knocking on the door of 40s here. Don't forget that we wicked up into 59. So, I don't think it's wrong to want to make it back up into that wick. So if you're aiming for 59 as your beak wet or your profit target, I don't think you really have. I don't think you're really wrong on that. Into the mid 40s we go. We're long 19s. Let's see if we can get that mid 50 print. We're not too far away from it now. We're about 10 shekels away, and I hear some clapping, and I'm happy for her. We'll send it to her in 1 sec. I just want to see if we can get that mid 50 print soon, because Apple here, the volume really picking up on this, and you can see the tape. Just the fact that the tape is moving differently should, alert you to the fact that something's afoot. Here's 50. Now we're knocking the door 50, and there's a decent size here. Shout out to Ram, I guess, who did that. Or was that you, Neil? It was Neil. I know Neil has that one on his stream deck. We're knocking the door 50 here. Nobody's opened the door quite yet, but the door was opened earlier when we got into 59s. So let's see if we can make it back into 59s. Right now, just a skosh below the $0.50 Adair. What did you do over there?
Yeah, I was just clapping at Affirm, and it was a premature clap a little bit.
All good.
We're still a couple pennies in the money, but I was like, ooh, we're really going to firm up here to the upside. And instead, it kind of became a little bit infirm back around the 40s. I want to be getting out here at 48 with some of the positions, but I do want to keep a piece for the dream. And you know why?
I like that.
Because I do. I just do. I think we could have that top break. We've had wicks to the upside from there. I think we have some strength, some hustle. Also, Celsius, once again, being King Bamboozler of Bamboozler Island, I said, I think this is long, and I didn't get involved. Why didn't I get involved? Like, Adara. Shame. For shame. But you know what? We're not going to shame ourselves too hard, because we can keep having these opportunities. If we come back, rust around this 80s area, I want all the energy drinks.
Nice.
Oh, well, all the smokes, but you know what I mean. Also, this is pretty funny. I had to laugh at this. At John Szymanski in the chat, Adara talking about energy drinks ×2 is priceless. And yeah, so I thought it was pretty funny. I can imagine that would be pretty entertaining.
I love it.
Shout out to you, John Szymanski, great participant in the chat. You know what's not a great participant though is Affirm getting its way up to that 33.50 area. Yes, I'm talking to you, girl. Affirm, you know what I said.
Get it together, Affirm.
Please do, firm up. That's all I'm trying to say here. But yeah, short NVDL 38.40 is Jay Lee. So let's look at NVDL. Okay, 38.40. Yeah, I see right below VWAP. That's nice. Look, hopefully you take an NVDW on that one, Jay. This is actually kind of a rangy. Move. I think initially NVDL was on my side chart. Then it got booted for probably Affirm, probably some Celsius mistakes. But yeah, NVDL might have to go back on the side chart. Shout out to you there, Jay Lee. Hopefully you are printing it up. And with that, hopefully having an NVDW there. Come on, Affirm. Let's give that a win.
I like it.
But yeah, hopefully you are still. People were calling it Pample in the chat. So how is Pample treating you?
It's not bad. I like that, Pample. We're back into 40s, Adara. We did dip ever so briefly into the upper 20s there, but right back into the 40s we go. I don't know, man. There's nothing, obviously, that I know that you guys don't know. I just have a feeling we trend here on Apple for a little bit. It's a chip headline. We all know how chips have been doing lately as a group. All the hype has been with the chips. Apple has not had an AI story. We haven't heard much about them with anything really about chips, obviously, except the M4 that came out the other day. But we'll see. So I'm just going to leave this position to do its thing, 21, come what may. So I would like to print into the mid to high 50s, but that may not be forthcoming. Now, I keep coming back to Amazon. I don't know, I'm cruising for a bruising or something here. I'm not really sure why I'm obsessed with Amazon. It's like I have to get the trade right on it, even though that has no bearing on P&L. But I'm keeping an eye here on 191. So initially, 191 was a level of resistance. So look at this. Pop into 191, we reject, and we end up taking on the second occasion. Now we're kind of rejecting off 191. So if 191 doesn't get reclaimed quickly here, could we be taking a short here on Amazon off 191? I know it's really a counter trend trade. We're up 1.5%, but every time we're wicking into this 191 area, we're finding some resistance. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to jump into this short on Amazon here. Perhaps I could wait for a bottom break through 70, and that's not going to be that long, about 8 pennies till that time. So Amazon's given it up here. It looks like, at least for the moment, giving up off the highs, 191.70. Now we're down into 190.70, so about a buck off the top. VWAP on this one is at 190, so that's great. The $10 level VWAP, they conflate. It's a good look. So possibly here, if you're going to short at these levels, 190 is where you want to wet your beak. I'm not saying to short right now. I'm just saying that if you were looking, that's another interesting area of support. 190 on AMZN. Yeah, that short's printing right now. Look at this. About to break 70s here. Not a bad look here on Amazon. So I may have had this one wrong. All right, whatever. Apple back into the 40s we go. I'm going to wait to the mid-50s before I put anything out. Let's go and hang out at 55. What's life without whimsy? We're going to sit there at 55 waiting for a profit taker. Now, some other stock. Oh, wow, Amazon. Oh, wow, Amazon. Does it bounce off this level? I just want to watch this for a bit here.
Bounce Amazon.
I don't want it to bounce it there. I'm
sorry.
thinking maybe we'll take a short off these levels over here. I know it's not my style of trade where I usually go with the trend. If something's up 1.5%, I'm usually going long, not short. But yeah, maybe I should stick to my rules here and not get short at these levels. Yeah, I'm just going to stay clear of that. Anyway, I wanted to point out a possible flat top on Meta, which seems to be a bit of a range trade here for whoever's interested. So for whatever reason, 47.50, 47 1/3 to 47 1/2. Sorry, 475 1/3 to 475 1/2 seems to be a local area top. Every time you make it up there, it seems to reject. Now, initially, you did break through it, but look where the closing prints are on these top wicking candles. I'm talking about that 1120, 1125, and 1130 candles on the 5. They got into the high of day, 475 3/4. But alas, look where the prints are. They're all below that $0.50. So for 475.50 on META, a local area of resistance, I would say have a resting order at that area, because what ends up happening is that it puts you higher in priority in line if you are first for that order. If you want to punch in, once it gets to that price, you're going to be in later in the priority line, so you may not get filled. And so this is an interesting area possibly to get short here on the Meta. So I'm going to pull up Meta on a trading screen, and I'm going to have it up because I want to see exactly, what type of trade we can take here off the one. Let's have a look. So, to be a bit more aggressive, you're going to have to probably have it in the 40s. Last time it didn't make its way into the 50s, or it topped out at the 50. So you may not get filled there. So maybe high 30s, low 40s. I put my resting short trade, I guess. That's kind of what I'm trying to say there. Let's go ahead and see what we can get there. Daryl, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, so the reason I was like, bounce Amazon is, and this is embarrassing to admit, for a second I read that Apple is AMZN.
Oh.
And I was like, he's long Amazon, let's bounce. So that's like, to be 100% honest, that's what happened.
I got you.
But also, I really, I love the I'm cruising for a bruising, because I feel that way with what I was doing with Celsius as well. But I also think that's like important to notice. Sometimes it's like we have our pride get in the way of the P&L.
Bang.
Because that's absolutely what happened with Celsius. I was like very upset at myself. I was like, what's P&L CS? I just want to keep taking the Celsius to feel better about how I didn't do as well in it earlier. But it's like, Adara, that's not a strategy. And to be clear, I was really pleased as punch with some of the early trades I took in it. This was such a chasey. This was like, call it Chase Crawford. This was a chase over here. We're trying to get long though at that 85.60s. I didn't get long. I wasn't able to get filled there at 12 p.m. and then that's why I was all like, I have to get involved in it. That's just not how you trade. So I just want to say I really second that, and I think it's a huge thing in trading. I did get half the position out of my Affirm. I don't feel like 100% firmly confident, but I feel confident enough that we're still within this range. I want to stay in this position. If we, I'd like to see us continue to bounce here. I don't want to get out too early. I really want to shout out again DJK in the chat yesterday saying, if you don't feel confident in a position, get out. I'm still comfortable in my Affirm. Would I wish it would go higher? Oh, sure, but Affirm heard me talk about that. It's like, Adara, you just wanted me to pump a little bit? Cool, I'll go. So thank you, Affirm. Much appreciated. You're a real one for that. I am still, as much as I wish I wasn't, I'm still watching Celsius, because Celsius is getting into kind of an interesting range here. Look at this. Look at where we had this rejection. That's right. At that previous little pop area at 85.20s. I think there's something here. I think the range might be too tight, though, given the spread on this. I think this is becoming like an Eli Lilly situation where I keep wanting to look at a stock with a large spread that I'm not powerful enough to control. So we might have to turn off the heat on that stove there again on Celsius. That just might not be a vibe for me. Main thing, though, is that Affirm, which I'm pleased to punch about, and I'm also happy I didn't punch out of that too early. That cake short might be coming back to fruition too, because we come back into 36.20. Look at that little wick. To me, A, we have that wick here into 36.20 that rejects. B, look at that wick down. Okay. Yeah, if we come back to 20s, I think we're gonna have to get short there. Sorry for all the random sounds. I was intensely I guess I was munching on this cake. You know, like parsing through the chart. I think there's some opportunities here. Want to take another look at Roblox, Robinhood, but also I want to smile a little bit at Affirm.
Bang.
So I'm just going to take a moment to smile because I'm happy. And I'm mostly just proud I didn't give up, because there were times today where I was like, I never want to trade again. I've humiliated myself, blah, blah, blah. You just gotta keep on keeping on, I guess. How's it going?
Donald John Trump is on the way up 7%. And what $50 level, Adara? That's gone. $50 was gone a long time ago, Ram at 10:30. This thing is pumping up here. 53, I believe 33 HOD. That I think is wrong. Let me just enter DJT over here. There we go. So the high a day, 53.30, 53.58. We're at 53.39 right now. Great look up there for DJT. What's the volume on this monster? We've done a decent amount, not great. 4.69 million, almost 4.7 million shares. Look, here's what I see. I see it absolutely hugging the 10 EMA on the 5-minute. Wow, Apple. So I just got printed bigly there as it broke through the $50, Adara. And now we're done that Apple trade. Apple, big move up through the $50, 184.59. Apple on the chip news there for whatever they're going to do. Neil, what was exactly the chip news again? It's probably came in on my thing. Here it is. Thank you. Apple to use own chips in cloud. Oh, cloud, that's it. To power AI features in 2024. That's all we're getting? That's all Bloomberg's going to give us? Oh, come on, Bloomy. I only have 2 entries in there, and that's all we get from there. So great move up for Apple. Happy I'm done with this trade, but we'll obviously keep tabs on it and see if there's more trades to be had here. But Donald John Trump is doing big boy things. Let's pull up DJT over here. 8 1/3 now. As I was 7 something. Now it's 8 1/3. This thing has been beautiful off the 10 period on the 5. That's how I'd get into it. The spread is a little wild though. Okay. So as I look at it right now, it's not that bad. 10 pennies. 10 pennies. It was wider before. It was like 35 when I looked at it last. New high of day. So there goes DJT. DJT doing things, baby. Almost 9% to the good now on Donald John Trump. Keep your eye out for that. Yeah, I'm going to have to load that up on a side screen here because, well, it's doing things. So let's put that up. And that is on the NASDAQ, by the way, guys. Don't forget that. I also have this dip trade for a short setup on Meta. I don't know how long I'm going to leave this out for. It's at 475 below 40. I have it at 38s or 39s just so that I could front run that crest over there. But the longer this stays, like the longer we go on, the less I like this trade because we get into the more volatile time period, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock start coming around and more buy and sell orders start coming in. So if you're trying to play the range through the more stable time of the day during the midday, that may not end up panning out in the later time of the day. So I don't know how long I'm going to have this trade on there for, but I'll keep it on for now as I think it's still valid. DJT's going, guys. It's continuing to go 9% now. It's about to knock on the door of 54. Trade this carefully because it's bamboozling. Okay, let's just put it up there. It's a tough one to trade. Be careful with it. Make sure your position size properly and you're using proper stop losses and all that shebang.
Yeah, part of our lesson of the day. Also, because it says a lot about meta that for a second there, I did think you were talking about meta. Like, make sure you have your position size. This one can be a bamboozler.
Yeah, well, they're
And then
both.
yeah, right? That's why
Yeah.
it was funny, because it took me a second, because I'm like, that's how crazy meta is. But hopefully your meta works out there and you're able to get involved. Also, shout out to your Apple trade. That's awesome.
appreciate you, Adair.
I'm happy for you instead of happy with Apple. It worked better in my head. But also, yeah, Elon, lots of people in the chat, they're shouting you out. So shout out to Sharif.
Thank you, guys.
I want to take another look at Mara. Not something I have a trade on, but just kind of lower highs here below VWAP. We have earnings tonight, which I will give you with Neil on the market recap tonight. Clean, okay, clean spark. This is sparking my interest. And you might be like, why? Okay, we had that area earlier, around 17. Resistance. Then we break above it, then we come back low. Look where we were sitting pretty and resting. That's right, 17. Siri, I'm not talking to you.
She's really rude, eh?
She's like, here's what I found. I'm like, girl, thank you, but no. So yeah, I think this, I like the 17 area. I think this actually could be a bounce off 17.
That's a great look.
On clean spark.
That's a good look. And I like those bottoming tail candles to show you that some people were stepping in. They're seeing what you're seeing.
I really like this. I want to give this a moment to settle out because there also are some topping tail candles. This one's going in both directions, but I'm pretty sure I'll end up having a clean move into clean spark. Hopefully, I did get out of Affirm. We were struggling a little bit at 50s. Maybe I was a bit overzealous to get out here, but I was just like, you know what, Adair? Take your profit and be pleased as punch. I did, and I am. Happy with what I did in this
There's
trade.
Apple
Needed
News
a couple good trades. Traded way too many names today. That might be the biggest issue with how my trading is today. But that reminds me, let's take a look at Starbucks. Starbucks has literally been the range of the day, but it's been such a hard one to play because it gives you less than 20 pennies. The amount of size you'd have to take for this is not really my cup of soup. That being said, I think right now is an opportunity for us to take that pop off 75.20. So you know what? We're going to.
Bang.
We're gonna have that caramel macchiato. Sip that, and hopefully take that to the downside. Yeah, really just happy again always to be here trading with everybody, learning each day. Today was a rough one, but you know, that's just a good opportunity to learn and grow.
Did you hear me ask Ram earlier if she wanted Starbucks?
I did.
And what was her answer?
No. Pretty firm, no.
That's what I kind of wondered. Is everything okay with Ram? Like, she doesn't want Starbucks. What's going on over there, Ram?
I don't know. She's super partial to Starbucks.
Oh, well, hold on. I wasn't the one that wanted the $10 Starbucks. Though, right? Like, that's the thing. Like,
No, I'm just
it was
trying to figure,
her.
'cause I know she has,
What do
like,
you mean?
different
Hold on.
brands.
There are different brands
some people have
involved.
different, like,
Ram,
brands
what
of
else do you
coffee.
like?
Remember one time she was talking to about me with matcha? I don't know.
I've seen a lot of advertisements around matcha. What is this matcha thing?
What is this matcha thing?
Yeah, like I've been seeing it everywhere. Some pylons everywhere.
So matcha.
I love how I aggravated you there. You're like, what is
love
matcha?
So matcha, I mean, there's like different types of brands of it or whatever, but matcha. Sean and I were talking-
caffeine?
Yeah, it's a green tea. That's
Excellent.
my favorite caffeine. I love it. It's beautiful. It's heavenly. It's like gets you caffeinated without giving you a rush. And
Really?
Yeah, I love, or at least it works for me really well. But it's an acquired taste.
Huh.
Especially because I like it with like no sugar. I like just the matcha. I like that dirt grass taste. So yeah, it's a fun taste.
It's a green drink, I'm assuming.
It is a green tea.
Right? So, no, the green tea is cool, but the grass,
Oh, it is a green.
like a greener-ish, like does it have
'Cause
like
it's
veggies
powder.
and stuff?
It's literally just a tea powder.
I see, okay. Interesting.
It's a fun one. I like it.
All right.
Shout out to, yeah, it is green. Elon putting it way more simply than I did. It's literally just green tea.
Okay.
But yeah.
I gotta give this a try.
Good time.
Because all I see is on downtown Toronto, on the pylons in front of these places, matcha this, matcha that, right? So gotta get in.
Matcha,
You gotta
matcha,
find out.
matcha.
Yeah. Jay Lee, matcha is a Brazilian thing, I'm guessing. Yeah, okay.
Oh, no,
Sounds
that's
good.
maca. Maca's
maca.
Brazilian. Matcha's Japanese.
Yeah, M-A-T-C-H-A, right? Matcha?
Japanese, yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. So you guys heard it here first. Eddie R, Adair Sharif, that explains it. Tea and caffeine, baby. Yes, I have a caffeine limit, and there's a reason why I have a caffeine limit is because, you know, it just gives me the jitters, and then you can't really function. And you know, the last caffeine cup I have is 10:30.
Oh, yeah,
right?
I
I'll
wish I
sip
could live like that.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I used to live like that. I used to live off energy drinks.
Yeah, you told that. What was it? It starts with an
Rockstar.
R. No,
Relentless. That was in England, though. That was the
That
best
one.
energy drink ever. Anyway, all right. So keeping an eye on Meta, guys, because I still want to see if this flat top area at 475 and a half-ish is going to act as that local area of resistance like it's been essentially all day on Meta. So I'm looking short still. My order has gone unfilled for the last, I would say, I put it out about 20 minutes ago. Here it comes, though. Well, we just popped up about a couple of pennies below my entry. I'm sitting at 38s, and that came into 36s. So that was awfully close here on META, waiting for a possible fill. It's the only other trade that I've really got in my purview at the moment. I know I finished yapping about DJT, and it is continuing to go. Now we're talking about 10%, 9.46, knocking on the door of 54 bucks. This was 7 and change when we started talking about a good move here for Donald John Trump, as that trial has been well underway, and we'll see exactly what comes of that. I'm assuming there's going to probably be more volatility the day he takes a stand. He still hasn't taken a stand, so we'll keep tabs on that for the purposes, obviously, of Donald John Trump, the stock, not
Like,
Donald.
you call it by its proper name.
Yeah, DJT. It's just funny. I mean, like, okay.
He named after him.
Yes, it's just perfect for him, right? Anyway, keeping an eye on Meta at these levels and DJT. I don't think I'm going to trade DJT just because it's getting a little bit late. There's about 14 minutes left on the show. And yeah, it's just up and to the right. The way that I would look to get into DJT, and I made this point very clearly earlier, is on the 5-minute here. It is hugging the 10 period. That green solid line on my chart is the 10 exponential moving average, and there is no candle that closed below the 10 today since essentially 10:30 onwards. That's when the move started coming in. The volume really started pumping at 10:30, and then you can see that 10:35, even more volume, about 250,000 shares per candle there on DJT. We'll keep eyes on that.
Yeah, I just took that Starbucks there. We still have part of the position in. Also, I shout out to Elon saying we want matcha candles in our stock. That's true. We do want green candles in our stock. But right now on this short, I want red. I want that red velvet cake pop. I want that move to the downside. I want that viciousness here. I did get some of this out earlier on 75.15 because that was the area we were topping and churning around. I still have half the position in, and I do want that 75.10. That has been a level and a half throughout the day. So if you want to give that to me, Starbucks, I'd be pleased as punch. I'd be pleased as a passion tea refresher, peach, whatever. I'd be pleased. I'd be happy. That's what I'll say. Affirm kind of falling below the bottom of that range here, so that's not something I'm going to be looking at right now. Just keeping my eyes on Starbucks. Also, I want to address this because I realized I actually forgot to talk about this earlier. I was in a trade for half a second on Uber, and I want to talk about it. So I was looking at Uber because we had Uber earnings yesterday. Then I got an Uber alert, like a random notification on my Apple Watch, like, oh, there's an Uber deal. And I was like, let's look at the Uber stock. Is that a reason to pull up a stock? Maybe not, but I was like, my curiosity's peaked. I did like as well that we were rejecting off the 68 area, and then I fat fingered out of it and I left. So in case anyone was like, why was Adair in Uber for like less than a minute? That is why I was in Uber for less than a minute. So I've had a lot less fat finger since going live. I want to give myself some credit. That was not one of those times. And also, I think the proper area of entry would have been that 68.10 instead of getting involved around 68, which is where I actually got involved. Starbucks, take a couple more pennies of move to the downside. Just asking for a friend. Amazon is going crazy, says Wall Street Network, with a plethora of A's. So Amazon's on the NQ, Adara. Come on now. This is interesting. Amazon's rejecting now off that 190.80 area. Okay, this is spicy. We had that move a couple times earlier. That was around that flat top of 191. I think we're still pretty strong on the day. We're still holding up very well at this base around like 190.60s. I think there is a base, but I don't think that it's one that I will be trading because although I was talking to Shreevan, I might have to get back into my old Meg 7 ways because that's where I'm more comfortable trading. But for right now, we are just in Starbucks and we are trying to get that caffeine to the downside, as I will probably take a sip of my actual caffeine. I saw someone lamenting a meta move, lamenting, if you will.
It's not triggering my order, Adara, and then it came back like $1 off that level, off where I would have gotten short. So, I mean, look, it's not breaking down. We have a very established range on the 5, both on a closing basis and on a wicking basis. On the wicking basis, you can kind of see it's that 473.5 generally that's holding up as support. On a closing basis, it's more around like that 474 that's closing above. And then to the high side, it's kind of the same look, right? 475.50 on a wicking basis, but really 475.25 or a third on a closing basis. So we'll continue to watch, and if we get wicked in, we get wicked in, but there's only 10 minutes left on the show, and I don't want to be nursing this trade while I'm at the big desk. I got to tell you the truth, because Meta's a monster, and Meta can absolutely move. Anybody who's watched Meta the last year and a half knows exactly what it's capable of doing, and so I don't need that smoke. So I'm going to cancel this trade here with 10 minutes left on the show. I want to mention, though, the Amazonian is a little bit looking a little bit weak at these levels now. Amazon had a fantastic day. We can't disparage Amazon in that sense, but now we were talking earlier about how the 10 period was holding up as that key level of support. Now that's no longer happening, and we're making lower lows and lower highs. Not by all that much though, right? So it looks like we're inching our way close to maybe a 190 dip and pop. I mean, that's where the volume weighted average price is. That's where the $10 level is. So we'll keep eyes on 190, but Amazon continuing to head a little bit lower here, and the pops have all been shorted. Now you're also getting the crossover on the 5 between the 10 EMA and the 20 EMA, and now it's about to break down the $0.50, making a newer low. So Amazon in a little bit of trouble here. Keep your eye out on 190. That is a decent area of support, VWAP and the $10 level. AMZN giving it off the top. It was almost 2%, now 1 1/3. So it's really giving back some of those gains in the exact opposite way that Apple's not. Apple continuing to print near high days. And I mean, I sounded crazy when I said 185. And here we go. We're about 27 pennies from printing that 185 area with that beautiful flat top. I ended up getting cut up on that, but we were able to avenge trade Apple later and take it north again. So good look here for the dead one, Apple. Let's do a little bit of charting. So we know for a fact that on, what day was this? Today, Tuesday, yeah. Tuesday, we popped into that one, bless you, Neil,
Bless you.
184. You jumped when he sneezed there.
Also, bless you, Neil. I'm just scared by like the sound of shadows.
I know, but
yesterday,
it's so
Jag
funny.
walked behind me, said hello, and I was like, and he was like, "Are you good?"
He doesn't even know what we're talking about.
But yeah, no, that was a shout out to him. But yeah, that was
Shout out to
great.
Jag. Okay.
It's my bad.
184.88 was HOD there from Tuesday. Anyway, so I'm expecting resistance at 185, not because, you know, it's a whole dollar level, but because we do have price action resistance around there. So we'll keep eyes on AAPL as it continues to head up. No question about that. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that for now, Adair.
Yeah, this has been like a huge day. And as much as I spent a lot of my screen time today cursing Celsius as a name, I've had some good trades as well, right? Like I think, you know, we did okay on Affirm, we did well in Cake, Roblox, Starbucks, but also, you know what? I think the biggest thing too, and I'm still very down to the day because my losses outnumbered my wins, and that's a huge thing I want to work on. There's probably a couple of reasons for that. Celsius moved with a viciousness and a ferocity that some of my winning stocks didn't. So even though we had those winners, we weren't really able to counteract that, the move we had down there, right? So it's like a couple different things to think about. But the biggest thing I want to do since going live that I failed to do the last couple of days is making sure my winners outnumber my losers. But you know what? I want to acknowledge it. It's something I want to work on, and I'm always very humbled and happy to be able to learn in front of everybody here and take these L's and try to make more M's. That being said, I'm so proud of what I did with Starbucks. This is the type of trading I need to do. I tried to get that 75.20. Initially, I want 75.11. I realized we're not getting it. I scalpulate out.
Nice.
Adara, do this more often. Sincerely, Adara. So, gonna write that note to myself there. This is the type of trade I really like taking. Quick scalp. Please just punch. Ended up positive on the day on this name because I finally realized what it was respecting. Upstart.
Yeah, I want to bring everybody's attention to Upstart, guys. This is a monster mover on the day, 13.5%. It's done a decent amount of volume, about 6 1/3 million shares. You'll recall that Upstart absolutely tanked off earnings. That was over here. So you'll see that big boy drop there. Now, Upstart has this really bad habit of asking the exchange to halt its stock in the aftermarket so that it doesn't get sold off, only to later watch it get sold off. So I really don't understand why they're doing this, but the fact of the matter is they've done it multiple times now. But this latest move on Upstart, 13.5%, brings us right back into that level that we were at prior to earnings on the 7th, right back into that $25, $26 area. Great recovery here for Upstart, as it looked awfully bad on the day that I saw it. Anyway, it had issues with 26. Like, look at the day of earnings and the day prior, it had trouble breaking through 26. Now today, 26 and a third HOD. This looks like a buy program if I've ever seen one. This is 50-minute looks. Let's look at the 5. I was just looking at the 5. It looked awfully the same. Look at it hugging the 10 period. Any dip into the 10 period off the 5 was bought up today on UPST. Again, an earnings loser from a couple of days ago, but recovering and adding then some, about 32 pennies to the good off the high that it had prior to earnings. Great look here for UPST. I did, bro?
Oh, yeah, sorry. My brain
All good.
turned off there.
4 minutes. We're good.
4 minutes? Okay.
Yep.
But yeah, so cannot believe we only have 4 minutes left to say the word. Shout out to JT
You already know
and
about
Madonna.
that, obviously.
Right now, yeah, I don't have any trades on right now. I traded so many names today. I just realized I traded 9 tickers. Maybe that's
do you
part of the
think?
problem. Got to streamline. Got to find a quick focus. I think part of it too, the reason I was looking at more names is because with the scalping and with the range trading, you want to take these shorter moves. So maybe the issue isn't that I'm looking at so many names. Maybe my issue is I'm looking at the wrong names, or like trying to find things in certain names that aren't there. But regardless of what the issue is, we're going to try to work and learn, because you got to learn every day, build up that strength. Also, I want to show AMC, because I just realized I haven't looked at this one all day. This is an interesting level, the $3 level. We came up here earlier, popped up for a long here, came back, rested a little bit, shoop to the downside. Can we now use it as support? We'll have to wait and see with AMC, or as Strafe once christened it, AMC. So let's find out how that AMC is going. Is there anything you're looking at with 3 minutes left in the show?
No, I just want to point out a couple of the Mag 7 levels. Adara, Tesla on the way down, but be cognizant of that 172 support. Most of the prints above that 172 and a third, say half-ish area, but ultimate level today was 172 on the dot, 01s actually. And that takes us, funny enough, you don't really hear me talking about 4:40 a.m. prints. But when they did 14,000 shares at 4:40 a.m., it adds a little more significance to it. Reason I'm mentioning it is it's also 172 on the dot as support. So if Tesla comes into 172, it's only 55 pennies away from there right now. That could be an interesting long on the day, 172 TSLA. Also, the monster NVIDIA has been curling down for some time here. So these two crests at 495, try like 4 months ago, bro. 895 around there. Double top rejection. Look for a neckline break at 887. Right now it's trading at 889, 888-ish. Good look there. You're not going to catch me shorting NVIDIA though on these levels. Let's look at, this is the 5. Let's look at the 10. Here, because, okay, well, there it is. See, I wondered why we topped out here. I'm like, what is 897? Well, it's nothing on the 5, and that's why you look for multi-time frame confirmation, and on the 10, it's the 50. So it depends on what the algo is using on that particular day. Is it using the 10 and the 50 or the 5 and the 50? It's incumbent upon you to figure out how it's trading on that day, and that requires you to go through multiple time frames to see, is it respecting any moving averages, any indicators on these time frames? If it is, use it. If it's not, don't. So that's a good look there. Keep your eye out on NVIDIA. It looks like a bit of a sell off the 10 of the 50 period on the 10 there.
Yeah, that broke my brain when you were like, oh yeah, a couple of months ago, NVIDIA 495. Time does fly. I can't believe these 3 hours have flown by, but you know what?
No.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Absolutely.
And trading Celsius to no end. But no, I'm joking. All jokes aside, I had a really fun day. Shout out to Sharif for that awesome Apple trade there.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, Snapple Crackle Pop there for Apple. But yeah, we had a lot of fun. Hope you guys had a great time as well. Cannot wait to see what happens tomorrow, because we will be back tomorrow. A couple seconds left here. Let's look at the House of Mouse, because I know someone was mentioning the House of Mouse there in the chat. Disney, Mickey and Minnie, a little bit of a rough night yesterday. They were a little bit sad after those earnings on Tuesday. But look at this steady move to the upside. This is gorgeous. Bit of a rejection here, struggling at that 105.80 area. We're going to have to see if Disney can become the Magic Kingdom for the longs, because right now looks like a nice bounce. But without further ado, we're going to have to bid adieu. We'll see you tomorrow, same bat time and the same bat channel. Right now, though, Brendan at the big desk.
See you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. A couple hours left on a pretty busy afternoon here. We have a number of things to touch on as far as what is moving around back in positive territory, which is good to see for the overall market. This, however, is definitely not positive on the day, now negative actually. That's a 15-minute chart. If you zoom out a little bit, that was the dollar. You get a better idea. Now red and then some. We had an initial move to the upside this morning, and then on that 8:30 employment data that we got this morning, remember, we got those initial jobless claims and continuing claims numbers this morning that were, again, 2 in a row here to the downside, helping the overall market to the upside. But the dollar lower, yields across the board, downside as well. Frank Caberna coming up this afternoon. We'll touch in with him or check in with him on what he thinks about this data now pointing in the right direction. 0.9 here and change for Apple, moving back to the upside all day long, basically. Ugly wick on that chart. We'll fix that and get right back to you. That's the overall market. That's the NASDAQ anyways, 0.12 in positive territory. Ramin, thanks. Coming back in a little bit here, some volume to the downside. It's been back and forth a little bit choppy since we had that initial move through the highs early on this morning. That's how the S&P 500 is shaping up with 2 hours to go. Chips showing a little bit of weakness here. NVIDIA red side to the tune of about 1.7%. AMD full percent downside. Apple's green. Google, Microsoft kind of chopping around. Meta in positive territory as well. But you can see a number of the software names. CRM, Oracle, Adobe, all downside. Cisco even downside to the tune of about 0.6%. Market overall in pretty good shape, though, as I mentioned. Let's jump into a couple of things we were talking about this morning. If you're with us in the pre-market, remember, join us every morning at 8:30. We come on, get your set and ready for the open every day. That is ARM on the daily chart. Yeah, it was about the forecast this morning that created this big gap, but you can see it's been a slow and steady move back higher here, guys, pretty much all day for ARM.
Yo, welcome back, everybody. And it's kind of hilarious because every single day this afternoon, I feel like there's been a GME 16 VWAP thing. Literally every single day. But I'm in that one right now. But let's talk about ARM because I had the execution plan for like one level and one trade, and it actually should have worked twice, but I managed to get it wrong twice. The first time I didn't take it. It was 101. Why do I have 2 lines on my crosshair? I have like 2 lines going on, which is really messing me up. But let's go to the 15-minute chart to give you the idea of why I liked it. Simply put, there is a 15-minute chart. Every single time previously it was at that 100 level, you had these like multiple, like wick, above, fail, wick, above, fail, wick, above, and fail. And would get past 100 into the 101 area. So on the earnings, whether you like it good or bad, there was like one bad number, and it was like one particular portion of their guidance. And that's all it was down for. But there's the break of 101 upside, comes back on underneath, and it would have been $2, $3, depending on how great your entry is. I don't get it. I actually miss it. I did try for the fill, didn't get it. Second time through, I put the stop at, I don't know, like probably a little bit too tight. Works down a couple of dollars, but I had been the tight stop out on the way back in. And then that's it. Like the trade didn't set up a third time. Probably should have had it twice, but at the end of the day, it's going to end up going to the upside. Notwithstanding that downward move, if you look at it, it's been in a gentle upward trend since you had that, the Huadunk, whatever we want to call it, the, hey, we're going to let you guys know we don't like the guide, but down at 85, this has been solidly upward trending. If it continues that, you could run into that brick wall where things fell apart. Like 120 was ridiculous for a very long time. And if it gets back to that price, I'd suspect there's going to be some offside. Maximum fun would be ARM at 120 the same day that NVIDIA reports earnings. That would be the maximum of fun. Only positions I'm in right now are AMD off VWAP short, and then, like I said, GameStop in 16 has been all week long.
Guys, we're $3 in the money Amazon, we're $3 in the money NVIDIA, and we're starting to go. This NVIDIA short, just because we're talking about ARM. I didn't, I thought that break of 101 was probably a trade. We talked about that, or the break lower of like 95 or something on ARM. Obviously, only one happened. We just went short again on NVIDIA, so against the 200 period right there, and against view up of 892. We took $1 clean on half because we didn't take any profit this time when we were dollars in the money this time when it ripped up to the 200 period. So now we'll play short. As the market's trying to bounce back, we actually had a great trade on the number one P&L name on all ends I have today, upside and downside. But right here, buying the NASDAQ has been very, very fruitful here for me today. So, yep, let's go. Thank you so much, Randall. Sean, you're a laser driven. Well, thank you so much. You are laser driven and so on. Keep cranking. Thank you so much. Looks like you have a trading system for consistency. Well, thank you so much to everybody out there. That's great to hear. And, anything like that just makes me feel better. So thank you. And, just keep on getting your own systems and keep cracking that whip. And eventually we shall all. Oh, yeah, by the way, we have Shopify on there? No, we don't. We waited for Shopify. This was, we got some nice outs here on Shopify. We were a little shy of getting that 61 flat. We got 61.50 as the bottom, but good trade there, held on to it. So I'm pretty good about this. Still only have 20%. And then new position alert right here, because we're still on the chips. Honestly, we'll throw it back in a second. We have a new position, it's AMD. So we're gonna go short AMD right now. There is the 200 period. There's VWAP. So we're in an area here of consolidation. Let's see if we can get a top break and then fade that down. So it's still down on the day. Looking for AMD to get up a little bit, then fade it back through. So starting position here on AMD, $2 in the money NVIDIA.
We were just wondering what this telephone and data is. TDS in New York popping up here on some buyout talks. So heads up. TDS in New York. The company is literally called Telephone and Data Systems. So anyone wondering? It's apparently being bought, or potentially could be bought. Here's Airbnb. We did get a nice bounce back initially, but fading off, coming off their report, right back to early on 2024 levels here for Airbnb.
Yeah, tougher look for them, Brendo. They had a couple of good tailwinds. The Paris Olympic Games showing good demand. They also had the Eclipse, which had about 500,000 different paying guests for that. Revenue beat $2.14 billion, increased 18% year over year. It was really a story of the guide here that sent the stock down.
Anything as far as opportunities today, guys, for Airbnb?
We always say you got to prioritize. Like I was like, there's a couple of levels I think you could fade. There was obviously the weakness in the consumer. We're talking about all morning long, weakness in the consumer. Then you have the jobs numbers, obviously employment showing a few signs of weakness, which is probably not good for travel, probably not good for retail. So I did think it was worth a fade. I was kind of lukewarm on 153 if it got there, and then 150, but I didn't put the trade on. So it is what it is. You want to play this. You want to play this post earnings, I think, with a little bit of patience, because it's bounced pretty much at the 200 period moving average, or really, really close to it at 142. So if it can do the dance of holding a couple of higher lows, you might get one of those nice relief rally moves, right? We've seen this with earnings when things get gapped down this far. Still not the biggest fan in the short term on some of this retail, or anything related to the consumer and the labor market, because I think travel goes down if you're going to have the jobs market get weak, and that plays all around the world. So, I'm not necessarily bullish on the stock, but it just bounced off the 200 period moving average. You gap down like this and hold higher low a day or two. We've seen Disney do it. We've seen Shopify do it. This has already bounced once. If it bounces again tomorrow, you look for some longs, I think. But that's a tomorrow trade.
All right, I forgot to tell you guys also, I have AMD going shorter on a break. We tried to go long here and it broke 152 and we got out. This was just a small one. Trying to play VWAP, gave it 20 cents and lost on it. So I'm gonna try that again the other way, especially if the futures can't get through the 50 period. Then I feel like if we're testing down here VWAP, which is only now, like we're at 18.2, it's only 20 handles away. This is nothing. If the market actually starts picking up, remember we have daily speaking as we speak right now, and if anything comes through that, then we should see a move back in. NVIDIA right now, $3 and going lower. We shorted that off the 200 period. So let's see an NVIDIA break right here as well. If we can get that break, then how you do. Yeah, so short, long, in and out. Now we have to wait for this to break. So that's purple is a short. Short on the 200 for NVIDIA, looking to get lower. And then we'll see. Hopefully we can crank if that does happen. And then we are kind of like, we're not putting all our eggs in one basket here or anything like that. But this AMD short, we got to take some profit as well. So if we can get into 152, let's take some profit there. All right, so Uber, just quick on this one as well before we go back up to the desk. Yeah, we've talked about this. I like the name, and I feel like we might be missing it because we're getting too greedy, maybe waiting for $60. Bad quarter. We know the stories now with Uber. I always say give it a couple days. We gave Meta a couple days, and the next thing we knew it was up $50. So I don't think Uber's in a chance to get back to $74 here, but this is still a name that I like down there. I'm not in love with Airbnb. I feel like the more we hear about, oh, this is happening with the Olympics in Paris or this or that and all this travel and then possible restrictions with Ubers and, of Airbnbs. I think I like Uber. Lyft had a good report. I think I would prefer Uber to Airbnb.
Just before we go back to the desk, Adrian in the chat, rolling over does mean down. If we say, or if anybody says like coming back in, that would mean a downward move as well. So, and you know what? If there's any like trading lingo that you hear us use and it doesn't make any sense, just ask the question. There's nothing wrong with it. We will fall back into old habits, and I know we'll say things like tank and rip that sometimes are really easy to get, but yeah, coming back in, fading usually means shorting into a pop, but rolling over down, coming back in down. Let's get into, wow, DJ, never mind. DJ just keeps
moving around.
It
I'm
just keeps
going
going
stop on it.
But let's go back to the desk because Robinhood next. It might break it like a little top here, that's all.
Yeah, what a difference a couple of hours makes here for Robinhood. It was downside right out of the gate this morning. We did test that pre or aftermarket high early on, but barely a green candle since here, down $2, basically in a straight line here for Hood.
It's a sad look there. I mean, the earnings report wasn't bad. They beat on the top and bottom line. They increased their revenue, increased their profits. Crypto trading is up. Equities trading is up. Net interest income was high because of the higher rates. The big no, though, is this SEC Wells notice. They do plan on going after Bitcoin for allowing the trading of unregulated securities, namely these cryptocurrencies on their platform. We'll have to wait and see how that all pans out.
Yeah, quite the ugly reversal candle here on the daily chart now as well for Hood, guys, but overall still holding up.
Yeah, Simple AF Trading says put it on the chain wax. I did not put Robinhood on the chain wax. It got me on that.
I'm trying to put NVIDIA on that wax.
You know that reference, right?
Yes.
I know you do. Shreef's like, what the hell is going on? He has no idea. I put that stock on the chain wax. Should have just left it.
Isn't that
It's Key and Peele.
Key and Peele. I was going to say, I know it's Key and Peele, but I wasn't sure like the exact. Wasn't there multiple skits, or was it just one skit?
No, it's just the one skit.
Just the one skit, okay.
But like, obviously, I'm not going to say that. I'm not
still
going
like
to say
an in living color kind of guy. Homie the Clown, Fire Marshal Bill. Oh, man,
Don't
but I like
even-
Key and Peele because, I see we have D Nice in the chat.
Homie the Clown.
Yeah.
Old school.
Damon Wayans.
Homie, don't play that.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
If you ever wonder, like all of that stuff, like even like Chappelle's show.
Yeah, I think they all originate.
Like they all, like everything comes from
Tommy
In Living.
Davidson.
Like In Living Color was the answer to let's go a little bit more raw because SNL lost their way after the '80s. Like that was essentially In Living Color. Robinhood. So we often talk about this. The only good thing for Robinhood for me today was at least I tried to stay disciplined with it. You know, I'm looking for a dip buy. I took two, and the only trade that worked was actually the initial breakout. So I had the breakout. It didn't really do much. Like that's like 15, 16 into like the 30s. Like it started out like that was going to be fine. But then when it couldn't hold, I'm back in long off this level here, the 1860. Stops out underneath support. So, okay, fine. Like we took a couple shots there, stopped it out. waited for the next level down. That was the infamous 18 level, and there's a reason. The reason it's infamous is because of Palantir. So I took this in Robinhood. I'll go to the 3-minute. It made a nice little bounce, but I like the 18 bounce on Palantir on Robinhood more than Palantir. And it was a direct decision. I actually said in the moment, I'm taking one or the other. And this is what happened in Palantir at that moment. Clearly, I ended up going into the wrong stock. I talked about that in the lesson of the day. Should have taken the one that just simply worked yesterday. But I made the wrong call, is what it is. Palantir.
Here goes AMD finally.
Not going to be in it. Yeah, AMD looks like it's going to break that 152. It's the only short I'm in. But Palantir could retest that 21 this afternoon. So if it gets back down there again, a couple of nice bounces 2 days in a row. If it can do it a third time, we could see it this afternoon.
I don't want to be wrong with AMD, but I am covering some here. We're making some money back. The thing is that Nvidia, this $3. Look at this shelf. This is one of those bonehead plays of the day again, brought to you by me, because like this has shown us 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I can even zoom back over here. Look, there's more. There's nether levels, like all basically from 1030. This is that shelf. Normally I cover here. Let's wait to see if we can get going. The important thing to note about today's show is that it is brought to you by Blue Chew. Guys, remember those good old days when you were always ready to go? Well, those days have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in convenient chewable tablets. And the best part is, it's at a fraction of the cost. Sign up at Blue Chew, that's BLUECHEW.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you will receive your prescription not only discreetly delivered to your door, but within days. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in line at a pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and shipped directly to you. And do we have a deal for you? Try Blue Chew free with promo code TRADERTV at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. Visit bluechew.com and use promo code TRADERTV today. Brendo?
Here it was downside right out of the gate this morning in a big way. We were wondering if 30% was maybe a little bit too much. Hasn't done much since the open this morning, but still a bit of a slow grind. Back above $30 and holding here for Roblox.
As you mentioned, Brendo, there was a lot of good data points with this one. Usage was up, a lot of good data points. I'm not going to go over them now, but really to keep what really pushed this really down was their guide with respect to billables. So that was down decisively below what the market wanted, and you saw it was dropped about 26%.
Any thoughts, guys, for RBLX above 30?
Yeah, I didn't have.
Should have just taken it in the pre-market. And you know the thing about we always talk about this SSR bounce, short sell restricted, and then the stock goes up or bounces off around that level, or it's easier for it to go up because you can't short sell without an uptick. You can't hit the bid without the last tick being green, which does mean sometimes it's easier for the stock to go up, and relief rallies are great if a stock is short sell restricted. Now, the issue with that is the stock doesn't actually get SSR until the market opens up and it's down 10%. So when it was sitting there at 27, and we're like, man, 25 is that monster level in the daily, it's bouncing off that, there's buyers at 27, didn't take it. If you come to the chart for a second, remember, it's just, like this is like right when we came on air and we're typing the chat, it's like, yeah, the 27 looks really, really good. Let's get down there, 27, go long. By the time we got to the open, the stock was at $29.50. And at that point, like the only trade you could have had was, I think, to break 30. I think you mentioned, like that's it. Like it's not like there was another trade. It never dipped into 27. After that, it was a VWAP trade off of 29.80, and it's been a VWAP trade ever since. You know, sometimes we talk about like wet your beak. It could have been an option to just get in with smaller size, like very, very early if you wanted a piece of this, because the buyers came right into Roblox. And you know, I don't even see a trade this afternoon. Maybe it gets into VWAP again. You can go long off VWAP. So far removed from that support level, you can basically throw that level out the window. The odds of us retracing to it are slim to none, essentially, and bordering on none, I'd say.
My wife's asking me what kind of shirts I like. All right, so 8 a.m. is like, you just buy me whatever. Here comes, again, we're still on that same tip everywhere, man, looking for different things. But yeah, Roblox, good level there today. I'm surprised at this move down. We sort of talked about some of those numbers, but again, we indicated that $27 level. We talked about a break of 30. I talk all the time, and it's the same stuff. I just have to start actually looking at plays that involve the strategy, and that is a pullback to VWAP. When there's a gap, play off VWAP. So it's just that you had to have thought long today, because the shorts, I think you would have lost here. I mean, you could have, unless you just picked 31.50 both times, which was great. It would have been hard to pick it there. You definitely could have had it there all the way back. That's, okay, daily speaking as we speak. So we'll hear if the market's moving right now with Fed daily on board. But 31.50, a great short. I still would like to see this back to VWAP. So let's see what happens with Roblox back to $30. But right now, Fed daily speaking, we know that at 2 o'clock. Just some stuff hitting the wire. I have my earpiece back in, so that's nice. And right now, under the 50 period and trying to go a little bit lower here is Roblox. So, or sorry, is the market. I'm still short NVIDIA, $2. Shopify long, TQQ. We got a piece out right there, but still in this and getting lighter. Trying to get more short until we cleanly break the 50 period.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on some of those comments as well from Mary Daly. Nothing terribly exciting or earth-shattering. 6.5% here, meanwhile, for AMC. It was above 3. It was below 3. And guess what? Now it's back at 3.
Oh, boy.
It hasn't really done much today after that earnings move.
Yeah, a bit of a tougher look for them. I mean, they did better on revenue than the street was expecting. They did better on profitability. But it really comes down to the Hollywood strike of 2023 and the lack of movies that were made during that time that are not going to be launched spring and summer of this year. So that leaves them with a bit of an inventory issue, Brendo, so selling off.
So there's some stuff going on in cannabis right now. CGC made another break of the high of the day. I am now on the bid in front of 9, like a 980 level I like, because it's broken 10 again, and it looks like it's going to make a run. AMC, I'm in GME. I don't think I'll trade this one anymore. Greed is not good when you're trading. And I was greedy, not just once, I was actually greedy twice on the stock, where I was like, yeah, I'm just going to short the 3 break with a tight stop on it. My stop was literally at 303. So I had it right under $3 with a 303 stop, which you'd think, like, how could you lose money if you got 91 and 92 and your stop was that tight to 3 even? Well, that's because I was holding the majority of the position for more than just that. So you could have had like 2 or 3 to 1 on the breakdown trade, which I didn't do. And then I got into essentially the same thing again and kind of did the same thing. I took a bunch of it out, but I was still holding on to the bulk for a push down to 290, even reloaded, and then just got out. It's like, what are you doing? Like, if it's going to be a scalp trade, just treat it like a scalp trade. Risk like 1 or 2 cents and then make 5 or 6. That was not my approach. I was like, at some point, it is going to give me 15, 20 pennies. So that's not the way to trade it when it's trading that, like those type of moves. If you get like a top like this, go ahead, make 15, 20 cents. But if you're just trading it off 3 to get 98, 99 and get out at 1s, then you want to make sure that you're actually getting the bulk out. And at no point was I wasn't even getting half out the second time when it went in the money. So that's a mistake. This is the only opportunity to talk about GameStop because it's like somehow kind of adjacent to AMC, although I would suggest that it's been very, very different the last couple of days. So long story short, GameStop at 16 has been a short sometimes in the morning and then a breakout in the afternoon. Breakout, dip, fell back in, tried to hold 16. So I basically just traded twice the 16 level. I was short when it failed, and then I reversed into the long. It's now broken back underneath. The best trade was actually the breakout long, but GME has been one of those, if it's underneath that 16 level, you generally have a bit of a trend. If it's trending over, then I want to be a buyer of GameStop. So when it's at that price, let it settle down, pick a direction, and then after that, go for it. I see AMD's got right back in. It cannot print through 152 though.
No, it hasn't even come close to that, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm sitting at 06 now, trying to get a fill. We're short at 26. We should have probably reloaded it. I'm way too busy.
It just filled 6.
Okay, good. I'm way too busy. I got it. I'm way too busy looking also. I mean, both trades are the same. They're in the same spot, but NVIDIA right now is $3. We're looking for this to break right now on NVIDIA. So here we go. We said the futures could possibly retrace into VWAP. That looks like what's happening right now, so we'll go nicely done for us on that one. But again, who knows how far we're going to go down. Still waiting to get some more out here. See, like AMD, like what's up with that? Hopefully we break even lower on this one, but let's get a break through 152 and then go a little short here on AMD. And then hopefully the market doesn't do what it's doing right now, bouncing right back. This NVIDIA is going to haunt me. So I just want to tell you guys, like I'm trying to take a risk here that this breaks. And if it does, then I feel like 885 for sure. And then if the market goes, then I don't know where this name's going to land. So that's what we're doing. And then we're also kind of doubling down on AMD with AMD on the chip space, trying to go short here as well. But I do have a bid out right now at 07 because we're not, there we go, because we're not breaking. We still have the rest of this out at 03. Then if we break 52, then we go ham to the downside. So that's what I'm trying to get going here right now with AMD. So good luck to all y'all. And I did not trade AMC today. And I knew I didn't think I would when we came in the pre-market. I talked about that. The fact that it had like a 7 or 8 cent range in the pre-market on earnings, this to me was not exciting enough. And of course, NVIDIA is holding that level. So good thing we got out of some AMD. We'll still try to ride with that NVIDIA.
Oh, that TDS is still going. Just one new idea alert here. Everyone's probably, if you were watching the midday show, I'm pretty sure you saw Upstart at some point. So it just made the break of this 26 level in the other direction. So I was kind of waiting for it to crest. It's like, okay, like don't fight, don't fight, don't fight. But if it fails underneath 26, look for retracement. Even a small retracement can get you back to 25.40. So now that it's under 26, I want to look for the fade back in. Wait a minute, do we have to pay for locates on Upstart? No, really? Okay. Might not have. Yeah, we don't have free locates. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pay for some locates. They'll be like 1/8 of 1 cent like they always are, but I'm looking short 26 to the local high on Upstart.
Well, no one ever said it was a smart idea to be trading NVIDIA and stuff like that when the Fed is speaking, a member of the Fed. All right, so we just got reloaded up a little bit. This is truly a reload, so we can't hit this. As we'll get some more AMD, we'll try to put on the exact... I am on, not trying to. I did put on the exact same amount. So let's see what winds up happening right now with AMD. And I hope it's a good thing that winds up happening. So a nice little downside push back into the bid. Take something out if we can at 20, just because we just got some more 27s there. And then we'll bring it back into the O's. And we got out. I'm more just like, we sat there and said, like, we should probably get out of this. Unfortunately, though, that was big move right there. We just made back, so we hadn't even been here for a half hour, and then boom, 2 candles, and we're right back. So maybe we are starting to get a little long here in the market. But again, if you look at the range today, ever since that open, I mean, we had a monster move down, we got it all back, and now we are pretty much where we started. I mean, we had jobless claims a little hotter than expected, so thinking that could affect, you know, some of what we're looking at. But it looks like for now, the market wants to stay above VWAP. So we're not going to be long for too long, or not going to be short for too long, especially if we can't get under VWAP. So we'll sit here, see if our stops execute. We're looking at a VWAP stop up here of 892.50 or so for NVIDIA, and then you know, taking some more up and around 891. So I'm going to stay the course until something, there we go, we got AMD to the downside. Stay the course until something really breaks.
Yeah, speaking of stay the course, I don't know if we mentioned when we do the rundown in the afternoon, you know, it's a lot of the earnings plays and stuff that was in play this morning. There wasn't really anything on Apple this morning to go over, right? There was no specific catalyst for them, but if you're watching again during the midday, there was clearly that news with them and their own chip, AI Cloud, and that was right around here. I was actually, it is what it is. I was kind of already in it and just got stopped out. Then I jumped right back in for the long. Didn't hold it to the top, but 184, where this entire thing started, and this is the candle, which is very real right in here. 184 is where it started. It just bounced off the 184. If there's a long I like, I think it's going to be 184, or long in front of 184 on Apple. So I'm just going to get some bids in the teens there. And I know Manuel Palma says that Baba's at VWAP.
Oh, no.
Yeah, see, so look, we like VWAP trades. And like, don't get me wrong, it's one of my favorite things to sort of like anchor off of in the middle of the day or the afternoon if you want to play a trend. If I was already looking long in a stock and it's bouncing off VWAP and a trend up, then I'll look for that as like an entry point. Like, I always like it. The only issue, and BABA presents itself this way, is remember Chinese ADRs tend to slow down in volume in the afternoon. So like, I'd like Apple better because Apple should stay active going into the power hour and going into the close. Whereas Alibaba, it might just literally wither and die volume-wise in the final hour of the day. So I don't have any issues with this trade. I'm happy it's catching a bit of a bid. Still have it in the long term. But I'm probably going to stay away from that. I'd rather dip by Apple here. It's got a catalyst, all that good stuff. And there was a question. Someone said that Palantir was already at 21. It's close. But this is under VWAP while the market is strong. And if that's going to be the case, then if I like the long off the bottom, it should get to the bottom. This is not a relatively strong stock. I'd rather buy a relatively strong stock. If I'm going to buy a weak stock, then I'm going to want to get the best price. And that would not be this far in front of the low of the day.
No. I'm going to, again, we've talked about waiting for some prices here on some of these stocks. So we'll punch in some NVIDIA up here at, oops, I'm not showing you the right stock. I was looking at Google. Someone mentioned in the chat. I mean, I like Google.
Google saying?
No, it's not saying anything. That was sort of the problem. I kind of went away from it. But right there, yeah, NVIDIA coming back up. We are going to take some more at 891. I just got a little piece in now. I just want, like, I've done well trying to do trades like, I mean, let me just show you trades that have worked well for us. I mean, a lot of different ones, but you know, when something happens, so you come in here, you take fills at key levels, and then hopefully this happens, and then hopefully you've got the direction right as well. So there has to be a couple different things that has to happen. So like here on NVIDIA, again, what's worked well is trading around some of these lines. I feel like that was, I don't even know what that was. We got stopped out there, I guess, of a long. But again, you know, that was playing 890. Okay, fine. All right, so, and then right here, you're back up again. So that was well. We took that short. It went $3 in the money. And we were just stubborn, hoping for that break. Is it stubborn? I don't know if it's stubborn. It's just that trade idea just didn't pan out. So I'm fine with that. That just didn't work. So now we'll wait to see if we can get some more up here and then fade it off of this. And the reason why is the market is right here as well. So what are we supposed to do in the afternoon? I mean, you could sit here and sort of play these levels that we had talked about in the open. And I look back down here, long Amazon 187. I mean, we're in the long right now, 187. It's not going to get back up to there. So we got to look for some trades that are kind of moving around and try to make calls on those. So that's my call for NVIDIA. We're going to get out around 892 if that breaks. Now, AMD, no more shorting it at all because we're already into NVIDIA. Doesn't mean we're not going to short it, but we're going to be patient. We got to wait up here now. So into the 50s, into the 60s against 153. That's my plan of action there for AMD. I hope it all makes sense to you as a little bit of a pushback here for NVIDIA. And guess what? I'm putting a bid at 888s because now that we reloaded, I would love for it to break. And if it does, great. And we have double the shares, great. But at the same time, we got to make sure that we get out this time if it does come back into that area. So let's put a bid down there, take the fill in and around 899, 889 flat or something like that, and work away. So there's the reload and a long-winded explanation of what we're doing. Amazon's still $3 in the money. We need NVIDIA and the market to pull back.
Yes, sir. And I see you. Look, Jarhead putting it in there, and a couple of people have mentioned Jimmy's going again. So I probably should have just punched right back in. You know, like it's going to get under VWAP. It is what it is. Like this would have been, yeah, it could have been nice because I was in it before, and that was actually like the best trade. It was short, was winning, took the hit on the short, reversed into the long, even got stopped out once, reversed, and then that was like kind of the better trade. But we ended up getting stopped out, and then it decides it wants to go. Someone had asked in the chat, have a look at, yeah, we don't mind. I would have looked at this in the recap show for sure. The utilities. So these are utilities on the daily chart, and this is what it looks like today. So strong move up 1% and continuing to go higher. Probably not a trade. Don't really trade that ETF, but strong look there. The only things I'm in are south side. We did get into Upstart. As usual, it was 1/8 of 1 cent per share for locates here at Real Trading. that's essentially free, right? Like 1/8 of 1 cent. That's pretty cheap. Every now and then, like I think if you paid for DJT, you're paying
1/8 of 1 cent.
DJT, which is what is the most expensive stock in the market allegedly to short, which of course means shorting overnight. Like it has the highest borrow cost. That's at least what I read recently. And we get DJT for 8 cents a share because we're in and out that day. It's very, very different here at Real Trading. So I'm in Upstart. I have a bid 25.60. AMD still resisting 152 even, but it's holding underneath VWAP.
We got it.
It's holding underneath VWAP. It just needs to get down and bust this 152 level. Doesn't seem to want to do it, but it's a decent scalp trade underneath there. I know there's some big moves on some other stocks going there, that CEG and GameStop. I got my eyes on GameStop, but I have to find a different entry because it's now well past 16 even.
Yeah, come on. We were just bidding down here at 8.99.11.
Okay.
It went to 8.99.15s. 8.89, sorry, not 8.99. 8.89. Oh man. Okay, let's get lower, man. We need to get lower. So to miss that by 4 cents and then to see it rip up $1 sucks, but hopefully we can come back in and get that fill. That's what we need. AMD still working, and just an update on the TQQs. That's a face slapper. There's another out for us on this one. This is, again, there's not even that many green names for us here, to be honest with you. So, I mean, this is a big one for me. It's the TQs. It's number one. Them and actually, the amount of money we made on Tesla, by the way, off this short right here at 175, that and this TQ trade are my top 2 trades, and both of them are almost identical for amount that we've brought in, and that's just kind of by fluke there. So Tesla, nice short off 175, last out there 173. We should have, it was a break, I guess, at that time. I'm not sure what it would have been, but I just wouldn't have got out there randomly. So there was a break of maybe the 200 period or something at that time. Look where we are now, though, 172. We had written down Tesla. Let's get to the downside market, by the way. We wrote down Tesla this morning, 176 short. It came within 50 cents of that again. And Neil, we did it again. There it is right there, our last fill. So although we might be picking up dimes on other stocks, this one right here, 890.50 all the way down to 889.03. So there's $1.50 for you on NVIDIA. Blink and you'll miss it. Not a bad one right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you see the difference. Like NVIDIA's, I mean, it's going, but AMD, someone's got that bid right now. I think that's the small thing. Obviously, it could still go if like NVIDIA gets past like 888, whatever that support level is. I feel like AMD is going to go, but you just have to find your spots. I see there's some movement. Obviously, some talk about there's another. I think it was a strike in Ukraine, and some of the oil names are moving back into the upside. It was a question: do we trade oil names? Sometimes. Not usually, every now and then we will, but XOM, potential breakout, not really my cup of tea in the afternoon, especially after oil market. Futures market's closed, not a huge fan, but I acknowledge it is breaking out, and there was some news. There seems like there's like some kind of a drone strike or something all the time over there in Ukraine, but probably the reason why you're getting some strength in the oil names. Don't think I'd be involved in any of them, especially after oil futures markets have closed. Just not my cup of tea. Missed Apple. Yeah. Is what it is. So Apple, we don't get the dip buy on Apple. I've canceled my bid now. It's almost back at the highs. So if we're not going to get a shot at that 184, I'm not chasing this up here. As I said with GameStop, I would like to get back in, but it's already rejected 16.4 and it's gliding back into the downside. So I'll kind of let it do its thing. If it bounces off 16 or gets close and starts bouncing 16, that's fine. If it starts bouncing right here, which it could, the previous high where I had that last long, that's 16.20. If we consolidate there, I don't mind like a 25, 26 long. Just want to see some strength come on back into it. As Meta apparently back at the high of the day, the market is cresting at this
the market
top.
Could break, I think.
Like it could go. Whoops, that's not zoomed out. There you go. We could go to the top, but you've still put in lower highs on the overall market. And as long as that's the case, I don't want to give up, the shorts that I like. Big resistance level on UPST. That's the reason for having this one. Really more to do with that. Whoops, let's go in here. There you go. Now you can see it on the 15-minute. Has more to do with it failing a double top than, hey, this is a weak stock or a strong stock. It's a strong stock today, but it just got to a big double top, showed a fail break of that high, came back underneath 26. That's why we're short. NCGC, I said I would be on the dip. Looks like it did come back in. My out's underneath 980. I just got it 93s. 993 will not be the winning time in the 100 at the Paris Olympics.
No.
It'll be like 982 is my call.
Yeah, it depends how much juice is involved.
Well, they're all
Yeah,
juice.
that's what I'm saying. Depends on.
Your boy is actually healthy, by the way.
Oh, good. So the fastest man in the world may still
used
be
to
an
be.
Italian.
No, yeah, Lamont Jacobs is actually he's healthy. They ran the
he's
relay.
fastest man in the world. Isn't that what they call the last gold medal winner?
If you won the world championship, no, but the world championships also.
Did
Yeah,
that
like if you-
overtake? Because
no,
I
yeah,
remember when
'cause-
like Donovan was there, he was always called that no matter what until you lost it again at the
They
Olympics.
have the world championships in between the Olympics, so like if somebody wins that, then they
Okay.
get to be the world's fastest man.
Makes
So technically, like Fred Curley.
Yeah, I
won
can't
the
believe
world
an Italian won
championship.
that, but
So you guys won the relay as
Shout out.
well, defending champions in the 4x1 relay.
Yeah,
with
I
Core
mean-
2 on the back. I'm a big track and field fan, so I know.
Italy's been, yeah, I mean,
They got a legit
we've been
team.
dominating a lot of things for many centuries. Okay, so right here, Shopify, NVIDIA, we're still waiting for that, man. AMD, we're still waiting for that. If people are wondering, like, what's up with this Amazon trade? I mean, this is going to be the disaster of the day for me, to be honest with you. And it's so funny that we have a $5 win or whatever it was. All right, let's go over here and look quickly at the sticky note. What did we write down here? 187/186 longs there for Amazon. That we love the name today, especially with the chance of further rate cuts based on that jobless claim number today. But what do we start to do? First of all, it breaks 190. We even talked about liking the 190 break. But what happens is it breaks that almost immediately. But the thing was, we already had a long from 189 down here. So when it broke, we're like, all right, let's go, expecting this kind of stuff to happen. But instead, once we broke 190, we had to start basically chasing our tail around that whole stock, because once it fell back in, I was thinking that this was just a dip, right? I mean, the market was going to sort of resolve itself. It never did that. It broke VWAP. It broke, like I have outs here. These are what these reds are. We have outs here as well right there once it broke the 50 period. Then it came in, and guess what? It finally broke 188, which was the 200. I'm like, okay, if we're breaking 200 period moving averages early on, I don't really want to be a part of it. But then I was like, wait a second, we wanted 187. So then when it came back in here, I said, okay, let's calm down. By this time, it was 945, 950. And I even write on here, be patient, which is the stupidest thing. And then it comes in, hit it, and rip it right back up to the upside. So we made back probably about, only about 20% of what we had lost on it, to be honest with you. And we still have a piece right now. And debating just taking it out. We let it ride all the way up here. I wasn't even here when this was happening. But again, we only have that 10% or even less than that left on board for this. We were so excited when it came back up here to VWAP, and we're like, oh man, we got lucky there. So that was definitely a fail and a flush for the net. We are much higher now than we were at that time because we've battled back. And you've seen some of those trades, including what we just talked about there with Tesla and now the market. So yeah, we could always get better, but for now, we're getting betterer and betterer. And hopefully every day we'll be able to, improve. But for now, it's all good. So the NASDAQ's still here. It's starting to go to the upside. I mean, talk about getting better. I mean, that's boom, $1.50. Boom, $1.50. That's $3 right there. And we still have a position. So I feel much more comfortable here in the afternoon playing off levels, using big size, and doing what we do best, which is hopefully provide you guys with some entertainment and some money-making ideas.
Some stuff here from Daily. He's still talking about softening labor market, but that's what should be happening. That'll get us back to normal growth, the softening labor market, but that just spiked the market up a little bit here. I did forget one thing today, and it was obvious. Remember Morgan Stanley in that 96 break? It's why I have the iPad in front of me. So I write down the levels, or I can set up alerts, but I did not jot that one down. Usually, sometimes you'll see me we'll talk about something and I'll put it down in the afternoon show. That was a huge mistake because Morgan Stanley finally made that breakout. Still going to favor longs in the stock as you see it go, but wow. Yeah, kind of a decent run. If you have it at the open, it doesn't really give you much reason to get out of it. Then it just goes VWAP hunting with not that much success. Okay, that's not. I just heard them say PCG in my ear, but it's not CGC. So CGC, we just got the 90s. Back above 10, we'll take a couple scalps into the high of the day. And then if it breaks the high, we're going to try to hold on. I don't think we're getting back into GameStop off of VWAP at this point. It looks to me like it's going to have to be the higher low. It's still got plenty of room. Remember, it's $17.50 is this top. I mean, here's like $17.30, but the other two times it was $17.50. So there's still a lot of room before GameStop runs into that brick wall. Just going to set up a stop underneath 16.2 and then get on the bid.
All right, let's not spit everything away. We're still going to be very, very patient with this trade. We're still waiting for this. We do have Frank and Berna coming very, very soon, so that should be exciting to talk all about sort of more macro kind of stuff, as Neil and I will dig into some of the trading ideas happening on a daily basis, and then of course you'll hear more about rates, dollars, bonds, and diversification of said portfolio other than simple equity names. But for right now, NVIDIA, again, we don't want to get too out of pocket on this. If it doesn't want to go down, that is completely fine, understood. We've just taken $1.50, $1.50, and then holding half of this last position because we just kept on reloading it. So we keep on getting out of half, so that's great. But again, like if you make $3 and then lose $3, that's a flat trade. So we're not going to try to do that. So for right now, perfect. So for right now, we do want to wait out for like a 92 or so level here for NVIDIA. So let's not get too dug in until anything other than upside in and around that 92 area. So if that comes through, good. And then the other play would be breaking 52 on AMD or an average up to 153. So that's about it. So let's go. Daily is speaking, which we know what happens when the Fed starts talking. We could get a nice little market move. So let's go back over to the desk with Brendan and Frank.
Yeah, a lot to sift through here this afternoon. I was just hearing that as well. Frank is here. He's going to touch on a few things. We got this jobless claims data this morning, Frank, to kick things off. That, I mean, we're speaking from the standpoint of, it's a couple in a row here now that we can point to heading in the right direction as far as not only initial claims, but the continuing claims, kind of backing up and reinforcing this argument on the other side, as we were saying, coming off that non-farm print last week.
Yeah, definitely putting more weight behind non-farm from last week. And I know we just talked about on Tuesday I should say, I should own it. I was more in the camp of maybe this non-farm number is a little bit of a blip. Because, I mean, you look at the fact that CPI has been ticking higher. I think it's been every month this year from the lows either in December or January. And non-farm has obviously been strong for so long. Employment's been strong in the U.S. This whole year. And maybe that non-farm is the blip on the radar, but a continuation of the trend that we're seeing from Friday, not only a dovish Bank of England early this morning, but the jobless claims coming in a little bit hotter. And yeah, you see, I wanted to just quickly take a look at the pound to highlight what we've seen, because I would contend that both events, the big major events here to close out the week, the Bank of England meeting and this jobless claims number, which isn't usually a tier 1 data point, but is at this current moment. Just to show you the back and forth, because the central bankers in the UK come out with no change to rates, but they were pretty decided about the fact that rate cuts are very likely to come, and they also have elections and everything going on in future months, and they hit on the point that doesn't matter to them, and they could very well cut before their election season, and they could cut. I believe they threw out June as potential to be the earliest. And given that we're in early May, that's very, very soon. And so you saw the pound get smacked pretty hard on that. But then every currency fighting back against the US dollar after that jobless claims number came out hotter than expected. And you can see here, number hottest since August of last year, almost a full year since we've seen a number like this. And again, you see all these low jobless claim numbers from January, February, and March, and those tying with the high non-farm numbers that we've been seeing. And so, yeah, another data point here that is maybe going against what I was saying on Tuesday, confirming that this developing trend isn't a blip. And what would really confirm that, Brendan, would be a lower than expected inflation reading next week. But for the time being, the trend right now is interest rates, especially in the short term, moving lower, starting to price in some more cuts like we were at the end of last calendar year.
It's a moving goalpost, as we've been alluding to, and it seems to be almost on a daily basis, kind of back and forth we go. Now we're pushing, further in this direction. And the key here, I think, and I saw you have a slide ready for this, and it's not just the U.S. We're seeing this in other countries as well. You spoke on the Bank of England this morning. Canada, not in the greatest of positions. I mean, let's be honest, we haven't been the entire time we've been going through this back and forth with inflation. Our economy nowhere near as strong as the U.S. Last GDP print was back in positive territory, but we did have a couple that were not. So as far as employment is concerned, actually contracting on that last number for the Bank of Canada. But as you were mentioning, this all alluding to the fact, or pointing to the fact that, maybe even two back in play here.
Yeah, and I was checking the FedWatch tool as I do constantly, but I did want to throw out the 2-year just for a different look for people. Because keep in mind, interest rates, if you've been, unfortunately having to hear me talk on your guys' great program the last several months, this stuff can seem really opaque and really unclear. But keep in mind that interest rates, especially when you're talking about the US, which we've been focusing on so much because they're really a benchmark for global rates in a lot of ways, it's all really the same stuff. And so I wanted to throw out the 2-year because we look at the FedWatch tool, which is essentially the next couple of meetings. What's the overnight interest rate supposed to be? But you can also look at the 2-year yield in the US and essentially say, that's more or less pricing in how many rate cuts or hikes or whatever are supposed to happen in the next 2 years of duration. And I know this is a futures product and it's not exactly 2 years. And there are some smart people out there that could point that out. Totally understood. But let's just, for the sake of argument, say this is 2 years of duration worth of interest rates in the US. And right now, the overnight interest rate is 5.25% to 5.5%. So when this market was down at 4%, that's about 150 basis points or 6 rate cuts. And remember when I jumped on at the end of last year, coinciding with the bottom in this market there in December, January timeframe, we were looking at that FedWatch tool and it was saying 6 or 7 rate cuts, right? And so now with this market bouncing back up to 5%, got right up there to 5% once again here a little over a week ago, that was pricing in 1 or 2 rate cuts and a significant chance of, if it went up to 5.25%, that 2-year yield, that would be pricing in essentially no rate cuts for the next 1 to 2 years there. Now that market moving sharply lower in the last week, coming off of the FOMC meeting that was kind of a mixed bag, but really off of that non-farm that was a lot weaker than expected. And now today rates moving lower again. And keep in mind that 4.8, 4.75%, that's more like 2 or 3 rate cuts. So yeah, Brendan, we're right back in there in that pricing out the chance of no rate cuts. Now I think it's under 10% chance of no rate cuts this year. And now stretching our legs a little bit past 1 rate cut, maybe 2, maybe 3. But keep in mind, yeah, we are into May. I should have looked this up. I think we only have 4 or 5 Fed meetings the rest of the year. And so it would have to be really a low inflation reading next week and another low non-farm the first week of June to get to 3 rate cuts this year. But now they are settling on really at least 1, maybe 2 in the last handful of meetings, the second half of this year, really.
We've been punting around the concept of who's going to blink first in the major banks all across the world, and it might actually end up being the Bank of Canada who ends up, being forced to blink first here and make their first cut. I mean, there's some people talking around here, even in June, coming back up again. So, yes, inflation is still well above where they want it in this country as well, nowhere near their target. But this slide really highlighting the simple fact that employment is a bit of a problem here.
I was really surprised by this. And yeah, you all have your unemployment rate coming out tomorrow morning, if I'm not mistaken, which could really be a story because you're exactly right. In Forex markets, you're seeing a lot of the volatility around who is going to cut first. And it very well might be you all in Canada, given the stair step higher the unemployment rate has taken. And yeah, of course, I always go back to this: central banks globally. It's not just the U.S. or the Bank of England or whoever. Globally, everybody is keying in on a 2% inflation rate and an unemployment rate that is closer to 4 or 5%. And if Canadian unemployment takes another leg higher tomorrow, and I think I had it, but the expectation is for it not to move higher, I believe, or maybe by 0.1%. But I think it's expected to be the same as last time. Then you start to weigh things, and you start to maybe weigh a slightly higher than 2% inflation with a rising unemployment rate and say, okay, we feel pretty good about inflation, but we're getting worried about unemployment, especially, you raised this point last week, and everybody knows this, but we forget it sometimes, and it's worth noting constantly. These numbers are all backward looking, and the last thing you would want is your employment to get out of control in the wrong direction, and your inflation to be in a pretty good territory, and then these backward looking numbers confirm, okay, inflation is fine, but you really should have maybe looked at cutting rates a couple of months ago because now your employment is really bad. And so not quite there in Canada. Obviously, the central bankers would have cut already if they thought that you all were there. But it'll be interesting if Canada is the first to cut interest rates, because I think you're speaking with a little bit of humility there. Canada was very strong on the way up in interest rates, and the Canadian dollar was really one of the best performers against the U.S. dollar over the course of the last couple of years. But yeah, it'll be really interesting here on the way down who is going to be the first, who's going to cut the most also when all is said and done. When we're 6 months, 12 months, 18 months from now, seeing the landscape will be really interesting, because right now the US, Canada, and UK are all around 5%, give or take maybe 25 to 50 basis points. And the Euro area and Australia are around 4 to 4.5%. Obviously, Japan's at 0 still of the major economies. Who blinks first? Who blinks the hardest, I guess, to continue on that analogy, will be hugely indicative of what Forex markets are looking like over the course of the next several months. And so that Canadian employment number tomorrow, maybe not going to shake equity markets so much, but will definitely shake up the interest rate and Forex space.
As steep as the move up was, regardless of what country you look at, as steep as the move up was in interest rates, it might actually be a slow, kind of steady unwinding of this as they, get a feel along the way for how the economies are reacting to it. So the forecast was, just go back to that, 15,000 on the gain side. Prior was, as I was mentioning, negative 2,200. Consensus around 18,000. So yeah, the unemployment rate though actually expected to tick up again, 6.2 versus 6.1 on the last one. So yeah, it remains to be seen. But no, I think there's a lot of room for, a lot of people around here would echo this as well. A lot of room for some easing on this side of the border. Anyways, great stuff. Frank Caperna is Director of Strategy over at IG in Chicago. Appreciate it as always.
Thanks, Brennan.
I was going to hit this during.
New highs.
I wanted to hit this so bad as Frank was talking, but I didn't want to do it because it's loud, and I didn't want to be rude to him. But there it goes, man. I feel like
Canada needs to raise rates. I'm just gonna throw it
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah, I didn't want to hit that during when Frank was on there, but thank you so much for Frank for coming through one more time. And yeah, I'd like to see Canada step first, and then hopefully we'll be able to see the reaction to our economy, and then maybe the U.S. can react accordingly. But yeah, interesting to see what's going to happen. We're pretty sure the U.S. is going to cut, so
Yes.
we'll see just who jumps first. Bank of England remains tight, so.
Yeah, and the ECB is probably going to move first at the end of the day too, and that's just going to move the dollar around if you're into that sort of thing. So the usual thing that happens at 2:45 happened, and that is the market, while Frank is on, made fresh highs. So congratulations to anybody that was long. A couple of things. First, let's go to AMD. It did not hold, so my stop was right in here. I got stopped out. You're going to see I'm actually in a new position. Oh, wait a minute. That still says Frank down there. We love Frank.
Yeah.
Frank Cabrera, Director of Strategy. There you go.
Should be so lucky.
A new position for me. That was
It's
magic, and thank
magic.
you very much. There remain. Google actually woke up. I wasn't paying attention to Alphabet, but then all of a sudden it got above this breakout level. So it's gonna be a relatively tight stop in here. I'll get to Upstart. I'm still short that one, and CGC starting to go, but this one, it just went red to green. So it's like a red to green move for me. It's going to be a very tight stop. If it holds 30s, it's got a lot of room to the top if we're going to continue to go. And this has been in the VWAP to 169.30 range for the entirety of lunchtime. So if it holds on to 30, I think it's got a decent movement to run. I would have either gone VWAP or long this breakout. Clearly, VWAP is a little bit of a ways away. And then CGC did come up into back into the highs. Hasn't really printed the top just yet, so like 10, I'm sitting at 10.12 with the high at like 10.17 up here. Cannabis doesn't care, this doesn't care what the market's doing. It's gonna do, and it hasn't really cared the entire way. It's just gonna do its own thing. This is more of a relief rally. Remember, this has been pulling back for 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 or 6 days in a row, CGC. So getting a bit of a relief move through this $10 area.
All right, guys, we are trying to be that trader that we're trying to be. I mean, there it is right there. Spin it again. Look at the damage that we're doing on NVIDIA just right now. You know, like as we go back and forth here, this has been quite the trading opportunity here. Short, boom, load up as we said we would. Boom, to the downside again. This is like multiple dollars. That's $1 right there. Look where we're short. We're short 891.26, $2, not one. $2 in the money right now for your Dollar Club members, and that's going to be a good trade. I'm waiting for more. I want more NVIDIA, but it's just not at those levels yet. We were waiting for AMD, not at those levels. And I think we got a little greedy there. We should have taken some out of taken the last piece out of Amazon up at that level. But it's been sort of a print factory over here this afternoon with the TQs going long on them. I mean, boom, all the way back up. This has been fantastic. We're long. These greens are long. And then the short on NVIDIA has been a print factory. So far, so good here this afternoon. And I want everyone to, I'm going to tweet this out. But immediately, Brendan and I, everyone around here, working super hard to give you the best content possible. So we're changing it up for our podcast. We're going to go to Freedom and Wealth. We've been talking all about some interesting stuff, man. Brendan told me that, hey, put some money into some GICs. Why did he do that? Find out on your Freedom and Wealth podcast. What else are we talking about? What about the real estate market? You know, average dudes trying to talk about average things and how to get going on your freedom and wealth, how to invest potentially a little more wisely, and unlock that freedom that we're all looking for. So we're gonna go for it. We're gonna give it a go. Follow us right now immediately. We'll put this, and I know I'm not gonna copy it. Bears versus Bulls. We'll put that in the chat. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Oh, and there we go again. New workout for my daughter scheduled Thursday, May 16th, 6:30 a.m. So there it is. Oh,
and just a reminder on that, just for anybody, like if you were like subscribed to the old podcast or whatever it might be, it's completely new.
Yeah,
so even if you're subscribed to the old one and you get the notifications, make sure you go here to the Freedom and Wealth to get the new one. So it's completely different. It's not gonna be automatic, so you don't want to miss out on that content. I know, like myself, I used to get the subscription, the notification on the mornings on Saturday morning. You can lock and load it, you can download it to your phone, whatever. But you're gonna want to make sure you get right into that. And at the end of the day, I still think financial education sucks in North America,
so bad.
at least for the average person. It's not, I don't want to get political about it, but you're not going to learn the stuff you need to learn in high school or university, right? The practical stuff. So that's what it's all about here. It's all about the market is trying to go, it's weird because the entire day the market's been trending up and Robinhood's been trending down. So when we just make a high and pull back, I suppose that's the moment that Robinhood decides it wants to wake up off the lows. So Robinhood's starting to go here. This was green, gapped up. The only earnings name that I remember this morning when we sat down and started the show that was actually positive today was Robinhood, and now it's negative into a weak market, or sorry, into strong market. And on volume, it's starting to go here. So if we are going to have some kind of a trend to the upside, it's not like an SSR bounce play, but it bounced exactly off $17 and just broke out off 17.25. So with that, I'm going to like back into the 17 quarter level. That's what it's all about. Brad Gober, I agree. It's all about money and not the. Oh no, it's all about the kids, man. No, I just did a Ron Burgundy where like Brad just goes like, I agree. So I was about to read the thing. It's all about money and not the kids. I completely disagree. It's all about the kids, and that's exactly. Well, I see what you're saying there is that in the education system they're not putting the kids first. I don't think it's even that malicious. I just feel like sometimes we have to make an effort as parents and as a community to ensure that the younger generation and everybody gets the education you want. Like, why not take personal responsibility? That's just my 2 cents. Like we can sit here and we can educate ourselves about compound interest and some of the topics you guys will be getting into and diversifying. You don't need someone else to do that for you. Let's all take the onus on ourselves, right? Like I believe in that wholeheartedly. Let's go, let's go, let's go. If we get a dip buy in Robinhood, we get it. I don't want to chase this move. It's been entirely too weak. If we can come to the chart for a second here, I just realized you guys haven't seen the chart of Robinhood that I'm talking about. Ram. Chart. There we go. Yeah, it's getting off the bid. I don't want to chase this. If I think I'm wrong at about 17.20, then I want something in the 25 to 30 range. So if it dips back in, we'll go ahead and grab that. The other thing that we just grabbed was Alphabet. It pulls right back in, doesn't break 30, so it actually holds on. So I took the breakout. It then holds this level, so you guys can see it. Holds a 30 level, and now it's shooting higher. I don't even have offers yet. I think this has room to get to at least 169.80. So that means the 3/4 I should have an offer out there in the 70s, and we'll see what we can do. If the market decides to trend higher, I want something that's going to follow it a little bit. I think Hood could. I think Google could as well, or Alphabet could as well. CGC.
Uh-oh, here we go.
I mean, CGC, I guess it might, but it doesn't really matter. This is not adjacent to the market at all. This is now starting to lose like 10-10. I should scout more of this out. The mistake I made, and I'll take you back to both AMC and GME. I mean, the difference being I'm at least up on GME because I had enough winning trades that it's fine. But every time I was holding on to probably too much for the dream and then just getting wicked out on the last of it. So like while I'm up on it every single time, I'm just like wicking out when I'm trying to hold for the dream on both those. Yep. So scalping out, gonna scalp out some more on CGC when it just gave it to me there and learn that lesson. Like if it's moving in a 20-cent range, take the 15 cents.
It's a tough lesson because
but like,
you expect so much of it. And that's what hurts me on NVIDIA and all this stuff too, man.
The problem with GameStop is like the first experience trading it was vastly different from what it is now.
Yeah.
So our first experience trading GameStop is if you get it good, oh, you were just gonna bank. And now it's obviously a little bit different for sure.
Yeah, we're at a spot right now. We just got some more out of our NVIDIA. So we just like got that 892, Phil, and it broke it, almost took out that top right there. So my out is 892.50. Some of you have asked that in the chat. I discussed that top right here for NVIDIA. I kind of want to watch it. Well, my stop orders, as long they're in, so it's fine. But let me just go over what just happened. So we were using not this stop up here. That's too much because we're going to break VWAP. We've already showed that the downside, not getting out there, but whatever. Not getting out there allowed us to reload it. So, it was fine at the end of the day. But that level, I'm just not trying to hold it too much past VWAP. And it's poked its head above once into like 892 30s or, without zooming in. A dime or even 15 cents probably. 50 cents probably won't even matter on NVIDIA. The spread alone right now is 50 cents. Literally, 23s and 80s. Like 50 cents right now as a spread. So if it breaks 892.50, we're just going to try to punch out of that and then hopefully get a good fill. But what I want to say is, because we just ripped up there and the futures are kind of doing nothing, I'm getting nervous that this is going to break. It's going against the market. So if this market does rip, we're screwed. So we're going to get out there at 892.50, and we just took out some right there. We got another reload, and we took some out. So, you know, again, turning winning trades into losing trades is not a recipe for any kind of success. We're bidding down here at 891.30 to get another piece out. If that happens, then we can breathe that sigh of relief, because then we're ready to play with house money again, and we could start moving back into the downside. That's NVIDIA. Consistently a heart attack waiting to happen, so watch out for NVIDIA coming through. Shopify's come all the way back down.
Down?
No, it's still 50 cents. Shopify, yeah, only 14 cents in the money. The market is 50 cents in the money. Come on, NVIDIA, push. I'm bidding 20 cents lower to take some profit. We're now 50 cents in the money on NVIDIA on that reload. Amazon had its move up to 191. We should have double topped once, twice, thrice, even again, 4 times at 191. Focused on other things with not enough shares on Amazon, but should have got out of that. Right now, we're just worried about this one. Bring it, NVIDIA. We're in the 30s, a little bit more in on this. Again, the spread is what's killing me. We didn't even get filled yet, and we're trying to close this gap. So let's see if we can get it. We may or may not be right into here somewhere, trying to get filled on NVIDIA, and did not get it yet. So we're literally on the bid now. So there it is. Thank you. The saga continues. Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang. We're in the money one more time here on NVIDIA. So these reloads continue to be a print factory that all of you want. Shout out to Kevin Mendoza and everybody else out there right now. These are clean plays given to you. So that's $1.50, $1.50, $3. So that's 1, 3, 9. Plus whatever's happening right now. We're short at 892. It's at 891. So, you know, pick your poison. Trade accordingly, but so far so good here on NVIDIA. That was a heart attack as we almost broke 892.50.
892, and that and the blue line there, like that's no.
Yeah.
The 250 period of the
VWAP.
VWAP, right? Yeah. So you stick to it. I didn't want to
get down.
VWAP's red on my chart. It's blue on Sean's, but VWAP is VWAP. I did get a new position. That's Apple. So I was waiting for a pullback on Apple, and it came right in to, I mean, it essentially stopped at 184.30. It doesn't get to 184, but it's still putting in a series of higher lows. So I'm in here on Apple. My price is 38, but it was just above 35. Gonna give it to that local bottom. If it goes to 184, I'd rather that be a separate trade. So this is at least a relatively strong name in there. Let's see what happens. I didn't even realize that there was a stock that Michael Noss was talking about to start the week is going to be reporting. So it's DND now, but it's tomorrow. I thought, well, I saw it, and then I was calling up, I'm like, oh, if it reports tonight, I know I have Daniel Shea on to do the aftermarket show, but I would have gone over it, but it doesn't report till tomorrow morning. So Rivian Millionaire will be waiting around for the morning for that. I haven't pulled it up. We'll see what it does, and we can talk to Michael about that. Actually, if it reports tomorrow morning, tomorrow's Friday, we'll have Michael Noss to talk about it himself, which is even better, because he mentioned it this Monday, and then they report tonight or tomorrow morning. That's fantastic. So I didn't see anything specifically on Robinhood, but I did mention if it dips back down into the quarters, I do like this one. Gaining some steam back to the upside is Robinhood. Let's see what happens. New position was Apple, still in CGC. Alphabet is, going sideways off the top here. Still think it has a chance if we can break. The market just pulled back 20 or 30 points, and this is exactly where it was before. And by exactly, it's like, I don't know, like up, down like a few cents, but not really making any kind of a power move. If you want relative weakness,
you want power.
Low of the day just broke, Tesla just broke the low of the day as it continues lower. I'll look back at my note, and the first stock I had on it this morning was Tesla 175, and I'm not in it. But if it's going to continue to go lower, a flat bottom break here, are you kidding me? 172s? Yeah, this is breaking lows while the market's pulling back. This is a short to 72. It's the weakest stock, not in the market. There's weaker stocks, but it's the weakest stock in the Mag 7, and it's not even close.
Guys, we've got this again. Remember yesterday I said, we've made back a lot? Well, we did it again right now. It's just, You know, we messed up on Amazon early, but the damage that we're putting on right now, this NVIDIA, we've taken probably about $10 or more, because now this trade is $2 in the money again. So all this is the benefit of being a scalper like I am and just making this money right here. Like, you have the ability to do this. We're able to short it, and there it goes right now. Play with confidence. There's nothing else that I can say to you. It's whatever your levels are, just go for them. You know, you get burned, you get burned. That's what trading's all about. At the end of the day, you can look down and see, where did you screw up? You know, I know where I did today, and other than that, I know exactly where we're making money. We're making money being patient, and we're making money making calls and waiting for them to develop for us. So, like, sure, we messed up not getting out there. Boom, boom, boom. How does that feel? So that was a good one there. And then the patience with AMD is also, we're at 85. I can't, like, 75 is what came. We should have faded that, but it's all good. We still got 50s downside here. We still talked about where AMD's home was, and that was below 152. So I'm not changing my mind on that one. And let's go. This is exactly, you see? There we go. Sans Amazon today, and but we can't. You have it, right? You have those trades on board. So again, red day because of what we did on Amazon, but super, super confidence at highs right now. We were going to work on some sort of an emoji that or a GIF that Adara figured out. We'll get that for you guys in a minute, but in a little while. But this is now $3 in the money. Have that confidence in your trades. And we're making these calls. I gave this trade before we went to the desk with Frank, right? So in case this has happened, I told you this is what we're doing. And we did it, and reaping benefits, Neil. What a great afternoon.
Yeah, it's definitely a great one. I'll be the first to admit we gave back yesterday. Actually gave 2 positive days this week and gave them both back in here today. And most of it I think was greed in the morning. I should be up on AMC. I can admit that. It was an easy risk reward trade that I didn't take. And then the other thing was like GameStop. Like, I can be up on GameStop, but I can still trade it poorly. I am now in Tesla. We say go short weak stocks and long strong ones. Well, Apple's trending up. Google broke trend to the upside. CGC's been trending all day since the morning. Tesla continues to break lower, and I already said in my morning note, like, the first thing on there was actually Tesla 175. Well, it was like the failed of the 175 level, and then the 176 would have been, like, to me, like a breakout price actually. At the open, all it did is at the open it dumped the 175. And of course, I was wrapped in other things when it came to 75. But if it's going to break the bottom, I'll short it in the consolidation underneath. And if we continue to fall, I think this is more or less one of the weaker names out there. It's now losing the 50 period on the daily, not a great sign. And if it gets anywhere near 170, that was yesterday's low, where it obviously had all kinds of a bid. So I think it has a chance at the 171 first, and then 170 will be next. Yes, GameStop. And that's essentially why I went over this one. Like, GME, frustrating as it might be, like, every single time. Like, we had the long. Again, it's not about being red or green on it. I can evaluate the trades and say that I should have done way better because I'm holding for the dream, stopping out and not getting back in at 16. And 16 was the best level. There's no question about it. And I'm sitting there getting stopped out. You can jump right back in the trade. If you like it, I'm always going to adhere to a stop. That's the way I like to do it. I don't necessarily want to have like one trade blow up a day or a week or anything like that. It's going to happen from time to time, but every now and then this is going to happen to you. It's not bottom wick, but it's close enough to it on GameStop. I'm not chasing this top break. I liked it when it was tight enough to 16.
Oh, yes.
But at these highs of the day, I think that's a little bit much on GameStop. You punch that top and it does a reversal and it can get real nasty real quick.
All right, we're back. We're back. We just noticed we're back. Let's go. Boom! There it is right there. Let's go, man. It's a props kind of a day right now. And what we're doing. Look what just happened for NVIDIA. That right there is $5 on that reload, 450. I mean, honestly, boom, boom, boom. Take the 200, take the VWAP, and then all the way down there to the downside. Oh, what's up, Yannick? What's up, everybody there in the chat? What's up to Yannick behind me, if he's still around? Yeah, you went in Good job, $16. You saw it. Neil go long, made 30 cents. Good job on that one on GME. Again, Neil.
There's nothing wrong with scalping it. That's the thing. It was a great scalp trade. Yeah.
Yeah. How about this scalp trade?
Well, that's not. I mean, some of it's a scalp.
This is all scalping.
Chart.
Man. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is scalp trading right here. But that's a good one, man. No 30-cent winners here. Of course, GME very much different.
Well, that's like a 2%.
Yeah, very much different than NVIDIA. But obviously, even we can all, I'm sure, appreciate this here on NVIDIA. So all good. All right. And also, guys, right back down on AMD as well. I mean, that was, again, good. So far, so good. Yeah, still on AMD. Yeah. The professor, well, the professor's Sharif, but I'll take the compliment. I like that one as well. Yeah, he is the professor. He ain't here.
Well,
all right.
He used to. What is that about GameStop? Oh, it's just GameStop new highs. That's all. No, he used to wear the glasses. That's the reason he got the professor look. So I think one day he wore them, and then it's kind of stuck from there. It's just like a fun thing that we do. Just got on the offer first time here on Google. As the market pulled back, but it's still trying to continue this breakout. So Alphabet, VWAP holding, now trying to break it out. Relatively strong name. If you look at it on the daily chart as well, I mean, on the daily chart, like you had a pullback and then a nice little bounce. So you had the earnings, break, pull back after earnings, making a bit of a higher low. Now you're getting a consolidation. It's kind of like a recovery upward pattern. Tomorrow or maybe tonight, 170.25 will have to be reckoned with. If it can't get past 170.25, I think it's going to have some trouble, especially going into a Friday. 170 is a big optionable level as well. But I like what I see. Like it finally made that pullback after earnings and found a little bit of a bid there. So relative strength in Google. So even with the market pulling back, it's starting to head back into the upside.
Oof.
A little something in my eye there.
Ooh, man. All right. You're welcome, everybody. You're welcome. All right, let's go. Yeah. I'm not really doing too much else, man. I mean, I'm pretty just chill right now. Oh, what I wanted to show you before was, without, it's a sheet there for the lineup. Like baseball's 9 players. I have 15, and trying to schedule them and getting all their sits and everything like that. I was like, Neil was like, oh, you should use some ChatGPT. And I'm like, yeah, I probably should. And then just input like what positions they're best. But the thing about it is that some of the players that are on here, if they're batted low in the batting order last game, then I kind of want to put them higher. Yeah. I mean, I don't have to do that, but I'm trying to keep a lot of the players near the top that deserve it. But at the same time, trying to figure this all out. So
it's a balance.
You can't have can't have players sit 3 times and one sit once. Like you got to keep it all balanced. So that's what I've been doing. Straight from here, right to the diamond, and then back to hockey.
Well, we had there was a clinic yesterday for.
Yeah, those are the funnest.
Yeah, and then there's like there's a Zoom call for rules on Sunday evening that I got to do.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But they sent me.
Rules.
Yeah, but they sent me the booklet. Okay, I read the PDF.
Oh, did you? Okay, well that.
I'm like, do I really? No, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen to it. But
okay, yeah.
No, because it's not normal baseball rules. My daughter's in. It's like this. It's this weird hybrid coach pitch t-ball, which I'm not. It's like how many pitches do you get? You get like 4 pitches, and then one inning you're hitting with the tee, and then the next inning it's coaches are pitching. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. GameStop's starting to pull back in here. So if you look at the way, like I'm not in it. Obviously, you see I stopped it out. There it is. Stop out. But if you're looking for a dip buy level, generally speaking, like I like the whole, there's resistance, you buy it into that little dip. So the next would be like the 1660 level. So I said I'm not chasing it. There's room to 17.5, but I'm not chasing this thing ever. So like the next move would be it holds 1670 or 1660 in this case, look long in the low 70s, high 60s, and then scalp to the high, hold some for the dream. Although, I think the better job has been to get the bulk out in the scalp trade and hold a small position for the dream, not hold the larger position for the dream. Like that's essentially where I've gotten wrong. But I'm going to get into it here. Again, did not want to buy tops, don't care about 17 even breaks, not going to take it. I just want the first pullback in a previous resistance every single time on GameStop. It's essentially been working. You just want to make sure that you're taking your profit. Tesla's still, the market's coming down. Tesla's still right at 170, 170. So it holds underneath 172. if the market flushes and Tesla gets to 170, I think it's been really weak this entire day.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Matt Carnes there. All right, so right now we do have almost $6 now. We talked about this break on NVIDIA. I mean, here we go. So it's a nice one. Breaking lower on NVIDIA. Good trade there today. I'm really getting a little winded of this market here because we've sort of already pieced out absolutely everything that we've been doing here this afternoon. I mean, let's just review the trades. AMD, you know, NVIDIA, we had that trade. We talked about Tesla and what we were looking at for that, and unfortunately we let that one go. Amazon still pushing lower, but the idea here was short, and short into that market there, pretty flat day. As long as we didn't break that high, we sort of talked about that, and that's, you know, when we got short NVIDIA up there, and then now I feel like we've got it, man. I feel like Tesla could have been your trade of the day. I mean, again, you're seeing the way different styles that we have, right? And so that's the best part about it. You'll see a different style with Adara on the midday show and Sharif trading completely different. You know, both just kind of starting out as traders, so you're going to see that with Learn to Trade, and then, you know, hopefully a little bit more precision and plays like this. And even Affirm, when we talked about going long at 33, I mean, look where it is. This is, again, another idea, long 33. You know, it's at 34.50. So it's just like, that's part of it.
Is it literally 34?
Yep, 34.50, yep. So that's again, another one. What's up, Jerome? That's another one. Yeah, Jerome, I know. All right, so there's that. You know, Amazon, this long at 187.50. Yeah, Jerome's long Affirm. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but he's long Affirm. Google right here, we had that long. Again, took like a 30-cent hit on it. It does go down to that bottom now, all the way back up to the upside. So, you know, a couple trades that we had early and then dropped them out, but it's really this one that's really starting to sing right now, down $6 now from that high. And this is, again, another trade. So far this afternoon, you've gone 2 for 2 following me with both AMD and NVIDIA. So the same sector, but again, feel like we had a good read on it. And obviously we did with the results that are here. So far so good. Let's, you know, let's figure this all out. But yeah, I'm going to be holding this into the close, and then we'll just watch out because AMD is going to break as well. We're 40 cents in the money on AMD off that short at 45, sorry, 35 cents in the money. And that's it. So those are my plays. Shopify has come back, but we've already done like the damage on this one. We'll see if it breaks lower, and we'll just get out of that for flat. And then in what is a $3 winner, should have been 4 or 5. We should have got out of that at 191. So it's been a good one there. It is what it is. And, you know, again, thanks for the support. Be back tomorrow. We'll be here at 8:30.
Yeah, that's for sure. No, we're not going anywhere, but it is almost 3:30, as you just mentioned. And it's exactly the same thing that just happened on GameStop. Every single time this stock gets above $17 this week, it's the same thing. We had the 1670 long just now with a 60 stop. I got some out at 90, so we grabbed the 20 cents, 2-to-1 risk, and then it tried to break and hold above 17, so I just trailed it out for essentially like 27 pennies in there. Every day this week, 17 break fail, 17 break fail, 17 break fail, break fail, break fail. So if today's different from every other day, that's fine. I have no issues with that. I'm cool with it. I think, and we did this the other day too. Like we had a long into 17. I said if it continues going, fine. But rather be long into it instead of taking a breakout. That's the reason why. There are moments where you want that breakout trade. I still feel like if it breaks 17.5 on the daily, like that's a breakout that gets me a little bit more excited. It does that early in the day and you have all day to go, like a $1 to resistance or $1.10 to resistance, and then you could absolutely fly to the upside. But you know, I'd rather just say, what's the easier trade? And what I didn't do last time, which was make sure we bank the profit and don't let it get back in, make sure you bank the profit, don't let it get back in, you just make the adjustment, right? Like the read's good. It's like reverse long at 16. You know where the dip buy is. It does the higher low into support. You take it, but you make the money there and you just don't let it stop out. It breaks the high, dips down in, you take it, and then scalp that trade. We were just saying there's a 30-cent move. There's another one in there for you guys if you like it. But the imbalances, good question, IK. There's no individual early look imbalances until, well, there's a few out there. We don't get the actual overall market number for the early look, but For NASDAQ, you're asking about Tesla for imbalances. We'll get early looks on some New York stocks. So like you can see Pfizer is supposed to come out to sell at 350, and then Visa is 1.6. But NASDAQ imbalances, you just see them come out at 350. There's no early look or any advantage that we have when it comes to NASDAQ ones. Like anything you see that's NQ is going to be from this morning, or it was like a halt or something. So like GPATU, whatever the heck that is, it must have had some kind of a halt, and that's why you'd see it. But everything else is going to be New York. So at 350, I can let you know what any imbalance, if any, on Tesla is. But right now, we just have to wait like everybody else.
Yeah, that is true enough. I'm thinking about this 887.50. So just so everybody's clear about what I'm doing right now, my stop right now is at 892.50. So it's 70 cents worth of risk, and we talked about the risk that was associated with this trade when it was up here, so much that I got out of some of it when it came back in, just even like 30 pennies. So 70 cents worth of risk is now 5.30 in the money. So as we talked about that before, if you make 10 cents on GameStop, but your risk is only 2 cents, then it's equivalent to something like this. You know, so that's what you have to do, is break down your style of trading, because honestly, NVIDIA at 900, we've seen Adara at NVDL, and other traders trade smaller stuff. So you got to figure out like what your stop is in relation to that if you're doing a risk to reward thing. I don't do that, so I was just letting people know that if that's something that you do. 887.50 right now, so I'm just going to cancel that, and it looks like we're going to get out. Whoops, what the? All right, did I just push enter there? No, okay, so now that we're all the way up, let's just go to 888. And again, this is pretty silly, 01. So we're gonna cost ourselves 50 cents here because we're getting close to that break level. Let's just put that out right there. So here comes the stop now. We changed it to 888 because I fumbled it. We could have just punched out now. This will wind up costing me 50 extra cents, it looks like, at the end of the day. But hey, $4 winner. This was down to 885 there. 885.50 probably was probably a good spot that you could have got out. So we'll give back a little bit here at the end of it all, especially when it does break, this 888. But hey, you got to have stops. So to not get out, we already took that advantage of that right there. So good little whoosh down there for NVIDIA. Probably should have had it out at the very bottom there. But again, you know, I don't have a problem waiting and being patient with the strategy. It worked out for us on AMD. So we only have 20% left of this as it came right back down in, and we did the exact same thing on AMD. Came back in, put the money in our pocket, and ran away. So there goes NVIDIA, end of the day right there. It's a face slapper for NVDA, out at 888. If that's wrong, it's wrong. We'll look to reload it, but it's, I mean, again, now it's got to get back to 890. Congratulations if you trailed on that one. And over to the screen, or over to the, green screen. Right now is a, are we ready?
Yeah, we have quite a few names to look at today that we're making outsized moves, and some interesting catalysts here as well. One of them is going to be Norfolk Southern, NSC, this one down about 3%, having a bit of a Disney-style activist investor situation. Ancora was the activist investor involved, and they actually did secure some board seats, though the company did end up keeping its CEO, Alan Shaw. Next up, we have Lululemon, LULU, this one up about 2.5% here. Chief Product Officer Michelle Sun exercising about $237,000 worth of options. So nice look there for LULU. Last but not least, we do have EQIX, Equinix. This one posting an earnings, EPS beat here, but sales miss. Is worth noting as well, though, they are up 11% despite this note coming here from Hindenburg Research, accusing it of accounting manipulation during its earnings report. So interesting look here for EQIX, 12% to the upside. Lots of names with cool catalysts to talk about today, guys.
Yeah, go Lulu. Lulu. I mean, obviously, like everything else in retail land, Lulu's been in a little bit of a pullback recently.
Not everything. There's a lot that are working, but not Lulu. Yeah.
No, I'm only kidding because the weekly chart looks like this on Lululemon. Little bit of a pullback, but it had been bouncing relatively nicely last month. So I guess like a little bit of a consolidation, but on a weekly, underneath the 200 period moving average is where it stalled out. Yeah, if it can't hold on to this and makes a fresh low, you could really see 2022 lows where personally, I'll be buying it down there, but that's just me. Happen to like it. Update, just a quick little update. Alphabet went one step up and then comes right back one step down. I've moved the stop up to underneath this bottom here at 169.35. And just for everyone that's still following the apes out there, GameStop did this time. This time it actually did not fail 17 right away. So there it goes. I went for the scalp trade. It's going for that 1750. After all, it's a little bit late in the day to want a massive breakout like that. I like dip buys and consolidations better because you can have like, this is where I'm getting in and this is where my stop is. I feel like when you're taking a 17.5 break that has a lot of room to run, that's not a trade that I would want to have a 10-cent risk on. Like, you can dip buy it and put 10 cents of risk on it to make 20, but in this particular case, you put 10 cents of risk, you're just going to get rinsed. So I'd rather it show me what it's going to do, and if there's a dip buy available off that level, I'd rather take that.
All right, I mean, we got back in at 888. The minute it didn't run any higher than that, I was like, okay, well, we're close enough there. So we just shorted more there and just took like 70 cents or something on the way back. But it just went $1 back into the money for us. We're going to give it to 888.50 right now. So we're short at 17s. We just took some out, as you can see right there at 50s. And then we just went down to 887 again, giving us that dollar winner back on NVIDIA. So yeah, it was all good at the end of the day there. We take $4, then we punch it back into the low. If this can get lower now for NVIDIA, then, I mean, all good. But if we break that 888.50, then we're gone. So we'll wait. Again, spread of 50 cents. Not for the faint at heart. There, that is NVIDIA. Yeah, what else?
Jarhead, GameStop doing GameStop things. I actually don't think it's doing new things for GameStop because GameStop hasn't been this stock for a while. So I mean, I think it's going back to some small semblance of what it used to be. Alan in the chat, you think Hood goes higher? I've canceled my dip buy in Hood. It just never came in, and it's now 335. So if Robinhood were to get back down to 17.25, I wouldn't want it. It already made a higher low without me, and I didn't get picked up. So I would have looked for a dip in here off 50s down into quarters. I didn't get it. Now you're going to continue to go higher. I'm not going to chase the move. If it gets down underneath that support, there's just no point. Like, why would I want that trade? At that point, you're seeing it fail back into the lows. And it's way too late in the day for there to be any kind of a move. Apple's still trying to go. Going to get some out in front of the high of the day here. And if it breaks the high, 185, obviously it's going to be a round number. Ooh, where'd that wick come from? It's a round number, and then 185, go right on back into Tuesday, and 185 is going to be your top. So I'll get some out before we get there, and then if it gets to 185, regardless of any imbalances, we're going to take that out. We're getting toward the end of the day where we have to respect, time as well. And remember, I said I'm not taking a 1750 GameStop break this afternoon. Just don't like them at the end of the day. If that happens in the morning, like, it's worth giving it the room. You have all day for it to run. Like, if it goes parabolic into $20, $25 or something insane, you've got lots of time for it to go. But if you take it at 337, it's almost like it just has to start working right away to get you that massive move. It might actually help tomorrow, the fact that it failed that breakout here at 1750, because then maybe there'll be a little bit, like, less people involved and more juice to the trade if it can do it tomorrow as well. So I give you my reasons why I didn't want to have the 1750 break. You might have got 20 cents really quick, but that's not what I would look for off a break like that. So
Yeah,
stayed away.
Yeah, we're so we did get. I mean, NVIDIA wound up breaking again. So that last little piece was a win, and then a loss of 30 cents, and that was it. And I think we actually wound up getting it pretty good out there. Yeah, we got 70s. I mean, now it's okay. Now I'll just show it to you because we are back into Amazon. So yeah, so NVIDIA right there, we did get out on the top. So we got punched out. Here, hold on a second. I'm trying to zoom in again. So we got punched out right there. We went re-short again, short again. Oh, sorry, that was where we got out. Short again, and then in and out right there on 88. So we do basically give that back on a quick little. I guess it was short at 17s, out 70s. So I guess it was 50 cents both ways. So at the end of the day, L with all the transaction fees and whatnot. So that's an L right there. The other one there is Amazon. Amazon really starting to cook back up now. We're long at 81s on Amazon. So let's see if we can get a little bit out as we go. Here it comes. I mean, this needs to get back through. If this breaks 10 cents lower right now, we're gone. We're just trying to play off Amazon off of this little wicked bottom right there of 80s, basically. And here it comes back in. So again, a stock that's up today broke through its all-time highs of 190 and went to 190, 150. But my PL number one negative here today for Amazon when we absolutely nailed that bottom, but too early on that idea. So
You know, it's still going to close above that high. It looks like it's
Yeah.
it's very, very even pulling back. Like it's within sense of still closing, having that 52-week high close. Obviously, it's breached it, but that's usually very bullish. Closing above that, and it's just a line on a chart at the end of the day, but I think that's very bullish. Amazon being one of the stocks that gave you a modest opportunity to pull back in and dip buy. But I put it in the category of the ones that I missed the dip buy on. There were opportunities out there on a few names. Google gave it to you and gave everybody the opportunity to dip buy. Apple gave everybody the opportunity. Amazon, I think there's a few Mag 7 names you had to be aggressive with and just take whatever dip came and forget about the levels that you want. We talk about that all the time. If you're going to hold it forever, what do you care about 0.5% or 1% or 2%? I mean, the whole point is ever. So Tesla going sideways here, so the idea of a bigger move I think has gone out the window. With only 20 minutes left, if it gets back down into the lows, I'm just going to take some out. The 171.5 doesn't seem to want to go here. So it's consolidating underneath 172.
selling Amazon again.
So, you know, it's consolidating underneath the 172. So I think we got the area right, but not a lot of follow through. Apple is still trying to make that run at the highs. So the high of the day is 184.65 would be that top. If it breaks that, I want to hold through and then trail back underneath 184.65 if it doesn't make that break. Jamie's trying to go a second time.
Oh man, yeah, we oh no, nothing happened, man. I mean, we're banking out right now. It's all good. Look at Nvidia right now, though, to the downside, just goes. There it goes right there on that break lower. Look at this, boom. Talk about like 50 period, man. Sean. All right, so there it was right there, downside move. So we just lost. We gave some back there on Amazon because we were going long. But then I was like, oh my God, it feels like they're selling this thing again. And then the market just cracked. So I was like, the market cracked down and we're not really short. But then it started to battle back. Remember we were looking at Amazon before and it just looked like the sellers were always there? I thought we saw that again there for a minute. So I was like, oh yeah, it just cracked lower. But the whole kind of market broke a little bit there, down to 18.2. So potentially a misread on that. But we'll try to hover around on Amazon now and hold the short. We're short now at 80 on a much, much reloaded position now. But we've already been wrong on this name today and brutally wrong. So let's wait to see if Amazon will print us out here a little bit and we could be right for once on this name here today. So there goes Amazon. Back to the upside. We'll wait to see if we can get some love short now as the market tries to go the other way for us. Thankfully, we're able to hold, not thankfully, AMD's not really doing anything. It was this NVIDIA that really got going there again. Look how volatile these things are. Like, for me, it matters a lot because like if we're trading up here at 888 and then we get to go down to 886, like $2, you know, makes or breaks your day sometimes. So just be careful with what you're doing. Watch your shares, and it's 341 as we keep saying that.
It's getting tight.
NVIDIA does need a stock split, and I think that's going to be, I think NVIDIA has a bad quarter, but announces something like that, and everybody forgets all about it. It goes up for a couple days, then it gets absolutely smashed. So let's see what happens there with NVIDIA.
Well, everyone else is pulling the buyback lever, though. I feel like that's the lever. The lever du jour has been the buyback.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Apple puts on the biggest one in history.
Well, $110 million. But hey, the best thing you believe in is yourself, is like a company. It's like, hey, you know what? We don't think there's anywhere else to put that cash. And so that's what they go. And it's great. It's great for the shareholders. Buffett's getting out probably because he just owns way too much of it, which does make some sense. So we're wrong about buying VWAP on Alibaba.
Fool that Warren Buffett.
He's a smart guy. Yeah, but it does make sense. Like, they own a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking. But ever since he announced that he got out, the stock's up 10%.
Yeah, well, exactly. But that's how it's going to go sometime.
Yeah.
Maybe he relieves some pressure depending on where he did.
Oh, good, Warren.
I love that Alibaba's going to hold this top, but it would be much better if it could be above $80. It's going to end up being a decent playoff VWAP if you scalped it, but it's not. It's just these Chinese ADRs in the afternoon, they just don't really move. It's making a battle for this 200 period. If this can break 80 tomorrow, you know I'm going to like it. As I said with Tesla, we're going to now hold through the low of the day, and I'm bidding in front of 171 even. Apple, I should probably make an adjustment because we're starting to come back down. It just wicked the top. I don't have to make an adjustment. It just wicked the top and came right back. So the same triple top it failed, you just punch out.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's that simple. Like what I was going to do was like, where am I going to trail it out to? Put a stop order in. I'm like, no, it's literally at the price that I would have just put a trail in. So why give it an extra 5 cents just for the sake of it? We'll see what happens. For LTAS, I have not looked at Roku and Bitcoin. 62,000. We're still up on Bitcoin. Not bad. That means no. Don't tell me Boeing's down again. Seriously, again? So SEC is probing Boeing over safety claims because a panel blew off. So I feel like honestly, you know when the Simpsons at the nuclear plant where we've gone X amount of days without an accident. We need a thing that's just like, we flip it over. How many days is Boeing gone without a bad headline? This is absolutely ridiculous. VWAP is coming in, by the way. Like, how many days can they go without a bad headline? You've got to be kidding me, Boeing. Do something right. Don't screw up. Anyways, VWAP here, 181. It's actually unbelievable. It really is. Like, how could there possibly be a bad headline 2-3 times a week on this stock? I just don't get it.
Well, the only thing that means to me is this. Money. We're short. Let's see what happens right now. All right, so we're short Boeing, again, against 181.20. Easy day. Let's see if it works out or not. We've crushed these plays before. Let's see if we can do it again live for you right here on the show. Talk about crushing a play. Talking about being confident, and as Adair has mentioned, we'll save it for her, you have to have a certain level of confidence. And when you're there, you're there. And for right now, I mean, like I said, man, despite getting tossed around early on Amazon, we just kept our head high and battled crazily back the rest of the day. So, we just got to trade a little bit better off the open, and we'll be all good. Look at this reversal here on Amazon, as we're now short at 80s, and we just got some out at 60s, as it's continuing to go lower here into what is and had been identified as an opportunity to go short there. So here we go. We reversed the position, have that ability, man. We were long in getting out, right? And then it broke. So then we went short. So here we go. Hopefully being able to print again. And again, have that kind of confidence in your game. And you'll be able to hopefully take some profits every once in a while. There it is right now. Let's put another bid at 67. Okay, good job there for Amazon. Trying to bounce lower. Remember, still up on the day. Right here is Amazon, up 1% versus a market that's trying to get back. But we already seen Amazon sort of rear its ugly head at me earlier when we were long and it just tank-citied for us. But there it is right now. Continue to go lower, Amazon. Let's make this day something else and get going. So nice trade so far here on Amazon, back into the downside.
Oh my goodness, GameStop made it to 18. It did go, but look, that Boeing thing, like, I'm part of it's like half joking. We're having fun. I know some of you guys had fun with that, but it isn't good. And I'm just going to throw this one out there. So I have a bid at the 3/4 mark. Actually, it's at 70s. It's not at the 3/4. It's in front of 70. And once we get that, it's a little better than 1-to-1. And then I want to look at the bottom here, which is 180.30. And we'll take some out on Boeing. But in the back of my mind, every single time there's bad news on Boeing, I keep thinking about Embraer, which is like a Brazilian. They're actually coming up with a plane that they're going to try to compete with the 737 and Airbus. I don't know what it's called, Airbus's version of 737. And look, it's a gorgeous looking chart. Obviously, it's been a duopoly for a very long time, and it's not going to be easy for them to break in. But how much longer before I don't say, why are you in your long-term account, Neil, taking a shot play in Rivian when here's somebody trying to break up a duopoly that has a great-looking chart, and you could put it into a good-looking stock like that? So that's my next decision. I have to do some. I don't know that much about them.
No, it's because Rivian is crushing if we've gone long Rivian, it's crushing our account, and we don't want to sell at the bottom.
Yeah, well, it's not crushing my account.
No, I just mean.
No, but I know what you're right. It's
stock.
It's
it's
easier to be like, I'm going to take a shot play on a stock that's down that you can see where it's going. That's easier for us, like psychologically, than to look at a stock like an Embraer, which is actually good valuation, has some great things going in the pipeline, but you're literally buying it at the highs.
Yeah.
And you're learning about it for the first time. And that's just a psychological block for me, because every time I complain about Boeing, I'm like, maybe I should own this thing instead, or at least own a little bit of both. But it's 349. Usually at this time I would tighten up my stop, but it's not like my stop's right here, like 181.15 on Boeing, so I don't have to tighten it up. It's basically right here. But Tesla, I will tighten it up And I'm not going to reload it, as a matter of fact. I'm going to tighten it up. Well, actually 172 even. I had it at 172 change. I'm just going to throw 172 even because imbalances are coming out any second now. So we'll see what happens with Boeing. GameStop did, in fact, break 18. So it is gone on GameStop. Congratulations to everybody. Red-Eye Jedi Airbus is far superior to Boeing. Well, yeah, right now, that's easy to say. But remember, for years and years and years, regardless of how they were both doing, Boeing would just trade at a premium. That's why everyone likes to invest in it. Because if they were even, Boeing would trade better. And if Boeing was a little bit worse performance-wise, Boeing would trade just as well. And now, clearly, things are a little bit different from that, if you hadn't noticed.
All right, 49.
All right.
I mean, if we just think about the trades that we've had so far here this afternoon. Okay, I'll just speak for myself because there's only 30 seconds left. This NVIDIA short. All right, this AMD short, you could see that's, obviously we've talked about that. Boeing, who the heck knows? And then right now, Amazon short. So Amazon long, Amazon short, now it's printing. We just put this on. We talked about flipping it over to the other side, and that's exactly what we did. And there it goes. So Amazon right now, a 40-cent winner, and we just take some more out at 41 as it continues to go. And now the imbalances are out, and I can see that Amazon must be an upside. So we'll punch out a little bit there and then go over and have a quick look.
No, Intel's the big one, 1 million, and it's not even big.
Yeah, sometimes these will pair off.
Marvell 800,000.
Yeah.
They haven't reported yet, or I don't think so.
Short.
Where is Palantir, 500,000. I'm not seeing anything. None of the big names. Micron, no one cares about that. Short. Roblox, 400,000 to the buy side, but nothing big. I haven't really seen any of those NASDAQs. Qualcomm's there for 700,000. No Apple, no Microsoft, no Amazon, no Google, no Tesla, no NVIDIA on the imbalance locator. TLT's there, but it's there every single day. Visa's there, but it's there every single day. And those have never meant anything, at least as long as I've been watching these imbalances. We'll see what happens with it. I don't know if we have the earnings board, but I can tell you, the overall number, 1.1 billion to the buy side. So despite anything significant individually, it's a 1 billion buy. I'll just punch out a Tesla where it is right now. Why am I even waiting around a couple of cents more? It doesn't really matter. Boeing I'll hang on to, but there we go. There's the earnings board.
Oh, good.
So look, there's not a lot of big names. Actually, Akamai is bigger than the ones we're probably interested in terms of market cap. But after the market, we're going to have Unity. That's more of a squeeze play than anything else. Dropbox, that has the chance to move as well. JFrog every now and then is going to do a little something. So there are a few names that we should be interested in. Well, I don't see Mara on there, but Mara's after the bell tonight. Oh, there it is. Man, what am I talking about? It's right there, Marathon Digital. So Mara, definitely going to be a big one. Added to the S&P 600. So there's some juice to that with a decent short float as well. Tomorrow morning, that is AMC Networks tomorrow morning.
Yeah, not
AMC has already reported. Enbridge, I'm invested in them, but I probably don't care that much about the earnings. It'll be probably pretty boring. Honda, who cares about Honda?
Very boring.
Yeah, tomorrow morning I really feel like Novavax is like a maybe because that's run before. But the big ones are aftermarket tonight. Unity, that's the one that has the volatility for you. Expected move is like 11% on Unity. The other ones are all it's like 8% on Mara and 8% on Dropbox. But Unity's the one expected double digits.
The hell's going on over there, Ramin? All right.
There's a lot of laughing and joking.
All right. So what was that eventual number there? Did we get from Madeira?
1.1.
One B to buy. Okay. Well, we don't want to throw money away here at the end of the day, so we're not going to do that. Boeing, we're still waiting to get filled. Hopefully it will fly in to the downside and we'll get that fill right there. I do have some more bids on, of course, for Amazon. Hopefully this will fall back in. We do have to absorb that bid a little bit there, so we'll see if it can fall in right now for Amazon. Good trading. I mean, my best out there is 38s. Here we go. We're still bidding 62s and 50s. No, we already got that 62. Okay, we got to regroup now and start to get out of everything. All right, cancel. We still have AMD. I'm just going to punch out of that one for AMD. We actually got out already of AMD right here. And so we'll take the last bid out there. We are now out of AMD. And here we come right back in again for Amazon. I mean, we've done it again. thank you so much again for watching today. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. Make sure that you follow my good friend Bears vs. Bulls. Get over there to the Freedom and Wealth podcast right now. Go find that 210 subscribers. Let me refresh that bad boy. 212, 212. Can we hear 212, 210? All right, go hit the like and the subscribe on that stat. Yeah, again. Oh, and by the way, thank you so much for asking in the chat there if I was green on the day. No, I am not. I am red on the day, and which is fine. Honestly, again, we talked about this. Like, confidence is like huge. I am like, all we did was had too many shares too early on Amazon, and we broke our own rules. So for me, perfect. Like that's kind of stuff I'm talking about. So. Are you? Do you want to say something before you go, or
Yeah,
I don't know if you're just setting up?
Well, I just punched out manually. There's a couple of things I wanted to get to. I had some notes I wanted to make sure I carried with me, but
Yep.
I just punched out a Boeing. It's like, why let it get to the stop level? I'm gonna get up there and get set up for the aftermarket show. Like Sean said, remember, and this is important. If you were already subscribed to the old podcast, you've got to go to the Freedom Wealth page and make sure you subscribe now if you want to get the notifications. It's completely new. So, a lot of people, you get in that habit. It's like, you just change the name, I'm still going to get it. No, that's not the case. You do actually have to make the change yourself. So it's it's 3:55. Probably going to have some flips on the imbalances, but remember, there was nothing significant in the first place. I'm going to get on over to the desk. I'll be there with Adair. We've got Daniel Shea coming through. Upstart earnings. I'll see you in a few at the desk. Good luck going into the close. Hopefully we get some tankage, although I kind of want Amazon to close at a 52-week high. Or an all-time high. I wanted to close that all-time high, but it is what it is. It's just because I own it.
Yeah, it won't do that. But all right, we do have right now, we have a 40-cent winner on board right here. So, I mean, again, just thank you so much for watching the afternoon. Sometimes the afternoons are a little bit rough. Well, not really. We've done really good in the afternoons lately. We've made mistakes early, and it's just by not following our rules. So I just want to say thank you so much to everybody. There we go. Everybody's loving all of this. So let's go. Go Avalanche. Sure, man. I think that's a lot of great series right now in the NHL. Carolina and the Rangers is a good one as well. And then, of course, we've got Dallas. We've got Vancouver, Dallas and Colorado. Then we've got Vancouver and Edmonton. I mean, it's going to be quite the end to the season. And then, of course, in the NBA, that never stops. Drama over there. I mean, everyone's thinking about who's the next one, and is or is that not Mr. Anthony Edwards over there in Minnesota. So, okay, guys, by the way, this is going to look ridiculous because we have so many outs. I understand that. But, I mean, this is now we're going down to the bottom of the day, and we still have shares on. Our net might not, reflect how I think I'm trading, but I hope you guys can see what's been happening here. So, NVIDIA as well, some well-traded names there. Let's look out for earnings tonight, as we've already talked about that. The big one, of course, we're going to have Mara coming through. We did see Clean Spark in that the other day. We could talk about Mara, but the thing about this is, I've already told you, I mean, we had, again, on our old podcast, I had talked about this $14, $15 level numerous times on Mara. So, I've really liked that. If this dips down into that support after hours, we like ye a lot. And thank you, Amazon. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. Nikola Jokic. I thought there's been 9 times, 3-time NBA MVP. No, he's not the second player in history to do that. No, LeBron's done that. Michael's done that. Wilt's probably done that. 3-time MVPs in the NBA. I feel. That's what I was saying. There's at least 3 that I can think of. I would think of 4 with the Joker. So I'll double check. Could be wrong. Okay, here comes Amazon right down into the downside right now. Bang! Yeah, lots of bangs happening here today, guys. I just hope you enjoy. The recap show today will be with Save. I'm trying to find that for you. Where is Save? Save is gone. Oh, Save there. It's Spirit Airlines. 380, 385 show to Dan McIsaac. But yeah, so far so good here, guys. Boeing looks like it wants to do nothing, so we'll probably just take that out. 50 cents in the money here to close the day on Amazon. We did it again for you right there. Shout out to Sebastian. You are my MVP as well, my friend. You know, I don't want the podcast to be too successful because then we'll just only be doing podcasting, but I promise you, we'll stay here. We'll stay here and continue to trade. Wow, Amazon. You're putting a smile on this guy's, whoa. Put a smile on this guy's face. I didn't realize I just covered down there because we did get that fill. We just got that fill at 25. I almost put out more to get filled. We got it, and we got it good. In case you understood, we're going to be back tomorrow. Whoa. Okay. We'll be back tomorrow morning for you at 8:30 live with more hopeful bangers. And if not, we'll at least have some ideas. Make sure you do check out the sticky note and sign up for the watchlist.tradertv.live, which gets pumped out every single day. Make sure you definitely check that out. That's where I get my stuff from. Although today we had Tesla, Amazon, AMB, Shopify, and Affirm. And you know where we put on Affirm? We put Affirm on at $33 as it was written. It's at $35 damn right now. We've got it right, guys. But we got punched out when we broke. We'll figure it out. All right, not too much time left. I got to just punch out of this Boeing because otherwise I will be in trouble. We are out of a little bit of Boeing right there, just basically for flat. No skin off there. We are getting ready for the countdown, so let's hit it right now. It's Adara. She's over there at the big desk. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a fan-damn-tastic day with only 3 seconds left. 2 and 1. All right. Again, thank you so much. Thank you for the respect there on the trading here today. It means a lot to me, and it's not going to change. Let's go Jets in High Park. And if they're ready over there, are they ready? Neil's there. All right. Well, all right. We'll keep holding it here as no one's speaking. So let me know when you're ready. It's the recap show. See ya. I'm out of here. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, let's get right into it. Market recap show. Thank you there, Sean. And that's right. Sean's at the desk, and he's here with a tan as well. But thank you, Adara, for setting some things up. You know, we're live trading, getting right into things. We're going to do a little bit of a recap like always. We got Daniel Shea coming through. There are some earnings expected. They're not massive names. Unity is expected after the bell drop box, but Mara typically a little bit later. So Mara might not report till about 4:30. You know, we'll try to stick around and see if we get those numbers. Big short float, double digits expected for only Unity, I think 11% into the downside. So I want to just quickly get the lay of the land because obviously Flavius Mara was like 8.7%. We'll get to that one if they do happen to report. But if you look overall, like the market, we always try to give you that overview of what each individual index is doing on ETF Watch here. And look, GDX, power moves, UNG up strong. You see XLE in there. So most of the strength, it's not like it was over in our tech names and you had some strength in financials, but it was really a big banger out there for the really super volatile and not heavily day traded names. Like good luck if you're trading the Widowmaker over there in natural gas. Big shout out. We already talked about this. We had a little bit of a win there. Not a lot of follow through on CGC, but it got back above the $10 level. MSOS doing some big things. FXI looking great. But there you see it. SMH down today. ARC, obviously adjacent to that, going to be down. It was not a great day for tech. And you saw that right at the end of the day. Even Amazon, which just made and was holding an all-time high, ends up reversing it at the end of the day. I always find it interesting or nice when you can close above that all-time high. It's a great psychological thing because technically it's not a failed break there, Adara. But speaking of recap there, I know obviously today was one of those days where you had to be in the right name. There was no consistency in terms of where the strength was going to be, where the weakness was going to be. It was a little bit of everything, especially in the tech space. How was your day trying to navigate it?
I will admit, and I said this multiple times on the show, on the How to Trade in the midday, this was my worst trading day of the day by a decent margin, and a lot of it was just due to me continuing to try to make some trades in Celsius. I like the levels. Initially, the trades were okay. I saw levels I like, but I got back in, kind of panicked, didn't get out as quickly as I should have. I didn't get shut down or anything. I was able to manage risk okay-ish, but I'm just, I definitely need to like stop beating a dead horse at a certain point. I think that was the biggest issue there. I had some okay trades. I had Roblox ended up doing okay with Starbucks. Quick 10 penny range. If you were just able to take it with enough shares and scalp it, that was okay. But it was certainly, I think for me, a bit of a harder trade or harder day to trade unless, like I had like a couple small trades, Cheesecake Factory, some of these earnings plays, but struggled a little bit today.
So I'm going to give you, so first off, you didn't get shut down. That's great.
Thank you.
I'll tell you, I had a rough day today. There was actually a point today. So this morning, the morning show lost essentially what I was up yesterday, which I'm like, that's fine. I adhere to all my rules, and that's usually going to be the case. Like, did you have an outsized loss type of day? Like, you don't want to have the strategies that you train on a day-to-day basis. You don't want to be taking hits on them that are bigger, than what you're averagely going to be able to make. But that's the important thing. That said, there was a point during lunchtime where I'm battling back. I got to maybe 1/3 of what I was down in the morning. And then from there, just sort of lost it all right back. And it happens to you. And really, most of it wasn't about the losses. It was about not maximizing the winners and trading them inefficiently because I was getting a little too much. I said this about GME. I was getting way too cute with GME and AMC. I'd have the win, and I'd hold for this monster move and then just let it get right back. Why? Because I was down. I'm like, if it goes, I'm going to get it all back on this one trade. And you can't really do that. So I love the fact that you were disciplined, didn't have the blowout losses. That's more important. But just, we'll get to some earnings. Remember, there's not a heck of a lot that we're expecting to report and let you guys know. But speaking of speaking about Roblox here, we have it on there. Well, forget about it. We can get to Roblox later. I didn't realize we were going to do this after Danielle Shea because I know you put this together for us. So we can get to that a little bit later here on Roblox. But Blink looks like it's out. Thank you very much, Darwin. Not a gigantic one, Blink charging. That said, a move is going to be a move. They did beat, but sales beat as well, beat on the top and bottom. The issue with a stock like this is it's not that exciting if it's not going 10, 15%. So it's a $3 stock. The reason we're interested in Mara and Unity is those are day trades that we can get excited about. Whereas I'm looking at Blink right here. It did break higher, and thank you, Darwin, for putting it in there in the chat. But it's still very much inside of the range and not a lot of volume going through in here on Blink. And it's not to say that we want to ignore any kind of a name. Yeah. But as a trader, you have on the good list and the bad list, volume, volatility-wise. Don't mind trading this one, but to me, it's $3 stock. Got to be pushing 320, 330. Need that up 10%, up that 15% for sure. And don't get me wrong, it's got a good short float. But what do you need plus a short float? 22% short float? Well, let's pop it up on the daily. Let's go over it. Why not? We'll just do this live because that's what we do and not a heck of a lot's happening. If you're going to scare shorts, then what do you got? You got to break something out, right? So there's 325. I happen to have looked at Blink this week. That's why I kind of knew that.
I was going to say, yeah.
Okay, so I know sometimes I'll start talking to a chart. And it's like, well, you didn't even look at that chart. Why do you already know it's not breaking at a key level? So I'm in early in the mornings. I just go over charts, and I kind of remember some of this stuff. So I did actually see Blink because they reported this week, and it might have been yesterday that I looked at it at pre-market. And I was like, I know it's got to break the 330 and the 350 levels because you look at it one time and you remember something like that. But for something to be a short squeeze, it needs to have something happen that scares the shorts. Breaking 330, getting above a 50 or 200 period moving average, breaking 350. If we look at the chart here for a second, I don't know if the chart, there we go. Breaking 350 up here, then you can start to get that squeeze. That's going to be much more important. So maybe Mara doesn't want to wait. Some people are saying Mara's already out. I mean, it's kind of going up, kind of going up, kind of going up. It's starting to go 20, 30. I don't know if we have the numbers. I know you've got it. We'll wait patiently for you. But Mara looks like it is out. Thank you for reporting earlier than expected, Mara. Back above 20. Hold the 20 level because that's what I want for the long tomorrow. It's into the 2050s, but this is on a 3-minute chart. You have not really broken out of today's range. They've got the 20% short float. They just got added to the S&P 600, so they got some juice behind it, but it's got to break out the highs. If you stay inside of the range and you don't go past the expected, which was 8.5% or 8.7% expected move, then you haven't done much. So we have had some movement on Mara here, but it's not really blowing it out of the water for me just yet. Do we have the numbers?
Yeah, we do, and the EPS beat is, in a word, wild. So we got $1.30 per share versus 22 cents expected. So to put that net profit terms for Q1 2024, net income was $337.1 million versus the estimated $53.1 million. That is a massive beat. They did miss on revenue though, however, $165.19 million versus the estimate of $180.7 million. So that is a little bit of a miss there for revenue. But I mean, that EPS number is so great. We'll have to see if people pay attention.
Yeah, one thing to always watch for the EPS is like sometimes when it's like really big, the next day like we're not sure if that's actually comparable to the estimate. And so you'll see a lot of that, and then you don't get the reaction you want. But no breakout of the high on Mara. They're actually right back down into 1990. Shout out to you, Bears versus Bulls. Thank you for posting that. If you want to listen to the Mara earnings call, I kind of have the feeling that and Unity are the ones that most traders are going to be interested in for tomorrow. But no break of the high there on Mara, unfortunately. It's just a lot more exciting if it breaks at 2050. I do see SOUN is moving. It just broke the lows. That's now down 3%. So there might be out there SOUN. Again, another 20% short float name. Looks like they must be out and are headed to the downside pretty nastily here for Soundhound. Yeah, they're starting to flunk. SOUN to the downside. 20% short float would have been nicer if it went to the upside. We know CleanSpark is also going to be moving based on Mara. They already had theirs, but not a heck of a lot happening with CleanSpark because I checked that one out. Kind of feels like Mara, if you're not breaking out the top on a big EPS beat, that's not really a good thing.
No.
Yeah, and they're not really anxiously buying this one. It's already back testing some of these lows here on Mara. Needs to hold on to 1950. Bit of a gap fill underneath 1950. We are going to have Ms. Danielle Shea is going to be on.
Yes.
And as usual, there's like a wealth of things we can talk about with Danielle. I tend to get selfish because she always has fantastic opinions on what's coming up in earnings or how you want to react to earnings, especially when it comes to big tech. I think Tesla's kind of an important topic.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, Microsoft for a lot of people is going to be a big one. We're going to have her on just in a couple of seconds there. But it looks like Mara, yeah, that's a nothing burger. That's a pretty hefty beat to not blow at the top.
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned by that.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that the revenue miss has overwhelmed, or I guess because the revenue was so underwhelming, the EPS beat didn't matter as much. One thing I will say as well, though, too, we've talked about this kind of ad nauseum on the market recap, but sometimes it takes one aspect of the earnings report that people will react positively or negatively to, and at times it is going to be, that revenue miss overwhelming the fact that we did have a really good EPS beat. Also, I have not seen Soundhound yet. Oh, I just saw Soundhound. Never mind. As I say that, we get Soundhound.
You probably want to check JFrog because that is Ribbit tanking right now. Ribbit. There was actually a rapper back in the day. His name was Froggy Frog, and I was actually he did songs with Nine, who was also part of like Redman's crew.
Okay, that's why I've heard of that.
Froggy Frog. I have no idea what he's doing right now, but hopefully he doesn't own shares of JFrog, because if you do, you've just been smoked. And this is why we say trading in the aftermarket is a dangerous game. The initial move was a breakout that went 10%. If you chase said move, you are now out of the money double that, because it went upside and now you flunked through down to 36, looking pretty nasty there. We're still waiting on Unity. Unity's the only one that has yet to report, but I do believe we've got Danielle Shea ready to go. I do not want to make her wait any longer. Let's get right onto it. We've got Trader Talk. Miss Shea. There she is. Happy to see you. Love the sweater. Before we move on, what does that say? I'm curious.
Oh, thank you. It says, when life gives you lemons, trade options.
Okay. Oh, that's obvious trader humor.
That's awesome.
And I love it. And I'm not even an options trader. You know that. I'm just sort of like learning from you vicariously every single time we have you on here. But when life gives you lemons, who needs lemonade? That cool.
Thank you. I made it myself.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, I'm making an Etsy store. It's coming soon.
So then when I say that line a few times on the show, then I get a free sweater, right?
Exactly. I'll send you whatever you want.
Not to put you on the spot, but we appreciate it. I think it's hilarious, and I'll say it every time. So speaking of options, earnings season is usually pretty big. Now, we don't have a lot of, there weren't a lot of huge names tonight. Unity hasn't come out yet. We just saw Mara kind of disappoint. JFrog's getting absolutely smoked. But we have had some big ones this week. And Roblox I mean, we're going to talk about Roblox because I know Adara was trading it, but Roblox got absolutely smashed and then had a huge recovery. You had Shopify that got absolutely smashed. We're talking about moves that are, you always talk about like a little bit past the expected. Well, these are like double past the expected. That situation, is there a special case for when something is double the expected or approaching triple? Do you have an approach for that? And is there anything that stood out to you outside of those ridiculous moves we had?
Oh, definitely. So when you look at the options market, I mean, options are priced based off of the expected move. And so, you basically have two different setups you can do. You could either look at a ticker and you could say, hey, you know what? I'm going to bet on this staying within the expected move. And you can try to sell premium. That's actually what I did with Mara. So hopefully that move's actually looking good for me right now. Hopefully it stays that way. Or if there's twice the expected move, that's when you can really come in and you can trade it after the earnings report. So I think that that's perfect for day traders like you and your crowd. You just want to go into that earnings report. And even if you're not an options trader, you can look at the options chain in your platform and you can see what it was before the report. And if you can see that stock down twice the expected move, that tells you that there's a high level of volatility. And, typically with those tickers, they're going to keep going. Sometimes what you'll find is that they'll find a support zone and, you'll see a break higher the next day and you can actually trade it back to the gap level. But either way, it's going to depend on how it actually opens the next day. And if you get a breakout to the upside or the downside based on the 15-minute range.
Yeah, it feels like Roblox was just like, it was so far down that it's almost like it had to catch a bid. Like it went to a level on the daily chart that was just so absurd. Like there almost had to be buyers down there because it's such well, anybody that has kids, it's like an exciting company because everybody's kids uses it. So you're like, well, my kid's all over it. Why wouldn't I buy the stock? But Mara, I want to get to because you mentioned you put a trade on in Mara. So just if you can briefly walk us through that one. I feel like with a 20% short float, the expected volatility on Mara was almost 9%. At least that's, And then last time its move was actually bigger than this, based on the numbers I see here. But so Mara, it's trading at the low end of the range now. It tried to break out the top, big EPS beat, and then revenue wasn't. So maybe it's kind of mixed, but it's trying to take out the bottom on Mara. What is your play here specifically?
So with Mara is a really high implied volatility stock. And so if you check out your options chain, you can see right here that the implied volatility is 239%, which, I mean, that's pretty high. If you're not sure if it's high or not, you just want to go out another month and compare the implied volatility. So for example, right now, 239%. In a month, it's 110%. So what that means is that those options are extremely juiced up. And, while it's possible it could have a massive short squeeze and you could make money buying the options, it's just not very likely. So typically with these kinds of tickers, what I do is I look at how much it historically moves, okay? And so with this tool, I can see the previous gaps that we've had over earnings. And in this case, with about a 9% expected move, I can see that over the course of the last 12 quarters, there's been a quarter all the way back here where it moved 15%. And then 2 quarters ago, it moved 13%. There was this 1 quarter right here where it moved 10%. But for the most part, the move is not anywhere near that big. And so on this ticker, because especially it's right between support and resistance, I just came in and I just sold an at the money iron condor. I have a couple different examples of this kind of trade on my YouTube channel. If you want to check it out, I just did one in Visa and I just did one in Hershey's as well. But basically what I did was I just sold the at the money calls and the at the money puts. I just bought some outer wings for protection. And I got a credit of $1.25. So basically what I need to see with the stock is I want to see the stock. It could go up, it could go down, but I'd like to see it move less than about $1.50. And then in that situation, if that happens perfectly, then these options that I sold for, basically $1 on each side, maybe tomorrow they're worth 50 cents. So I sell the premium and then the next day I try to buy it back for less. And then ideally, that's how I make money. Now, if it moves like 20%, I'm going to lose money and I'll be wrong.
Well, there you go, and appreciate that. And for anybody, if you're an absolute novice trading options, A, you can always replay that. B, it's at Trader Danielle on YouTube, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can always check that channel out, and there are introductory and some beginner videos as well if you're trying to just learn and don't want to be putting on obviously live trades just yet. We appreciate you walking us through that. So okay, so you got to play on in Mara, but okay, we just had most of the big cap tech earnings. We have to wait on Nvidia here. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about Tesla losing the 50 period on the daily today, the nice little bounce that it got. Looks like it's been abating, so we're back to the downward trend. I know you're a Tesla lover. Microsoft as well, losing the 50 period as well. I know you've talked about this. I know these are bullish. Well, I mean, Microsoft been a bullish stock. And I know there's been a nice little bounce in some of these names, but starting to show some signs of weakness after their reports. What are your thoughts on those two specifically? Because I feel like I always want to ask you about Tesla and Softy.
Of course. So, I mean, these two right here are absolutely critical. If you look at the NASDAQ, the one piece of hope that I have that the market can keep going higher here is the fact that the NASDAQ is up above the 50 simple, right? So you've got the NASDAQ up above the 50 simple. It stayed there for 3 days. So we're, clinging and holding on. But as you point out, when you have some of these heavy hitters that they're not up above the 50 simple, and that means that they're below that critical area of resistance. So basically, right now you have Microsoft and you also have Tesla that are giving us a little bit of a warning sign in the market, because while you have a couple of these others, Apple did surprisingly well after earnings and is holding up really well. And you have Amazon, of course, that made the new high today, along with Google. The NASDAQ can keep going higher with some of these others, but it would be a lot better and a lot more helpful if Microsoft and Tesla were involved. And right now they're not. So if they can't get back above that 50 simple, those stocks are going to struggle, and we're probably going to be able to trade them to the downside.
Yeah, it's interesting the way you frame that. The way I've sort of thought about some of these is like when the stars start aligning again, then it's going to be much more clear either back to the upside or that we're headed down. And what I mean by that is when this group starts acting a little bit more like a group. You don't get Amazon breaking highs by itself and then still have, Nvidia. I mean, Apple's going up too as well, but then still have weakness over in Microsoft. They start aligning like they were before. I think we can go. The problem is that works in both ways, I think, for a lot of people. And just for everyone out there, I just want to mention Unity did come out and they are going lower, but it's looks like an inside move for them because they're only down like 0.5%, which I find, and you can tell me if you feel the same way, but when a stock that it's like a 10% short float, you really only care about this thing when it starts moving, I just don't even get remotely excited if this is up or down 5% after earnings. And I find myself sitting out unless it makes some kind of a move into a big level. Trading tomorrow, I'm not excited at all about Unity if it just stayed within the range and didn't come anywhere near expectations. Do you even care when something like a Unity doesn't give you enough juice, I suppose? Like Mara is more exciting?
Definitely not, because especially when you look at Unity, the thing about it is it's in a downtrend. So in order for me to be excited about a short squeeze, it has to be an actual shift in trend higher. So with this chart, maybe above 25, you'd get a little bit. 27 would be better. Up above 28.5 would be best to see an actual short squeeze. And so, as you pointed out, you're trading at 24 right now, and the expected move is $22.86. So you would really need to see at least an expected move, ideally twice the expected move, for me to get excited about a short squeeze in this name. The kind of tickers that I look at for short squeezes are going to be something like this. This is one that I was trading today because somebody in our trading room pointed it out. I've never traded this stock before, never even looked at the name. And somebody asked me about it yesterday and said, hey, this one has high short float and you're going into earnings. Is this something we can buy? And this is actually like a perfect example of the pattern that I look for. You know, you want to see something where you've shifted into a nice upward trend. Last quarter, you had a big breakaway gap that never came back to fill. You're going into earnings right near a previous high. You have a bunch of consolidation, and then the expected move was within range of making a new high. So when I see short squeeze, a potential short squeeze with high short interest with this pattern, that's exactly what I want. Unity's like, you know, maybe could trade it, but probably not.
Yeah, I was looking at, like, if I look at the chart and I was short the stock, would I even be thinking about it or caring about it? And the answer with Unity is no. And when you look at that chart of AAPL, I mean, pardon my French, but you'd be crapping your pants if you're short that stock. Let's be real for a second. Like, unless somehow magically you've got whatever, it's at fresh highs. No, there's actually no price that you could have unless you literally shorted it at the top today, which good for you if you did. But I think you're absolutely right about that. No matter what kind of a trader you are, whether you're trading options, whether you're a day trader, whether you're a swing trader, you need there to be some kind of a catalyst. And we say this time and time again. It's one thing to look at levels on a chart or have an idea or for a number to be there, like a 13% or 20% short float. It doesn't matter if there isn't actually a reason for other people to act. And that's what you want to have in there. So thank you so much for that, Danielle. And actually, I appreciate you bringing up AAPL. I'm glad your community found this one, because that kind of a level is exactly where you could see some continuation on a squeeze. So we should all be looking at this potentially for some follow through tomorrow and maybe in the next coming days and weeks. Is there anything else you want to leave us with, something you're looking forward to? I know we haven't even had NVIDIA yet in earnings season, so there's still a heck of a lot to get to. Is there anything you want to leave us with?
You know, NVIDIA was the one that I was going to bring up, and that's because, I mean, we talked about the other mega cap tech names, but I mean, NVIDIA is the most important right here, and NVIDIA has earnings coming up on the 22nd. I think that a lot of this rally and the continuation of this rally is going to depend on NVIDIA. Right now, chart pattern looks great. We've been rallying into earnings. We're holding up above the 50 simple. But I mean, they have got to perform on this earnings report, because SMH staying up above the 50 simple is going to depend on these results. And, you know, while I love NVIDIA, the stock's been great, I am cautioning my traders, because here's the thing. We've seen a lot of companies this quarter come out and have great EPS numbers and great revenue numbers and even strong guidance, and they've still gotten hammered just because the expectations are so high. So while I like NVIDIA, you know, it's one of my top stocks in my portfolio, and of course I trade it all the time, I am a little bit concerned about this report just because expectations are so high.
As I log in and sell all my NVIDIA shares, I wouldn't do that. Or would I? No, I'm joking around. But you made one really good point there. I remember reading we have to read almost every single report just to be familiar with even things that we might not trade when we're doing a live show. It's a responsibility to the viewers, in my opinion. But I was going through some of the Roblox. I'm like, okay, good, kind of bad, good, kind of bad. It's like, when we're down, what? And it was the same thing with ARM. It's like good, bad, good. And it was down like 8% at one point. It's like, okay, well, if NVIDIA misses even like by like a smidgen, if they have like a hair out of place, then they're going to be in trouble. It makes a lot of sense to me. So thank you for ending on exactly what I think everyone wanted to hear, which is what's going on with NVIDIA. It's the last massive shoe to drop. As always, fantastic guests. They can check you out at Trader Danielle on your YouTube page if you want to learn about options and eventually get some nice sweaters.
That's right. Thank you for having me. I always love joining you.
Appreciate it. Take care, Danielle. And we'll talk. We'll have you back on next week. Look forward to it. And it's going to be exciting when NVIDIA comes out, hopefully to the upside, as we all want.
Yeah. Thank you.
But you never know. And that's sort of the thing. Like today, I would have told you, Adara, my thought would have been, Mara. It's just everything was set up for this. And that EPS beat, I still feel like maybe there's something about that EPS number that we have to check on. Because Mara, despite that massive beat, it actually tagged underneath 19. Got all the way down in here to like 18 and a half. continuing to flush down in. So despite being out of the SP 600, despite there actually being a top line beat, they're still getting absolutely smoked. SOUN was the other big one. Just going over some of these. SOUN actually bounced pretty nicely and recovered. So a bit of an inside move for them, not really holding underneath those lows. Unity Software, as we mentioned, still trading lower, but very much inside. 5% up, then 5% down. If it hangs out here, I think you got a bit of a nothing burger. The shorts are not even remotely scared by that move. It never broke high enough to scare people. It's not really flushing low enough that a lot has changed in here. So at the end of the day, it's all about waiting and getting those fantastic opportunities and the best opportunities. And I've said this before, just because there's earnings or just because there is a good catalyst that morning or a shiny new thing, do not forget what worked the day before. I made that mistake big time, and I did this in the lesson of the day, and I'm only waxing poetic on this because there was a point in the morning show, and you could rewind it back. I was looking for 2 separate dip buys. One was in Robinhood, who reported today and had a lot of expected volume. The volume was obviously through the roof. I could have dip bought that off 18 or Palantir off 21. Palantir was the post-earnings play, maybe not as exciting, a couple days past earnings, but it had bounced off 21 and already worked the day before. Robinhood, I was kind of looking at that level saying, hey, is it going to work? It's a good setup, but just go to the one that worked the day before. And it was a huge difference. Like I think it went 15 cents on Robinhood, and then I think I lost like 12 cents on the way back in. So it was a flat trade on that long. But Palantir held to 21. Next thing you know, it was at like 21.60, 21.70. It was easily a 3 to 4x risk to reward move, and that's just stock picking. Yeah. And I could have picked the easier one, the one that worked before. That's why we go over these things, everybody, so that everybody can get better. Every day is a good learning experience for all of us. Just very quickly, I just heard Fabian's like, damn right. That's what it's all about here. Is it already 4:30?
How?
How does this happen?
Time flies.
Why you always? It feel like we had such a fantastic guest, and we already talked about Roblox in there, and that's going to be a good one. Do not sleep on that. That's also going to be a day 2 play tomorrow. Caught a heck of a bid, but I want to make sure we get this roll call in for everybody. We got to do a roll call. Come on, son. Let's be real about it for a second. So get it in there, and I'm going to do whenever I fill in for Sean, I'm going to always start with Bears versus Bulls. The best moderator in the absolute business, all day, every day. He starts the day off by saying, good morning to the Breakfast Club. And he's always asking, like, how was your night last night? I hope you had fun with the kids. He somehow remembers every single thing that Sean or I have ever said we're going to be doing with the kids. I think it's absolutely amazing. And it's very supportive of all the trades, doing a great job in there. Mr. Westermeyer, I see you in there. Danielle Shea in the chat, thank you for being an amazing guest like you always are. I'm still going to want that sweater. Thank you very much. Shout out to T. Lee, Tesla cracking lower. That sucks for everybody because most of us own it. Martina, shout out to you. Mina, letting us know the SoundHound is still bad because we already saw it. Sebastian, Aldrich, B-Bot in there. The Boring Man. Anthony Kerr, you're in the house. I'm here too, but you are more important. You guys are the viewers. Havana Woody, what up? Talk to you today. Thank you for all the positive comments. Why not? Yeah, why not check us out every single day, and why not check out the podcast as well, which is on a new channel, Freedom and Wealth. Alan, shout out to you. Maria, Darwin, Francis, Asta, T. Lee, Ron Miller, Michelle Meir, 4L Taz, Yoel, S. Samuel, Poco Traveler, FFTB, Shane Dubb, Howell Capital Trading. Great show because you guys are the best and you deserve it. Aaron, Scott, Matthews. That just sounds like, Aaron Scott Matthews. That's one of those names, like you probably president of your your student council.
Yeah.
And all, like Aaron
We're
Scott
in a boy
Matthews.
band, like it has
I had to
presence.
stop. I had to stop on that.
Yeah.
2 first names and then
3
Matthews.
first names, kind of.
3 first, yeah.
Well, Matthews.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Anyways, you just stopped my tracks in there, so you know you win on that one for sure. Aldrich, who else we got here? Anthony Kerr, J Muck, DJT, what have I? Silverado, Janik, Sherry, Punjabs, and Chef Anthony, thank you very much as well. Paula Blackford, Silverado, DJ Marshall, they're flipping past fast now. Michael P, T Daddy, Force Builder X. Okay, I'm a little bit out of breath. So there you go. We appreciate you guys so much. Adara, thank you. I'm filling in for Sean. I mean, obviously, he does it on a regular basis. Just so everybody knows, Adara preps the topics, These are expected moves in case I don't know what it is. This is what's reporting. And she does all the watch list stuff in the morning, getting in first person in the building. It's not a single trader in the floor that even gets here before Dara. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Neil and I are always here within like 2 minutes of each other. We're always here nice and early. We're like, oh, that thing moved. So yeah, and thank you so much, Neil, as well for being here and killing it. And thank you, Danielle and Bears versus Bulls. I'm always just happy to be here. That's always my thing.
That's because trading is the best job in the world. Why? Because you eat what you kill, and the market's a little bit different every single day. It's the same rules, same game, but it's never the same thing twice. That's why we all love it. That's why I love you. We'll check us out tomorrow morning, 8:30. As always, wrap up an amazing trading week. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Take care, everybody.
That was a cool shot. It was like the end of the day.